Redline. By Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. Number 1. At 298 kilometers per hour, the steering wheel trembled against Dominik Reyes's palms. Not violently. Nothing in the car happened violently unless something had already gone wrong. This was a finer vibration, a pulse coming through the carbon fiber chassis as the tires skimmed the painted edge of turn 11. The rear moved half a degree beneath him. Dominik corrected before the car had finished asking. Gap behind, 4.8. Felix said in his ear. Adeyemi has used his final overtake allocation. Dominik's thumb rested against the adjustment dial. The steering wheel display glowed through the tinted visor, tire temperatures, energy deployment, brake balance. Information arranged into obedient rows. Understood. His voice sounded the same as it had on lap 1. The sun hung low over the circuit, turning the air above the asphalt liquid. Heat pressed through the cockpit despite the airflow. Sweat had collected under the balaclava at the base of his skull, cold now whenever he lifted on the straight. His shoulders burned from holding the car through 56 laps of lateral force. The muscles in his forearms had gone beyond pain into something dense and useful. Ahead, the final sector waited. Dominik clipped the apex at 12, opened the steering, and let the car breathe to the edge of the circuit. Casimir Adeyemi's silver nose appeared in the mirror, close enough to matter and too far away to change anything. Battery target -1, Felix said. Dominik changed the setting. He knew precisely what Casimir would do. Close under braking. Show the front wing into 14. Force Dominik to protect the inside and compromise his exit. The move was sensible. It was also late by 3 laps. Dominik positioned the car half a meter from the racing line. An invitation that looked like a mistake. Casimir took it. The silver car surged into the gap, carrying too much speed. Dominik waited until the last possible instant, braked in a straight line, and cut underneath as Casimir drifted wide. The rear tires bit. The engine note climbed. The grandstands rose in a blur of color. Felix exhaled once over the radio. It might have been laughter. Very generous of you. He was becoming impatient. An uncommon condition among racing drivers. Dominik did not answer. The final corner had arrived. He turned in. For one suspended second, the car existed on the narrow threshold between grip and surrender. Dominik felt every millimeter of it, the front left tire deforming under load, the rear axle rotating, the floor striking the track hard enough to send a bright spark past his mirror. Then the car settled. He opened the throttle. The checkered flag broke across the straight. P1, Felix said. The flatness left his voice at last. P1 Dominik. That is the season opener. Excellent work. The pit wall erupted in his ear. Engineers shouting. Someone striking a desk. A dozen voices collapsing into static until the channel cleared. Dominik loosened his grip one finger at a time. Thank you, he said. The balance was good after the second stop. A pause. You have just won a Grand Prix. Yes. You may discuss the car tomorrow. Dominik glanced into the mirror. Casimir crossed the line 2 seconds behind him. The degradation prediction was wrong. Felix sighed. Enjoy the in-lap. Dominik lifted one hand from the wheel as he passed the grandstand. Thousands of people answered as if the gesture belonged to them. That was the useful fiction of winning. The car belonged to the factory. The trophy belonged to the team. His face belonged to broadcasters, sponsors, photographers, strangers, and replica caps. The moment itself belonged to no one. He brought the car into park firm and stopped precisely on the painted number 1. Before the engine had finished winding down, the noise found him. Mechanics climbed the barrier. Cameras crowded the cockpit. Someone thrust a gloved fist toward him, and Dominik struck it with his own before releasing the harness. He pulled himself upright. Heat rushed through his suit where the cockpit padding had pressed against his ribs. A photographer called his name. Dominik removed the steering wheel and set it carefully on the nose of the car. Casimir arrived while Dominik was taking off his helmet. He climbed from the silver car, shoulders tight, then rearranged himself for the cameras. By the time he approached, his smile was polished. You left the door open. You arrived too quickly. Casimir took the defeat without blinking. That is one interpretation. It's the one supported by the result. Casimir's mouth twitched. Not irritation. Appreciation. Long season, he said. Dominik pulled off his gloves, aligning the fingers before handing them to a mechanic. They usually are. On the podium, champagne soaked through his race suit and ran cold along his spine. The anthem played. Dominik held the trophy at chest height, his arms already rehearsing the acceptable angle for the photographs. Below him, the team filled the pit lane in black and scarlet uniforms. Amara Osei Boateng stood near the front, clapping with measured dignity while everyone around her screamed. She caught his eye and raised one finger. Number 1. Not celebration. Expectation. Dominik understood. He always did. The press conference smelled of warm electronics, damp fabric, and the sweet residue of champagne. Dominik sat beneath white lights with Casimir on his right and the third-place driver on his left. A microphone waited in front of him beside a bottle of sponsor-branded water. He had answered versions of these questions for 13 years. How important was it to start the season with a victory? Important. Did he believe Casimir posed a serious championship threat? Every driver on the grid deserved respect. Was this the strongest car he had driven? It was too early to make comparisons. The journalist in the third row leaned toward her microphone. You looked remarkably calm during Adeyemi's attack on the final laps. Were you ever concerned he might get past? Dominik folded his hands on the table. No. A few people laughed. He had not intended it as a joke. Afterward, a press officer intercepted him before he reached the hospitality unit. Amara needs you upstairs. Dominik checked the time on his watch. The debrief begins in 18 minutes. She said now. That altered the shape of the request. He changed direction. The upper floor of the team's hospitality building had emptied while the paddock flowed toward evening. Through the glass wall, the garages remained bright under artificial light. Mechanics moved around the cars with practiced urgency, already dismantling the machines that had carried one man to victory and another to 11th. Amara stood alone at the conference table. She had removed her headset but still wore the team uniform, sleeves buttoned at the wrist despite the heat. A tablet lay face down in front of her. Beside it sat 2 unopened bottles of water. Dominik closed the door. You wanted to see me. Sit. He sat. Amara studied him for a moment. Her gaze paused at the damp hair at his temples, the champagne darkening his collar, the red pressure mark the balaclava had left across his forehead. You drove well. The second stint. Do not make me regret saying something kind. Dominik placed his hands on his thighs. His right index and middle fingers tapped once against the fabric. Amara noticed. She noticed everything and rarely granted people the mercy of pretending otherwise. Lucas won't be in the car next weekend, she said. The tapping stopped. That morning, Lucas Brenner had withdrawn from the race after dizziness during Friday practice. The official explanation had been dehydration. The unofficial explanation had remained sealed behind the medical center doors. Dominik looked through the glass toward the second garage. His scans showed complications from the concussion in Sao Paulo last year. The doctors have withdrawn his license pending further evaluation. For how long? He has decided not to wait for their answer. The second water bottle sat untouched between them. Retirement then? Lucas was 36. He had 2 children, a house outside Salzburg, and a tendency to hum tunelessly during engineering meetings. He and Dominik had spent 3 seasons sharing data without pretending they were friends. It had been an arrangement built on clean boundaries. You knew before the race, Dominik said. I suspected. And you didn't tell me. You had enough to do. Dominik held her gaze. I decide what is enough. No. In this team, I do. The words landed without force because Amara did not need force. Beyond the glass, someone rolled a tire trolley across the garage floor. The stacked tires passed through Dominik's reflection like black coins. Who replaces him? He asked. Amara turned the tablet over. She did not push it toward him. She only woke the screen. The photograph had been taken at the final Formula 2 race 4 months earlier. A young man stood on top of his car with both arms raised, curls flattened by sweat, mouth open in a shout no still image could contain. His white race suit was streaked with rubber and grime. One boot rested on the halo as if the machine belonged beneath him. Théo Marchetti. Dominik knew the name. Everyone did. 23 years old. 9 wins across the junior season. 4 from outside the first 2 rows. 1 in the rain after spinning on the opening lap and dropping to last. There were drivers who found the limit by approaching it carefully, shaving away distance until only speed remained. Marchetti drove as if the limit had insulted him. No, Dominik said. Amara's eyebrows lifted a fraction. That was not a question. He isn't ready. He has the points. He has the reflexes. That is not the same thing. He has beaten everyone we put in front of him. In junior machinery. Which is traditionally where rookies come from. Dominik looked again at the photograph. Marchetti's joy irritated him. It was too exposed, too careless. The boy had won and allowed the entire world to see what it cost him. He destroys his tires, Dominik said. He over-rotates the car in slow corners. When the rear becomes unstable, he adds steering input instead of correcting with the throttle. You've studied him. I study anyone who may eventually occupy a seat on the grid. Of course. The faintness of her tone tightened something between his shoulder blades. Amara swiped across the screen. Telemetry traces replaced the photograph, colored lines layered over a circuit map. Dominik leaned forward despite himself. Marchetti's braking trace into turn 7 was wrong. Too late, too steep. The kind of input that should have destabilized the rear and punished the front tires. It had gained him 1.5 tenths. The throttle application afterward was worse. Brutal. Nearly vertical. Another tenth. He won't get away with that in our car, Dominik said. We'll find out Tuesday. Dominik sat back. Tuesday. He'll be at the factory for the seat fitting. His announcement goes out tomorrow morning. You've already signed him. Yes. Outside, a mechanic peeled a sponsor decal from the side of Lucas's garage panel. The adhesive resisted, stretching white beneath the black vinyl. Dominik watched until it tore free. What does he know? He asked. That he has a seat for the rest of the season. About the car. Nothing classified. About me. Amara's expression changed then. Not enough for anyone else to see. Dominik saw it. He knows you are his teammate. That wasn't my question. No, she said. It wasn't. The room's air conditioning clicked on. Cold air moved across the champagne, drying at Dominik's throat. He could picture Marchetti at the factory before he had ever stood there, touching the steering wheel buttons before the engineers finished explaining them, asking questions out of sequence, smiling at people whose names he had forgotten. Filling the silence. Moving through Dominik's clean, ordered world with the heedless velocity of a car that had missed its breaking point. He'll need boundaries, Dominik said. Amara reached for one of the water bottles and turned it a quarter rotation until the label faced outward. He'll need a teammate. He'll have one. That sounded almost convincing. Dominik stood. The debrief would begin in 9 minutes. Felix would already have the opening telemetry displayed, the traces aligned, every error waiting to be reduced into something measurable. At the door, Amara spoke again. Dominik. He looked back. Do not punish him for being fast. For a moment, the room became very quiet. Not silent. Dominik could hear the muted generators outside, the footsteps in the stairwell, the faint cheer from a group of fans gathered beyond the paddock gates. His 2 fingers pressed once against his thigh. I don't punish speed. Amara's gaze remained on him. No, she said. You punish uncertainty. Dominik left without answering. In the corridor, a television replayed the final laps of the race. His car swept beneath Casimir's failed attack, clean and inevitable. The commentator's voice climbed toward ecstasy. Dominik Reyes, still untouchable. On the screen beside it, a news graphic appeared. Breaking, Marchetti set for shock promotion. A video began beneath the headline. Théo climbing from a junior car in the rain. Théo laughing after a crash. Théo making a pass around the outside where no space existed until he created it. Dominik stopped. The last clip showed an onboard camera. Spray erased the circuit ahead. Marchetti kept one hand on the wheel while the car snapped beneath him, catching the slide so late it looked accidental. It was not accidental. Dominik watched the correction again. Then once more. Behind the visor, Théo's eyes were visible for less than a second. Hazel, fixed, entirely awake. Not reckless. Certain. The distinction was worse. Dominik turned off the television. The black screen gave him back his own reflection, composed posture, controlled breathing, a victory suit drying neatly against his body. Number 1. He had spent 13 years making the space around that number too narrow for anyone else to enter. On Tuesday morning, Théo Marchetti would walk into it. Chapter 2, Same Colors, Different Blood. Théo Marchetti arrived at the factory 11 minutes early and spent 9 of them pretending he had meant to park in the visitor's lot. The security barrier gleamed black beneath a low English sky. Beyond it, the team headquarters rose from clipped lawns and winter-bare trees, glass, steel, and scarlet panels, every edge clean enough to draw blood. The building had appeared in photographs his entire life. In old magazines spread across the workbench in his father's garage. On television behind the counter while customers argued over brake pads. On the wall above Theo's childhood bed, where the corners of the poster had curled inward from summer heat. In the photographs, the place had looked like a temple. Up close, it looked like somewhere that could have him removed without raising its voice. The guard leaned toward the open window of Theo's rental car. Name? Marchetti. The man waited. Théo Marchetti. Still nothing. Théo added. Driver. The guard glanced at the tablet in his hand. Théo smiled. He had learned that smile at 12, after a carding official had asked whether his father could actually afford the entry fee. It showed enough teeth to pass for confidence, and not enough to be called aggression. The barrier lifted. Building 3, the guard said. Someone will meet you at reception. See? Driver. The guard had already turned away. Théo drove through. His fingers drummed against the steering wheel as the headquarters closed around him. Wind tunnels, engineering blocks, logistics bays. People crossed between buildings in identical black jackets, badges clipped at the same height. No one ran. No one seemed lost. Even the delivery vans reversed into loading docks with the precision of pit stops. He parked crooked on the first attempt. Excellent, he muttered. He corrected the angle until the white lines sat evenly on either side of the car. His phone buzzed before he could open the door. Julia, have you vomited yet? Théo typed with both thumbs. Théo twice. On the security guard. 3 dots appeared immediately. Julia, Papa would be unbearable today. Theo's thumb stopped above the screen. On the passenger seat, his race bag rested against the door. The old radio headset inside it had belonged to their father when the padding was still whole and the cable hadn't been repaired with yellow electrical tape. Théo had brought it across 3 countries without once taking it out. He looked toward the factory entrance. Théo, he was unbearable every day. Julia, true. Then, Julia, go make them regret giving you a keycard. Théo put the phone away. Finally, a sensible instruction. The reception doors opened before he touched them. Inside, the air smelled faintly of coffee and new carpet. A championship car sat beneath a pool of white light, frozen mid-corner on a polished platform. Dominik Reyes's name curved beside the cockpit. 3 world titles were listed beneath it. Théo kept walking. A woman with a headset and a clipboard approached at a speed that made clear she had already been waiting. Mr. Marchetti? Only when I owe someone money. Her expression did not change. I'm Ellen from Driver Operations. We're behind schedule. Théo checked the clock above reception. It was 8:49. I'm early. We're still behind. That, he thought, was Formula One in a sentence. Ellen handed him a badge, a printed schedule, and a black team jacket with his name embroidered over the chest. The letters looked too white. Too fresh. He ran his thumb over them. Wardrobe first, she said. Then medical photographs, biometric scans, seat fitting, press assets, sponsor content, lunch with communications, simulator orientation. Do I get to drive a car at any point? Not today. Cruel. This way. She pivoted. Théo followed her past walls lined with trophies. He knew the years without reading them. He knew which championships had been won by dominant cars and which had been dragged over the line by drivers with damaged floors, failing gearboxes, or tires that should have surrendered 10 laps earlier. He knew Dominik's first title had been won by 7 points, and his third by 86. He knew too much about Dominik Reyes. That realization irritated him enough to sharpen his smile. The wardrobe department put him beneath lights and pinned the new race suit around his waist, while 2 people discussed alterations as if he were not wearing it. More room through the shoulders, one said. He's smaller than the measurements. I'm standing here, Théo said. The seamstress put another pin near his ribs. Then stand still. He stood still. The suit was black across the shoulders, scarlet down the sides, sponsor marks stacked over his chest like evidence. His name was printed beneath the flag of Italy. For years he had worn whatever fabric a sponsor had agreed to pay for. Suits too large in the arms, too tight at the throat, once stitched with another driver's name hidden beneath a patch. His mother had altered one at their kitchen table the night before a race, working under a yellow lamp while his father swore at a carburetor outside. This one had been made for him. The thought rose too quickly. Théo pushed it down and looked at himself in the mirror. Very handsome, he said. The seamstress clipped a thread with her teeth. Lift your arms. By 10:30, he had been photographed in 3 shirts, scanned from 6 angles, and instructed not to smile with his whole mouth. At 11, someone powdered his forehead. At 11:15, a communications assistant named Poppy walked him into a white studio where Dominik Reyes was already standing beneath the lights. Theo's first thought was that Dominik looked shorter than he did on television. His second was that this made him worse. On screen, Dominik's stillness could be mistaken for calm. In person, it had weight. He stood in the new team polo with his hands loose at his sides, black hair precise, collar perfectly flat. Nothing about him reached for attention, which meant every person in the room had arranged themselves around him without appearing to do so. He was speaking to the photographer when Théo entered. No, Dominik said. The left side is better. The sponsor panel is less visible from the other angle. The photographer checked his monitor. You're right. Dominik turned. His gaze moved over Théo in a single measured pass: shoes, trousers, team shirt, face. Not rude. Inspection was worse. Théo opened his arms. So this is the famous welcome. Poppy made a small sound behind him. Dominik's eyes returned to Theo's. Welcome to the team. His voice was low, even, and entirely without warmth. Théo crossed the studio and offered his hand. Théo. I know. I was worried the press release had been unclear. Dominik looked at the offered hand for a beat too long before taking it. His grip was dry and firm. Théo had shaken hands with drivers who squeezed until the bones met, men who treated every greeting like qualifying. Dominik did not. He applied exactly enough pressure and released. No more than required. Théo hated him a little for that. Positions, please, the photographer called. Dominik on the left. Théo, shoulder to shoulder. They moved on to the taped marks. Theo's mark placed him so close that the sleeve of his polo brushed Dominik's arm. Heat came off him through the fabric. Clean soap, faint coffee, something woody and expensive that Théo could not name. Dominik shifted half an inch away. The movement was small enough to deny. Théo noticed anyway. Closer, the photographer said. Dominik returned to his mark. The camera began clicking. Looking straight at me. Good. Serious first. Théo arranged his face. Serious was easy. Serious was how he had sat outside team offices while his father asked for one more month to pay. Serious was how he had listened to wealthy parents explain that talent was not enough without funding, as if money were a moral virtue. Serious was standing in a factory built on hundreds of millions, and knowing one slow weekend could make everyone wonder whether the poor mechanic's son had been a sentimental mistake. Théo, the photographer said. Chin down. He lowered it. Not that far. He adjusted. Dominik did not move. The camera clicked again. Now something more relaxed. Your teammates. Give me chemistry. Théo laughed. No one else did. Sorry, he said. Very natural instruction. Poppy pressed her lips together behind the monitor. Dominik looked straight ahead. You'll get used to unnatural instructions. There it was. Not kindness. Not quite humor. But something alive beneath the ice. Théo turned his head. Was that a joke? Face forward. It was. I heard it. The photographer lowered the camera. This is good. Keep talking. Dominik's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Théo smiled wider. The camera clicked in a quick burst. Poppy stepped forward with 2 caps. Next setup. These are for the junior development sponsor. We need a few shots with the helmets after. Théo took a cap and put it on backward. Poppy stared at him. He turned it around. Dominik had already positioned his brim exactly level. Do you practice being irritating? Théo asked quietly. Or does it come with the championships? Dominik continued facing the camera. You're standing on my mark. Théo looked down. His right shoe had crossed the strip of red tape between them by perhaps 2 centimeters. Territorial. The lighting is set for the marks. Of course it is. He moved his foot. The next photographs required them to hold their helmets at hip level. Theo's new design curved over the carbon shell in red, white, and green, cleaner than the one he had used in Formula 2. Dominik's helmet bore 3 thin gold bands near the base. One for each title. Bring the helmets forward, the photographer said. Good. Théo, rotate yours outward. Théo turned it. A little more. He adjusted. Dominik glanced down. The visor line is wrong. The room seemed to lose a degree of warmth. Théo looked at him. The helmet is facing the camera. Your line. What line? Dominik lifted one hand and indicated the painted curve running from the crown toward the visor. It draws the eye away from the team logo. Rotate it 3 degrees clockwise. The photographer checked the monitor. Actually, yes. Let's do that. Theo's fingers tightened around the helmet. 3 degrees. He changed the angle. Better, Dominik said. The word went through him like a pin beneath a fingernail. Théo smiled at the camera until his cheeks hurt. They finished the still photographs and moved to a sponsor video staged around a replica steering wheel. The script required Dominik to explain 2 controls while Théo played the eager rookie. Théo read the card. Do they know I've driven cars before? It's aimed at casual fans, Poppy said. Casual fans believe I steer with this? She gave him a patient smile. Please follow the script. They took their places. A camera operator counted down. Dominik began. This dial controls the brake migration through the corner. Changing the setting alters how the braking load transfers as the car slows. And what happens if you set it wrong? Théo asked, reading from the card. The car becomes unstable on entry. Théo looked at him instead of the camera. Some drivers like unstable entry. Some drivers mistake recovery for control. The line was not in the script. Théo felt his smile lock into place. Poppy lifted a hand. Let's cut. The red light went dark. The room became busy all at once. Someone adjusted a cable. The makeup artist approached Dominik. The camera operator checked focus. Théo set the script card on the table. You've been watching my races. Dominik accepted a tissue from the makeup artist and pressed it once to his temple. Your breaking trace into slow corners is inefficient. Efficient enough to win. In Formula 2. The words were quiet. That made them travel farther. The camera operator looked down. Poppy became fascinated by her clipboard. No one had been meant to hear, and everyone had. Heat climbed beneath Théo's collar. He could hear his father's voice from years earlier, roughened by cigarettes and sleeplessness. Don't let them make you grateful for being allowed into the room. Théo picked up the replica steering wheel and turned it over in his hands. You went wide at turn 9 in Barcelona last year, he said. Same problem. Dominik's attention sharpened. Not much. Enough. I had floor damage. Still went wide. And corrected the cause on the next lap. So did I. No. Dominik stepped closer to the table. You repeated the same entry 4 times because it worked once. Théo's fingers began drumming against the rubber grip. Dominik's eyes dropped to them. Théo stopped. The silence stretched until Poppy cleared her throat. We should reset. Théo looked at the camera. Then at the crew. Then back at Dominik, who had corrected him in front of all of them with the calm certainty of a man moving a chair out of the way. Something inside Théo pulled tight. He smiled. 3 degrees clockwise? He asked. Dominik did not blink. Approximately. Théo rotated the steering wheel in his hands. Wouldn't want to draw the eye away from the important part. For the first time, Dominik's control slipped. Not visibly enough for the room. His face remained composed, his shoulders level. But his gaze went still. Théo recognized it because he had seen the same stillness in mirrors before races, in the second after fear stopped being useful and became fuel. Good. The camera operator called for quiet. Poppy counted them in again. Dominik delivered the explanation exactly as written. Théo performed amazement at exactly the right moments. They smiled into the lens like men already accustomed to sharing a garage, a color scheme, a season. When the recording ended, Dominik handed the wheel to an assistant. Your seat fitting is in 20 minutes, he said. I have a schedule. Then try following it. He walked away before Théo could answer. The studio door closed behind him. Everyone resumed breathing. Poppy studied Théo with the cautious expression of someone assessing unexploded machinery. That went well. Théo looked at her. She glanced toward the door. Relatively. He laughed because the alternative was throwing the steering wheel through the sponsor wall. In the corridor outside the studio, the championship car still stood beneath its white light. Dominik's name curved beside the cockpit. Théo stopped in front of it. The car's bodywork reflected him in fragments: scarlet shirt, crooked curls, the new badge clipped to his belt. He could almost see the boy who had stared at photographs of this place from the floor of a garage that leaked whenever it rained. Almost. Behind him, staff moved through the factory carrying laptops and coffee, already accustomed to the miracle of being here. Théo placed 2 fingers against the edge of the display platform. The surface was cold. Dominik Reyes thought he repeated mistakes because one had worked. Perhaps he did. Perhaps he had spent his entire life forcing the same impossible opening until the world grew tired of closing it. The team had given him the seat. Dominik had given him something better. A line to cross. Chapter 3, Telemetry. The first thing Dominik noticed was the throttle trace. Not the lap time. The lap time came later, printed in white at the top of the timing screen where everyone in the garage could pretend not to stare at it. P2. Marchetti. Plus 0.184. 1800s. Meaningless in testing. Fuel loads unknown. Engine modes controlled. Track evolution favorable. Tire preparation imperfect. Wind shifting by 3 degrees across the back straight. A lap time in preseason testing was a story told without context, and Dominik had spent half his life watching people mistake stories for facts. The throttle trace was fact. It rose through turn 6 in one uninterrupted line. No hesitation. No correction. No lift where the rear of the car had moved beneath Théo by nearly 4 degrees. Dominik stood behind Felix's station with his arms folded. On the garage monitors, Théo's car rounded the final corner and crossed the line. Scarlet bodywork flashed beneath the desert sun. The timing screen updated. P1. Marchetti. 1 minute and 31.442 seconds. Dominik's benchmark from the morning session disappeared beneath it. The garage did not react. Not visibly. A mechanic reached for a wheel gun. One of the aerodynamicists adjusted her headset. Someone coughed into a fist. Felix Lindqvist did not look away from the data. Track is improving. Yes. Fuel corrected, he is still slower. Yes. Would you like me to continue saying comforting things? No. Felix glanced up. Dominik's right hand rested against his left elbow. His index and middle fingers tapped once against the sleeve of his fireproof base layer. Felix returned his attention to the screen. Rear surface temperature is high, he said. He will pay for that over a long run. Dominik leaned closer. The monitor showed Théo's steering input overlaid against Dominik's. Dominik's line was controlled and spare, a clean sequence of movements that rose and fell exactly once through each corner. Théo's was busier. Sharper. He carried more entry speed and caught the consequences with his hands. It should have been slower. In turn 6, it was not. He's using the front tires to rotate the car, Dominik said. Yes. He'll overheat them. Eventually. He won't have eventually in a race. Felix made a small adjustment to the display. He has 12 laps left in this run. Dominik knew what Felix was doing. Waiting. Dominik waited too. Théo completed the next lap within 0.03 of the first. The one after that, 0.05 slower. By lap 9, the front left temperature should have forced him wide through the final sector. It did not. Théo crossed the line 1/10 down. Interesting, Felix said. Dominik looked at him. Felix's face remained flat. I can choose a less offensive word. The radio cracked alive. Box, Théo, Ravi said over the team channel. Box this lap. Theo's answer came through bright with static and satisfaction. Tell the old man I kept the tires alive. No one in the garage moved. Felix slowly turned his chair toward Dominik. Dominik kept his eyes on the monitor. I assume he means you, Felix said. Ravi is older than he is. Not by enough to make that joke funny. The car entered the pit lane. The garage changed shape around it. Mechanics stepped into position. Tire blankets opened. Screens shifted from live timing to diagnostic channels. Every movement was practiced, economical. Théo stopped on his marks 2 centimeters left of center. Dominik noticed. The engine shut down. Heat rolled from the car in visible waves. Théo pulled off the steering wheel and climbed out, moving quickly despite the cockpit's confinement. His curls were flattened beneath the balaclava. A dark line of sweat marked the collar of his suit. He looked first at Ravi. Then at the timing screen. Then at Dominik. His smile arrived before his helmet came off. Track evolution? Théo asked. Dominik unfolded his arms. Primarily. Théo handed his helmet to a mechanic. Shame. I was hoping I had learned to drive. Ravi stepped between them without appearing to. Debrief room in 10 minutes, he said. Hydrate before you become even more irritating. Impossible. Théo took a bottle from the workbench and poured half of it over the back of his neck. Water ran beneath the collar of his race suit. Dominik looked away before the movement became something he was choosing to watch. He returned to the data. The lap remained on screen. 1800s. Meaningless. The debrief room smelled of warm plastic, coffee, and the faint metallic tang of air conditioning pushed too hard. Telemetry covered the wall monitor in colored layers. Dominik sat at one end of the table with Felix beside him. Théo sat opposite, knee bouncing beneath the table, fingers drumming against the paper cup. Amara stood near the screen. "We have two priorities," she said. "Understanding the rear instability and deciding whether the revised floor remains on the car tomorrow." An aerodynamicist began the presentation. The first 10 minutes were ordinary. Ride heights. Crosswind sensitivity. Brake temperatures. Théo asked 3 questions, 2 useful and 1 designed to make Ravi close his eyes. Then the screen changed. Dominik's lap appeared in blue. Théo's appeared in red. The room quieted by a degree. "The headline," the performance engineer said, "is that Théo gained 1/10 through the medium speed sequence and another 7/100 under braking into turn 12. Théo leaned back in his chair. Dominik watched the red trace. The line climbed too steeply under braking. It crossed Dominik's at entry, remained above it through rotation, then dropped below on exit where Théo's rear tires struggled for traction. A compromise. A dangerous one. A fast one. "The gain is artificial," Dominik said. The performance engineer paused. Théo's drumming stopped. Dominik rose and walked to the screen. He pointed to the braking phase. "He is carrying speed past the point where the front can support it. The rotation comes from rear instability, not control." Théo looked at the graph rather than at him. "The car turned. Once. 11 times. On fresh tires. Same tires you had. Not the same preparation." The words came quickly. Too quickly. Felix shifted beside the table. Dominik continued before anyone could interrupt. "His steering correction cost traction on exit. Over a race stint, the surface temperature will exceed target and the rear degradation will accelerate." Ravi folded his arms. "We didn't see meaningful degradation over 12 laps. 12 laps is not a race." "No," Théo said. "But it is 12 more than once." The room held the line between them. Amara did not move. Dominik turned toward the screen again. He should have stopped. The correction was technically necessary. The team could not build conclusions around a low-fuel run on a rubbering circuit. Théo's technique depended on reflexes that would eventually fail under tire wear, pressure, or fatigue. Everything Dominik intended to say was true. Truth did not make it clean. "Overlay the final sector," he said. The engineer obeyed. The traces spread across the screen. Dominik indicated turn 14. "There." Théo's line narrowed. "You opened the steering too late," Dominik said. "You're asking the rear tire to accept lateral and longitudinal load at the same time." Théo's knee had stopped moving. "You lose 4/100 on exit. I gain 6 on entry. And spend the next straight recovering. Still cross the line first." A small silence followed. There it was. The thing neither of them had said since the morning session ended. Dominik looked at the timing number in the corner of the screen. Théo's name above his. Something hard tightened below his ribs. Not anger. Anger was loud. Wasteful. Easy to identify and therefore easy to control. This was narrower. Older. The sensation of standing on stable ground and discovering the floor had begun to shift beneath him. He turned back to Théo. "In testing." Théo's mouth bent. "Ah. So my times are meaningless, but my mistakes are permanent." Ravi looked down at his notes. Felix stopped touching the keyboard. Dominik heard the cruelty only after it had already left him. "Mistakes become permanent when drivers mistake talent for immunity." The room went still. Théo's face did not change all at once. That would have been easier. The smile remained, but the life went out of it. His fingers curled around the paper cup. The rim buckled beneath his thumb. Dominik saw a grease-stained garage in the way Théo held himself. Saw every closed door and unpaid invoice implied by the sharp lift of his chin. He had not meant to touch that. The distinction did not matter. Théo set the crushed cup down carefully. "Anything else?" His accent had thickened around the words. Dominik's pulse struck once against the base of his throat. He could correct course. The room was waiting for him to do it. He looked at the red trace instead. Your minimum speed in turn 6 is unsustainable. Théo gave a single nod. Then I'll sustain it tomorrow. Amara stepped forward. No. Her voice ended the exchange. She looked first at Théo. You will drive the program Ravi gives you. Then at Dominik. And you will critique the data, not the driver. Dominik returned to his chair. The screen remained divided into red and blue. Same corners. Same machine. Different methods. The meeting continued. No one mentioned the paper cup. Afterward, Dominik stayed behind while the others filed out. Théo left first, race suit tied around his waist, shoulders too loose. Ravi followed him into the corridor without looking back. Amara waited until the door closed. You knew what you were doing. Dominik collected the printed run plan from the table and aligned its edges. I identified a risk. You identified 6. You needed 1. He needs to understand the car cannot be driven like Formula 2 machinery. He understands. He doesn't. Amara's gaze fell to the papers in his hands. Dominik stopped adjusting them. You are not threatened by him, she said. It was not reassurance. It was an accusation disguised as one. Dominik looked at the telemetry screen. Théo's red line still crossed his blue one under braking. No. Good. Amara picked up the crushed paper cup and dropped it into the bin. Then tomorrow, you'll have no reason to prove it. She left. The air conditioning hummed above him. Dominik remained alone with the traces. He opened the detailed overlay and isolated turn 6. Théo's steering correction appeared in precise increments. 3 degrees. Catch. Release. Throttle held open. The car should have snapped. Théo had known it would not. Or he had believed hard enough to make the difference irrelevant. Dominik replayed the onboard. The cockpit camera showed gloved hands, the top of the halo, desert light flattening the track ahead. At corner entry, Théo turned once. The rear moved. His hands answered instantly. Not panic. Not recovery. Conversation. Dominik replayed it at half speed. Then again. A shadow crossed the screen. Théo stood in the open doorway. He had changed into team trousers and a black base layer. Damp curls had begun to lift from his forehead. His expression was unreadable except for the brightness in his eyes. Dominik closed the onboard window. Did you forget something? My dignity, apparently. The accent remained thicker than usual. Dominik said nothing. Théo stepped into the room and picked up the bottle he had left beside Ravi's chair. He turned it in his hand without drinking. You know what the funny thing is? I doubt it. I watched every race of your first championship season. Dominik's shoulders went still. Théo looked toward the screen. You destroyed the rear tires in Bahrain. Nearly lost the car twice in Shanghai. In Monaco, your engineer told you to manage the brakes and you said you would manage the race. I was 19. Yes. The word landed softly. Théo met his eyes. You were allowed to be. Dominik's fingers pressed against the edge of the table. Théo gave him the same empty smile he had worn during the meeting. See you tomorrow, champion. He left before Dominik found an answer. The door eased shut. On the monitor, Dominik's first championship remained reduced to data no one had asked to see. Old races. Old errors. A version of himself who had once driven as though consequences belonged to other people. Before discipline. Before silence. Before a car had stopped on a track and someone he loved had not climbed out. Dominik closed the telemetry file. For a moment, the black screen reflected him with Theo's red trace still faintly burned behind the glass. 1800s. Meaningless in testing. He remained in the room until the number stopped feeling like a threat. Chapter 4, Rookie Mistake. The car gave Théo 3 warnings before it tried to kill him. The first came through the steering wheel at turn 3, a faint lightness over the front axle as the tires skimmed the edge of grip. The second arrived in the fast right-hander at 7, where the rear stepped out half a breath earlier than it had on the previous lap. The third was Ravi's voice. Rear temperatures are climbing. Cool the tires through the next sector. Théo kept his foot down. The desert light flattened the circuit until distance became guesswork. White curbs flashed beneath him. The car pressed him sideways into the cockpit padding, every rib outlined by force. His hands moved faster than thought. Turn, catch, release, and the steering wheel kicked once against his palms. Théo. I heard you. Then behave like it. He opened the throttle through 9. The car snapped. The rear broke left with enough violence to turn the horizon vertical. Théo caught the first slide, lost the second, and watched the barrier fill his visor. For one clean instant, nothing existed except the angle. He turned into it. Lifted. Braked. Released the brake before the weight transfer could finish burying the front. The car spun across the runoff in a scream of tires. Gravel struck the floor like gunfire. A rival car flashed past the corner exit less than 2 seconds later. Then silence. Not true silence. The engine still idled. Gravel settled against carbon fiber. Théo could hear his own breath inside the helmet, fast and ugly. Are you okay? Ravi asked. Théo flexed his hands around the wheel. Fine. Confirm you're okay. I said I'm fine. A marshal waved a yellow flag beyond the barrier. Théo looked toward the track. The rival car had already disappeared into the next sector, but the air it left behind seemed to tremble. Ravi's voice changed. Not louder. Worse. Switch off. Théo stared at the wheel. I can drive back. You are in the gravel. I noticed. Switch off. Théo killed the engine. The sudden quiet pressed against his helmet. He had gone out that morning with Dominik's voice still lodged beneath his skin. You repeated the same entry 4 times because it worked once. Mistakes become permanent when drivers mistake talent for immunity. Théo had not slept well. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the red and blue telemetry lines crossing on the screen. Dominik's trace clean. His own restless and jagged. The room watching while Dominik dismantled him one corner at a time. You were allowed to be 19, Théo had said. It had sounded clever in the moment. Now he sat 23 years old and half buried in gravel because a man he hated had looked at his data and found him temporary. A recovery vehicle approached. Théo pulled off the steering wheel and climbed out. The wind hit him hard enough to cool the sweat beneath his suit. He stepped onto the side pod, then down into the gravel. Cameras followed from behind the fencing. He could already imagine the clip. Rookie ignores engineer, loses control, nearly collects another driver. He kept his helmet on. At least the visor hid his face. The garage was too orderly when he returned. His car arrived first on the recovery truck. Mechanics moved around it with clipped efficiency, checking the floor, suspension, brake ducts. No one looked at him for more than a second. That was worse than anger. Ravi stood at the back of the garage with his headset around his neck. Théo stopped in front of him. Damage? Floor edge. Possibly the rear brake duct. We'll know when they strip it. So not much. Ravi looked at him. The expression was almost gentle, which made Théo want to break something. You nearly rejoined in front of Ito. I didn't. Because you spun the other direction. I caught it. You failed to catch it twice before that. Theo's jaw tightened. Ravi lowered his voice. What were you proving? Nothing. Good. Because the data will show exactly that. Théo turned away. Across the central partition, Dominik sat in his car while mechanics adjusted the front wing. His visor was raised. Felix leaned over the cockpit, speaking into the side of Dominik's helmet. Dominik looked toward Théo. No triumph. No satisfaction. Only assessment. Théo would have preferred mockery. He pulled off his gloves and threw them onto the workbench. Careful, Ravi said. They may be the only part of the car you didn't damage. Théo laughed once. The sound came out wrong. A press officer appeared at the edge of the garage. Amara wants both drivers upstairs. Now? Théo asked. She said immediately. Dominik climbed out of his car. Of course he had been summoned too. The senior driver. The champion. The adult assigned to explain why the child had bitten someone. Théo grabbed a water bottle and followed. The team conference room overlooked the pit lane through a wall of glass. Outside, mechanics hurried between garages beneath the midday sun. Inside, the air conditioning was cold enough to tighten damp fabric against Theo's back. Amara stood at the head of the table. Dominik took the chair to her right. Théo remained standing. "Sit," Amara said. "I'm fine. That was not a medical question." He sat opposite Dominik. A monitor on the wall showed a frozen frame from the incident. Theo's car sat broadside across the runoff. Ito's car was visible at the edge of the track, blurred by speed. The distance between them looked smaller on screen. Amara touched the remote. The footage played. Théo watched his own hands fight the car. The first correction. The second. The spin. Ito passing. Amara paused on the moment their trajectories nearly crossed. "No one speaks until I finish." Théo closed his mouth. "This team has spent 3 years rebuilding its operations around one objective." Amara's voice stayed quiet. "The Constructors' Championship." She looked at Dominik. "We have the car." Then at Théo. "We have the drivers." Her gaze settled between them. "What we do not have is the luxury of ego." Théo leaned back. Dominik sat with his hands folded on the table, face unreadable. Amara pressed the remote again. Telemetry replaced the video. "Théo, Ravi gave you a direct instruction to cool the tires." "I heard him. I am aware. The radio is recorded." Heat crawled up Theo's neck. "You ignored him." "Yes." "Why?" Théo looked at the graph. The red tire temperatures climbed lap by lap. His steering corrections multiplied. Every poor decision had been translated into clean lines. "I thought I could manage it." "Did you?" "No." The word cut on the way out. Amara nodded once. "Dominik." Dominik's eyes lifted. "Did you speak to Théo before the session?" "No." "Did you review his run plan?" "No." "Did you discuss yesterday's debrief with anyone outside the engineering group?" "No." Théo looked at him. The questions made sense only if Amara suspected Dominik of pushing him deliberately. Dominik understood it too. His stillness hardened. Amara continued. "Did you expect him to respond to your criticism by attempting to prove you wrong on track?" A pause. Small. "Damning. I expected him to follow the program," Dominik said. "That is not what I asked." Dominik's fingers touched his thigh beneath the table. Théo saw the movement. 2 taps. "I considered the possibility," Dominik said. And I believed he was professional enough not to." The humiliation landed cleaner than yesterday's. Theo's chair scraped the floor as he leaned forward. "There. That is exactly what he does." Amara looked at him. "You were told not to speak. He gets to sit there and call me unprofessional after spending an hour telling a room full of engineers I'm too stupid to understand my own car?" "I did not call you stupid," Dominik said. "No. You're much more careful than that. Careful language does not make incorrect behavior correct." Théo laughed. "You nearly put a car into the path of another driver. I know what happened. Then stop behaving as if the insult matters more than the consequence." The room narrowed. Théo could hear the faint hum of the screen, the air moving through the vents, a drill whining somewhere below them in the garage. Dominik had not raised his voice. He never did. That made Théo want to drag the words out of him with his hands. "You think because you never lose control, you get to decide what everyone else is allowed to risk." Dominik's eyes went flat. "You lost control 3 times in one corner. And still missed the wall. That is not a defense." "No. It's driving." Something shifted in Dominik's face. Not much. Enough to tell Théo he had found bone. Amara set the remote on the table. The click ended the argument. "Both of you are finished," Mather answered. She walked to the glass wall and looked down at the garage. "Do you know what the public sees when they look at this team?" Théo followed her gaze. Black and scarlet uniforms. 2 garages. 1 organization. They see a 3-time world champion and a rookie with a good story, Amara said. They see experience and potential. Discipline and speed. They see a pairing designed to win. Her reflection stared back at them from the glass. Our competitors see something else. They see a champion defending territory and a rookie desperate to prove he belongs. They see a weakness they can widen. Dominik's jaw shifted once. Amara turned. I will not allow either version to become true. Théo folded his arms. What exactly do you want? For today? I want you to stop trying to die in order to win an argument. The words struck so precisely that his lungs forgot their rhythm. Amara looked at Dominik. And I want you to stop using technical authority to make him smaller. Dominik's gaze sharpened. My feedback was accurate. Accuracy is not absolution. Silence. Théo looked down at his hands. A thin red mark crossed his right palm where the steering wheel seam had bitten through the glove. Amara returned to the table. From this moment, you will attend all engineering debriefs together. You will review each other's long-run data. Any criticism of driving technique will be made with the relevant engineer present. Dominik's expression did not change. Théo felt his stomach drop. You're rewarding him. I am containing both of you. I don't need supervision. You demonstrated otherwise 40 minutes ago. The mark on Theo's palm darkened as he closed his fist. Amara continued. You will also complete all scheduled joint media obligations. Dominik spoke at last. That is unnecessary. It became necessary when the footage from this morning reached 3 million views. Théo looked toward the frozen image on the monitor. Already. Communications will frame the incident as an ambitious rookie testing the limit, Amara said. Dominik will publicly support that interpretation. Dominik's eyes moved to Théo. Théo smiled without humor. How generous. In exchange, Amara said, Théo will stop giving reporters material that suggests internal conflict. I haven't spoken to reporters. You liked a post describing Dominik as a telemetry accountant with cheekbones. Théo blinked. That was private. You have 2 million followers. It was funny. Amara stared at him. He looked away. Unlike each other in private, she said. In public you are teammates. In the garage you are professionals. On track you will not use a 200-mile-per-hour car to settle an argument that should have ended in a conference room. She placed one hand on the back of the empty chair between them. The Constructors' Championship requires both cars. That means it requires both of you. Théo looked at Dominik across the table. Same shirt. Same sponsor marks. Same strip of scarlet at the shoulder. Different blood beneath it. Dominik met his gaze. For 1 second, Théo saw no champion. No polished press answers. No gold bands around a helmet. Only a man who had expected the world to remain arranged around him and had found Théo sitting on the other side of the table. Amara opened the door. Communications is waiting downstairs. You have a joint interview in 12 minutes. Théo stared at her. You cannot be serious. I have never found seriousness difficult. Dominik stood. Théo remained seated until Dominik reached the door. Then he rose and followed. The interview set had been arranged beside the garage. 2 chairs. 2 microphones. A sponsor wall printed with their names. A producer clipped a microphone to Theo's collar while Poppy reviewed the questions. Nothing about internal tension, she said. Nothing about yesterday's debrief. If they ask about the spin, Théo says he was exploring the car's limits. Dominik says he appreciates the commitment. Théo looked at Dominik. Do you? Dominik adjusted his cuff. I appreciate survival. Poppy closed her eyes briefly. The interviewer arrived with a camera crew. Théo took his seat. Dominik sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. The red recording light came on. Théo, the interviewer began. A dramatic morning for you. How are you feeling after that spin? Théo smiled. The same smile from security gates, sponsored dinners, unpaid invoices, and rooms where men decided whether he was worth the trouble. The car and I had a small disagreement. The interviewer laughed. And who won? Théo glanced at Dominik. Dominik looked back with the warning already formed in his eyes. The gravel, Théo said. More laughter. The interviewer turned. Dominik, what did you make of it? The correct answer waited between them. Théo could almost hear Poppy holding her breath. Dominik faced the camera. Théo was exploring the limit of the car. His delivery was perfect. Calm. Supportive. Empty. Then his knee touched Theo's beneath the narrow table. Neither moved. Dominik continued. He found it. The interviewer laughed again. Théo did not. He looked at Dominik's profile, precise hair, controlled mouth, dark eyes fixed on the camera. The contact beneath the table remained. Not warmth. Not apology. A line neither of them was willing to surrender. Théo pressed his knee back. Dominik's next answer arrived half a beat late. It was the first mistake Théo had seen him make all day. Chapter 5, Media Day. Dominik had been asked to pretend many things for cameras. That a tire failure at 300 km per hour had been unfortunate. That finishing second felt like a privilege. That a watch worth more than most mechanics earned in a year had improved his understanding of time. Pretending to like Théo Marchetti should not have been difficult. The briefing room smelled of coffee and hot lighting equipment. On the wall, a schedule divided the day into 15-minute blocks: broadcast interviews, social clips, sponsor photographs, fan questions, a challenge involving miniature remote-controlled cars that Dominik had already objected to twice. Poppy stood at the front with a tablet tucked against her chest. The objective today is warmth, she said. Théo, slouched in the chair beside Dominik, raised a hand. Can you define that technically? No. Then how will we measure success? By whether I still have a job at 6 o'clock. Théo nodded. Clear target. Dominik kept his eyes on the schedule. Their names appeared together in every block. After the spin, the team's communications department had decided that separation looked suspicious. The solution, apparently, was 8 consecutive hours of forced proximity. Poppy changed the slide. A photograph from yesterday's interview appeared on the screen. Dominik and Théo sat shoulder to shoulder beneath the sponsor wall. They were both smiling. Under the table, although the image did not show it, Théo's knee had been pressed against Dominik's. Dominik remembered the exact pressure. He wished he did not. This image performed extremely well, Poppy said. Engagement was almost triple the team average. Théo leaned forward. Because I'm beautiful. Because viewers believe there is tension. There is tension. Poppy stared at him. Professional tension, Théo added. Dominik glanced at the photograph. His smile looked natural enough. Théo's did not. His was too bright, a polished thing that never quite reached his eyes. The public had interpreted that failure as chemistry. People saw what they wanted. We are not manufacturing a feud, Poppy said. We are also not denying that you have different personalities. The goal is competitive respect. Respect, Théo repeated. Dominik looked at him. Théo smiled. There was nothing respectful in it. Poppy shut off the screen. First interview in 5 minutes. Please behave like men who can be left unsupervised. The broadcast set had been arranged in the team hospitality lounge. 2 low chairs faced the presenter beneath soft white lights. Behind them, a window looked over the paddock, where guests moved between motorhomes wearing credentials they displayed like inherited titles. Dominik sat first. Théo dropped into the chair beside him and immediately adjusted the cushion. Too low, he said. It is the same height as mine. You're taller. By 5 centimeters. Exactly. The presenter laughed as she clipped on her microphone. The cameras had not started yet. Dominik felt Théo glance at him. You know our height difference? It was in your medical profile. You read my medical profile? I reviewed the driver data. That is somehow less flattering. The red light came on. The presenter smiled toward the lens. I'm here with reigning 3-time world champion Dominik Reyes and his new teammate, Formula One rookie Théo Marchetti. Gentlemen, the season has already given us plenty to discuss. Théo leaned toward his microphone. Is this about the gravel? It might be. I've apologized to it. The presenter laughed. Dominik looked at the camera. The gravel has declined to comment. Théo turned toward him. For half a second, he looked genuinely surprised. Then the smile arrived, not the one from yesterday, not the sharpened weapon he used in rooms where he expected judgment. This one was smaller. Real. Dominik looked away first. The presenter continued. You've only worked together for a short time, but what have you learned about each other? Théo answered immediately. He alphabetizes things. Dominik turned back. I do not. You arrange the water bottles in the debrief room by label. I turned one bottle. You aligned the telemetry printouts. The edges were uneven. The presenter's smile widened. So you do alphabetize things. That is not what alphabetizing means. Théo leaned closer to his microphone. He's very literal. And Théo, Dominik said, believes volume compensates for accuracy. Théo pressed a hand to his chest. This is warmth, Poppy. Somewhere behind the camera, Poppy exhaled through her nose. The interview moved to racing. Dominik preferred racing. Racing questions had correct answers, or at least defensible ones. Tire management. Setup compromise. The balance between qualifying pace and long-run degradation. Théo answered differently. He described the car as nervous through high-speed direction changes and stubborn on corner entry. He spoke with his hands shaping the movement in the air. When he talked about the rear stepping out, his entire body leaned as though feeling it again. Dominik watched despite himself. Théo's technical vocabulary was precise when he forgot to perform. Beneath the jokes, he understood load transfer, surface temperature, brake migration. He did not speak like a reckless driver. He spoke like someone who experienced the car as a living argument. The presenter asked, Where do your driving styles differ most? Everywhere, Dominik said. At least let me answer first, Théo said. You would have said everywhere. I would have made it charming. The presenter laughed again. All right, Théo. Your answer? Théo considered it. His fingers tapped once against his knee, then stopped. Dominik wants the car to tell him exactly what it will do, he said. He prepares the corner before he reaches it. Braking, rotation, exit. Everything has a place. The answer was more thoughtful than Dominik expected. And you? The presenter asked. Théo glanced at him. I like to leave room for negotiation. With physics? Dominik asked. Physics is flexible. No. There. Very literal. The camera crew laughed. Dominik felt the edge of his mouth move. He stopped it before it became a smile. Théo saw. His hazel eyes sharpened with satisfaction. The next segment took place in front of a sponsor display where they were required to answer questions drawn from a bowl. Théo reached in first. Who takes longer to get ready? He looked at Dominik's perfectly buttoned team shirt. You. No. You look ironed. I prepare my clothes the night before. Théo faced the camera. This is somehow more disturbing. Dominik drew the next card. Who is more competitive? They both pointed at each other. The crew laughed. Théo looked down at Dominik's hand. You cannot be serious. You attempted to race a team photographer to the elevator. He was walking quickly. You pressed the closed door button while he was approaching. I apologized. You waved through the glass. The photographer behind the camera called. He did. Théo turned. You were never going to make it. Dominik heard the laugh before he felt it. It escaped low and brief, pulled from him without permission. The room changed. No one spoke for one beat. Théo stared. Dominik's lungs tightened. The laugh had not been large. It had not even been particularly warm. But it was his, unplanned and unmeasured, and everyone in the room seemed to understand they had witnessed something rare. The camera operator recovered first. "Keep rolling." Theo's expression softened. Not triumph this time. Something quieter. Dominik looked at the next card. The words blurred for half a second. "Read it," Théo said. "I am reading it." "You have been reading it for 10 seconds. Dominik turned the card toward the camera. "Who is more likely to break team rules?" Everyone pointed at Théo. Even Poppy. Théo looked around the room with theatrical betrayal. "This environment is hostile." The clip should have ended there. Instead, the producer asked for another take of the laughter. "We can't manufacture it," Poppy said. "Just run the elevator story again." "No," Dominik said. The room quieted. The producer lowered his hands. Theo's gaze moved to Dominik. "Why not?" "Because it happened once." Théo tilted his head. "You think laughter has tire degradation?" Dominik set the card down. The crew laughed, but Théo did not. He kept watching Dominik with that same unsettling attentiveness he brought to unstable corners. Poppy stepped in. "We have enough. Next set up." They moved to the courtyard for the remote-controlled car challenge. 2 miniature team cars waited on a temporary circuit marked with plastic barriers. A crowd had gathered beyond the ropes: sponsors, staff, guests, several children wearing oversized team caps. Dominik looked at the controller in his hand. "This has no steering feedback." Théo tested the trigger. The miniature car shot forward and struck a barrier. "Neither do I," he said. "You have not begun. Practice start." A content producer explained the rules. 3 laps. Fastest total time. Contact discouraged. Théo looked at Dominik. "Contact discouraged is not contact prohibited. This is for children. So is karting." They placed the cars on the grid. A small boy at the front of the crowd shouted Theo's name. Théo looked over immediately. His face changed. Dominik had seen him perform for cameras all morning, smiles applied at the right moment, jokes delivered before silence could expose him. This was different. Théo crouched to the child's height, asked his name, then handed him the controller. "Do the start for me, Luca." The boy's eyes widened. Poppy opened her mouth, probably to object to the schedule. Dominik shook his head once. She closed it. The child squeezed the trigger too hard. Theo's miniature car launched across the grid and crashed into Dominik's. The crowd laughed. Théo covered his face. "Sabotage," Dominik said. Luca looked horrified. Dominik crouched beside him. "He planned that," Dominik said, nodding toward Théo. "You should demand better payment." The boy studied Théo solemnly. "I want his cap." Théo removed it without hesitation. His curls sprang free in every direction. The child put on the cap. It fell over his eyes. Théo laughed. Dominik felt the sound before he understood why. It was unguarded, full-bodied, nothing like the careful laughter used during interviews. Théo braced one hand against his knee and pushed the cap back on Luca's head. His father's garage was there in the movement somehow. The small boy he had once been. The distance traveled. Dominik looked down at his controller. The race resumed after the cars were reset. Théo drove the miniature machine exactly as he drove the real one: late braking, aggressive rotation, constant correction. He hit 2 barriers and won by half a second. He threw both arms overhead. "You cheated," Dominik said. "I adapted." "You cut the chicane." "The curb was there." "It was a sheet of paper." "Still a curb." The children cheered for him. Dominik handed his controller to Poppy. "Disqualify him." "You're a terrible loser," Théo said. "I have very little experience." That earned another laugh. This time, Dominik felt it coming and failed to stop it anyway. By lunch, the first clip had been posted. Poppy showed them in the hospitality corridor. The video had been edited to 27 seconds, Théo accusing Dominik of looking ironed, Dominik recounting the elevator incident, then the laugh. The caption read, The rookie finally cracks the champion. Views climbed each time the screen refreshed. 200,000. 240. 300. Comments flooded beneath it. He made Dominik laugh. Why did Reyes look at him like that? The chemistry is insane. Enemies to best friends incoming. Théo read over Poppy's shoulder. Best friend seems ambitious. Dominik looked at the frozen final frame. The editor had paused on the moment after the laugh. Théo was turned toward him, expression open. Dominik was looking back. The camera had caught something neither of them had noticed while it happened. Or something Dominik had noticed and refused to name. Poppy locked the screen. This is good, she said. Very good. For the team, Dominik said. Yes. Théo slipped his hands into his pockets. Obviously. The word should have ended it. Instead, they stood there in the corridor while staff moved around them, carrying plates and laptops, speaking into radios. Theo's shoulder was close to his. Not touching. Dominik became aware of the exact distance. Poppy received a call and stepped away. For the first time all day, no camera pointed at them. Théo looked toward the courtyard. You told her not to stop the kid. Dominik adjusted the cuff of his shirt. He was enjoying himself. So were you. I was losing. You smiled twice. I smiled once. You laughed twice. The second was not a full laugh. Théo turned toward him. There was no polished grin now. No swagger. Only curiosity. You count them? Dominik met his eyes. The paddock noise receded. A trolley rattled over the pavement outside. Somewhere nearby, a coffee machine released a burst of steam. Dominik could have said no. The lie would have been easy. Yes. Theo's mouth parted slightly. Then Poppy returned. We need you in the studio. The moment closed. Théo stepped back first. Come on, champion. They walked side by side toward the next set. At the studio door, a group of guests waited for photographs. A woman asked them to stand together. Her daughter squeezed between them in a team cap, holding one hand toward each driver. Théo took hers immediately. Dominik did the same. The photographer raised the camera. Closer, please. Théo moved in. His arm pressed against Dominik's from shoulder to wrist. The contact was warm and light, and impossible to misunderstand as anything but practical. Dominik looked toward the lens. The flash went off. For the first time in years, smiling for the camera required no effort at all. Chapter 6. Data Doesn't Lie. The factory after midnight sounded larger than it did during the day. Without voices, rolling tool cabinets, and the constant mechanical percussion of work, every small noise traveled. The ventilation system breathed through the ceiling. Somewhere beyond the simulator room, a printer woke and fed out a single page. Rain touched the glass wall in soft, uneven clicks. Théo sat alone beneath the telemetry screens with a pencil between his teeth. On the largest monitor, turn 6 repeated in red. Brake. Rotate. Throttle. Correction. The trace looked worse every time he enlarged it. He took the pencil from his mouth and scrubbed the eraser over the same note until the paper thinned beneath his hand. Rear instability on entry. Too vague. He rewrote it. Driver-induced rear instability caused by late release. Too much like Dominik. Théo crossed it out hard enough to tear the page. The simulator remained dark behind him, its carbon fiber shell resting on hydraulic legs. During the day, engineers filled the room, speaking in lap times and temperature windows. At night, the machine looked less like a car and more like something waiting to be fed. Théo checked the clock. 12:43. Ravi had left 2 hours ago after telling him, with suspicious specificity, not to remain in the building all night. Théo had promised. Then he had waited until Ravi's car disappeared from the parking lot. The door opened behind him. You are aware the building closes. Théo kept his eyes on the monitor. It has doors, lights, and electricity. Very misleading design. Dominik stepped into the room. He had changed out of team kit. Dark trousers, black knit sweater, no sponsor marks. Without the uniform, he looked less like the 3-time world champion printed across every wall, and more like a man who had also failed to go home. He carried a thin folder beneath one arm. Théo tapped the pencil against the desk. Did Amara send you to remove me? No. Security? No. Your deep concern for my sleep schedule? Dominik set the folder beside the console. I came for the suspension correlation report. Romantic. Dominik looked at the torn sheet beneath Theo's hand. What are you doing? Learning to drive. The answer came too quickly. Dominik's gaze shifted to the screen. The red trace held between them. You are reviewing Barcelona. Testing, actually. Barcelona is where you went wide because of floor damage. Dominik ignored that. You're isolating turn 6. Théo leaned back in the chair. Nothing gets past you. The rest of the lap is hidden. Observant and charming. Dominik moved closer to the console. Théo felt the approach before he saw it, an awareness along the back of his neck. Dominik stopped beside the chair, near enough that Théo could smell rain on his sweater. The screen painted his face in pale lines. Run the onboard, he said. Théo looked up. That sounded like an instruction. It was. You are not my engineer. No. The words stayed there. Théo should have told him to leave. Instead, he pressed play. The virtual car rushed toward turn 6. Track edges blurred. Engine note climbing. Brake pressure rose on the graph below. The rear moved at entry. Théo paused the video. There. Dominik folded his arms. You released the brake too quickly. I know. You are shifting load off the front axle before the rear settles. I know. The steering correction then. I know. Dominik stopped. Théo stared at the frozen frame. His virtual hands were caught halfway through the correction, will turned against the slide. The pencil rolled from his fingers and struck the desk. I know, he repeated. His accent thickened around the second word. Rain ticked against the glass. Dominik did not reach for the controls. He did not expand the trace or call up another lap. He only stood there, silent enough that Théo could hear the blood moving in his own ears. Théo pushed back from the desk. The chair wheels caught on a cable channel. Everyone keeps explaining the problem as if I cannot see it. Dominik's expression remained still. You asked for analysis? I did not ask you. No. That should have ended it. Théo looked toward the simulator shell. Ravi says I need to trust the front more. He is correct. A laugh escaped Théo, brittle and without humor. Of course he is. Dominik's mouth tightened. Théo stood. The room was not large enough for pacing, but he tried anyway. 3 steps toward the glass. Turn. 3 steps back. I brake too late. I rotate too aggressively. I ask too much from the rear tires. I make corrections that cost traction. I have heard all of it. You also gain time on entry. Théo stopped. Dominik looked at the screen. Between brake application and minimum speed, you gain 0.06 against me. Théo waited for the rest. The correction. The reason the gain did not count. Dominik said nothing more. Theo's fingers found the edge of the desk. You're forgetting the exit. No. Then why are you saying it like that? Because it is true. The rain intensified, streaking the glass beyond Dominik's shoulder. Théo looked at the telemetry again. The red line no longer seemed like an accusation. Not entirely. Data doesn't lie, Dominik said. People use it to. Dominik's gaze shifted to him. There it was. The thing beneath all their meetings and interviews. Not hatred. Hatred would have been simpler. Recognition sharpened into defense. You think I use it against you, Dominik said. I think you enjoy finding the part where I fail. The sentence left Théo before he could make it clever. He looked away. On the desk, the torn papers showed through the lines he had erased. Driver-induced. Rear instability. Unsustainable. Dominik's voice came lower. I do not enjoy it. could have fooled me. That is not the same as wanting you to fail. Théo turned. Dominik stood with one hand resting against the back of the empty engineer's chair. His fingers were still. No tapping. No adjustment. Nothing to suggest the sentence had cost him anything. But he had not said he wanted Théo to succeed. The absence opened wide between them. Théo smiled because he knew what to do with an opening. Careful. That was almost supportive. Dominik's eyes hardened again. The moment closed. Théo hated himself for helping. He sat and pulled the telemetry controls closer. I can fix the exit, he said. Yes. If I soften the release, I lose entry rotation. Not necessarily. There it is. Dominik exhaled through his nose. He took the chair beside Théo. The movement was so unexpected that Théo forgot to make room. Their knees struck beneath the desk. Théo froze. Dominik shifted back half an inch. Not far enough. Overlay lap 23, he said. Théo selected it. A blue trace appeared over the red. Dominik's lap. Clean braking. Controlled release. Earlier rotation. Slower entry. Faster exit. The obvious solution is to copy this, Théo said. No. Théo glanced at him. Dominik leaned toward the screen, forearms resting on his thighs. If you copy my input, you lose the reason your method works. My method nearly put me in a barrier. Your decision nearly put you in a barrier. The technique is separate. Théo watched him. Dominik continued before he could interrupt. Your strength is that you can tolerate rear movement without adding unnecessary steering. Most drivers correct too early. You wait. I've been told I correct too much. After the initial catch. So I should correct less after correcting correctly. Yes. That sentence should be illegal. The edge of Dominik's mouth moved. Barely. Théo saw it. He turned back to the screen before the sight could become important. Together, they adjusted the trace window. Dominik showed him where the brake release could remain aggressive without fully unloading the front. Théo argued that the suggested steering rate would make the car lazy at mid-corner. Dominik called up a race from 2 seasons earlier and demonstrated the same technique through a corner with similar camber. They disagreed over throttle timing, then over differential settings, then over whether half a tenth counted as meaningful. It counts when it belongs to you, Théo said. It counts when it repeats. So if I do it twice, I'm brilliant? If you do it 20 times, you are useful. Highest praise of my career. The clock moved past 1. Neither mentioned it. Théo ran the simulator with the revised inputs. The room darkened around the virtual circuit. Hydraulic actuators lifted the cockpit and settled him into position. He tightened the belts and lowered the visor. Dominik's voice came through the headset. Do not chase the time. I never do. That is objectively false. Théo smiled inside the helmet. He left the garage. The first lap was poor. The car understood through 6, front tires protesting as he tried to hold too much brake. Too slow on release, Dominik said. I thought you wanted slow. I wanted controlled. Specificity would help. Drive. The second lap improved. On the third, Théo felt it. Not a compromise. A transfer. He kept the brake loaded a fraction longer, let the front bite, then released quickly enough to free the rear without throwing it. The car rotated. He caught the movement once. No second correction. Throttle. The exit opened ahead of him. His lap time flashed across the display. 0.07 faster. Théo shouted before he could stop himself. The cockpit hydraulics settled as the simulation ended. He pulled off the headset and climbed out. Dominik stood beside the console. Théo crossed the room too quickly. 0.07. It was a simulator lap. Still counts. The tire model is imperfect. Théo stopped in front of him. Say it. Dominik's eyebrows drew together. You know what I mean. No. Liar. Dominik looked past him at the screen. Théo waited. The ventilation hummed. Rain ran down the windows in silver sheets. The whole factory seemed to have narrowed to the space between them. Finally, Dominik said, "The correction was good." Théo grinned. Again. "No. Come on. Full sentence. I have already given you one. You said the correction was good? That could mean anything. It means the correction was good. You are very bad at encouragement. I am not encouraging you." The grin remained on Théo's face, but something beneath it loosened. For the first time since joining the team, he believed Dominik's cruelty might not be indifference. Indifference would not have stayed after 1 in the morning. Dominik reached past him for the keyboard. His sleeve brushed Théo's wrist. A minor contact. Fabric over skin. Théo's breath caught anyway. Dominik's hand stopped above the keys. Neither moved. Théo looked down at the place where their arms touched. Dominik withdrew first. He opened the suspension report. The screen changed. The intimacy of the last hour disappeared beneath columns of numbers. Théo stepped back. "Right," he said. Dominik read the first page without speaking. The room felt colder. Théo collected his torn notes. He folded them once, then again, pressing the creases with his thumbnail. At the door, he stopped. The question had been waiting all night. Perhaps longer. Why did they choose me? Dominik's eyes remained on the report. Théo almost laughed it away. He could say he meant the team. The promotion. The seat. He could turn it into another boast and leave before Dominik found the soft part. Instead, he stayed still. "I know the numbers," he said. "I know what Amara says. Wins, qualifying, wet weather performance. I know all of it." Dominik looked up. Théo's fingers tightened around the folded paper. "But drivers with numbers like mine disappear every year. Someone gets more funding. Someone has the right manager. Someone's father knows the right man at dinner." His voice sounded unfamiliar in the quiet room. "When they called, I thought they had made a mistake." Dominik said nothing. Théo stared at the door handle. "I keep thinking they'll notice. They're not good enough." The words he would never say, arranged without being spoken. His father's headset waited inside the race bag beneath the desk. Yellow tape around the cable. Old foam carrying the faint ghost of machine oil. Théo swallowed. "Forget it." He reached for the door. "They chose you because you are fast." Théo stopped. Dominik stood on the other side of the room, one hand flat against the desk. "Lots of drivers are fast. Not like you." The answer entered quietly. No flourish. No comfort shaped for kindness. Dominik did not know how to lie beautifully. That was what made it hurt. Théo turned back. Dominik's dark eyes held his without the usual assessment. For once, he did not seem to be measuring Théo against a benchmark or searching for the next flaw. "You see openings before they exist," Dominik said. "Your reactions are not the reason you make the move. They are the reason you survive it." Theo's throat tightened. He tried to smile. It failed before it reached his mouth. "And the tires? You destroy them." A startled laugh broke out of Théo. Dominik looked down, but not before Théo saw the answering warmth in his face. Small. Real. Théo leaned against the door. "That was nearly a compliment. It was an accurate assessment." "Of course." Dominik gathered the folder beneath his arm. They left the simulator room together. The corridor lights activated ahead of them in clean sections, one after another. Outside the glass, rain blurred the parking lot into dark watercolor. At the junction where their paths separated, Dominik stopped. "Tomorrow," he said, "do not use the revised technique in the first run." Théo frowned. "Why?" "Because the track will be green, and you will try to prove it works before the tires are ready." "I might not." Dominik gave him a look. Théo lifted both hands. "Fine." Dominik turned toward the elevators. "Dominik." He looked back. Théo held the folded telemetry notes at his side. "Thank you?" The words felt too exposed in the empty corridor. Dominik's gaze dropped briefly to the paper, then returned to Théo's face. He could have corrected the sentiment, minimized the hour, called it ordinary work between teammates. Instead, he gave one short nod. Then he left. Théo stood beneath the corridor lights until the elevator doors closed. The factory settled around him again, vents breathing, rain against glass, machinery cooling in distant rooms. Nothing had changed. The next morning, Dominik would still be the champion. Théo would still be the rookie with too much steering input and something to prove. Their data would still divide the screen into red and blue. But for 1 hour after midnight, Dominik had looked at every flaw Théo carried into the room and stayed. Théo unfolded the telemetry page. Across the top, beneath his crossed-out notes, he wrote one new line. Keep the first correction. Trust the rest. Chapter 7, Qualifying. Dominik knew Théo's lap was fast before the timing screen confirmed it. He heard it in Ravi's silence. Race engineers filled qualifying with information: gaps, traffic, tire temperatures, wind shifts, battery targets. Silence meant a driver had entered the part of the lap where instruction became interference. Dominik crossed the line and looked at the steering wheel display. P1. 1 minute, 27.684. Good lap, Felix said. Purple sectors 1 and 3. Lost approximately 9/100ths in turn 8. I had understeer. Front right surface temperature was high. Adjust the outlap target. Understood. Dominik eased off through the first corner. The grandstands beyond the fencing shimmered in afternoon heat. Flags snapped above a crowd that had spent the weekend turning Théo Marchetti's name into a chant. The circuit suited him. Fast changes of direction. Heavy braking zones. Corners wide enough to suggest one line and reward another. A place where instinct could masquerade as judgment. Dominik pressed the radio button. Gap to Théo? Felix did not answer immediately. On track, 12 seconds behind. Not the question. Dominik's fingers tightened around the wheel. Delta. He has just started Sector 3. The timing tower showed Théo P4 after 2 sectors. Then P2. Then the numbers beside his name disappeared. For half a second, nothing replaced them. The crowd rose before the display updated. P1. Marchetti. 1 minute and 27.641 seconds. 43 thousandths. Dominik looked up the number until the car drifted toward the edge of the track. Mode recharge, Felix said. Dominik changed the setting. The instruction was ordinary. His hand obeyed. The rest of him remained caught beneath Théo's name. Track evolution? He asked. Approximately 2/100ths. So 23. Approximately. Ahead, Théo's car slowed on the racing line after the finish. One gloved hand lifted from the cockpit. Not celebration. Acknowledgement. Dominik passed him on the left. Théo turned his helmet. Even through 2 visors, Dominik could feel the grin. The first qualifying session ended with both cars safely through. In the garage, mechanics rolled Dominik backward onto his marks while television screens replayed Théo's lap. The onboard showed the same technique they had refined after midnight at the factory. Brake held deep. Front axle loaded. Rear released precisely enough to rotate. One correction. Trust the rest. Dominik removed the steering wheel. Théo had listened. The thought should have satisfied him. Instead, it lodged beneath his ribs. Felix leaned over the cockpit. Balance changes? Half a click forward on brake balance for the final run. Front wing? Leave it. Felix studied him. What? You are 3/100ths behind after track correction. 23 thousandths. I rounded up for emotional impact. Dominik pulled himself out of the car. Across the partition, Théo climbed from his cockpit and accepted a bottle from Ravi. His curls sprang loose when he removed the balaclava. Sweat shone along his forehead. A camera crew waited at the front of the garage. Théo ignored them and looked directly at Dominik. Track evolution, he called. Dominik handed his gloves to a mechanic. Primarily. Théo smiled. The camera caught it. By Q2, the circuit had changed. Wind strengthened across the second sector, pushing the cars toward the outside curb through turn 8. Track temperature fell 3 degrees. Drivers who had looked secure 20 minutes earlier began losing rear grip under braking. Dominik preferred changing conditions. Uncertainty exposed preparation. He set the fastest first sector, gave away 400ths in the middle, and recovered all of it through the final sequence. P1. Théo crossed 12 seconds later. P2. 600ths behind. Better, Felix said. His turn 8? 2 km/h faster minimum speed. Dominik looked toward the monitor as Théo's onboard replay began. He missed the apex. And gained on exit. He will not repeat it. Théo repeated it on the second run. This time, he crossed the line 8 thousandths ahead. The garage noise seemed to separate into individual sounds. A wheel gun striking concrete. A cooling fan winding down. Someone tearing tape from a roll. Felix spoke in Dominik's ear even though the car was stationary. Before you ask, track correction puts you level. Level is not ahead. No. Dominik removed his helmet. The air felt cold against the sweat at his temples. Théo returned to the garage and remained in his car while Ravi reviewed the lap. His knee moved beneath the cockpit padding. His fingers tapped the top of the wheel. He looked pleased. He also looked as though someone had pulled the floor away and he was determined to stand on air. Dominik recognized that expression now. The jokes would come soon. The smile. The careful act of making achievement look inevitable so no one could see how desperately he had needed it. Dominik turned toward Felix. Show me the Sector 2 overlay. Felix brought it up. Blue and red lines divided the screen. Théo's red trace stayed above Dominik's through turn 8, where he carried speed past the conventional apex and allowed the car to open toward the curb. Riskier. Faster. For him. Dominik watched it twice. Can we adjust the differential entry by 1%? We can. It may destabilize the rear. Yes. Do it. Felix turned his chair fully. Is this about the lap or the person who drove it? The car is too stable on entry. It was not too stable 40 minutes ago. The wind changed. So did your judgment. Dominik's gaze hardened. Felix held it. 8 seasons together had removed any fear from the engineer's face. You have spent weeks explaining why his style is unsustainable, Felix said. It appears determined to continue existing. Dominik looked back at the red trace. I need rotation. You need pull. Yes. That answer I believe. Q3 began under a lowering sky. Clouds moved across the sun, turning the circuit from gold to gray. The grandstands became blocks of color beneath the floodlights. Dominik's first run was clean. Not perfect. Turn 8 remained wrong. He committed earlier to the throttle, but the rear lacked the freedom to rotate. He crossed the line P1 by 900ths. Théo was on an outlap. Dominik watched from park from position at the end of the pit lane as the rookie prepared his tires. Théo accelerated hard, braked, accelerated again. Aggressive inputs. Heat built through the carcass. His preparation is too hard, Dominik said. Felix answered after a pause. You are not his engineer. Dominik's jaw tightened. Théo began the lap. Purple first sector. The timing tower lit beside his name. Dominik sat motionless in the cockpit. Purple second sector. The crowd's sound changed, drawing together into one continuous roar. Théo entered the final corner with the rear already moving. Too much. Dominik saw the mistake form before the car reached the apex. Théo corrected once. Held the throttle. Crossed the line. P1. By 114 thousandths. Impressive, Felix said quietly. Dominik pressed the radio button. There is another run. Yes. Théo slowed on the back straight. This time, when Dominik passed, Théo did not lift a hand. No grin. His helmet stayed forward. The absence felt deliberate. Dominik returned to the garage with 4 minutes remaining. The mechanics changed tires in silence. Felix leaned into the cockpit. Wind is increasing at turn 12. 3.5 meters per second from the left. Understood. You do not need to find all the time in turn 8. I know. Find half there. The rest exists in the final sector. I know. Felix's eyes remained on him. Dominik lowered the visor. The world narrowed. Pittsburgh Lane. White line. Release point. He accelerated. On the outlap, he built temperature carefully. Front brakes first. Rear tires through lateral load. No wasted movement. Ahead, Théo prepared differently, throwing the car through the final corner to wake the tires. Their engineer channels overlapped briefly. Ravi's voice. Mode push. Keep the exit clean. Felix. Strat 4. Confirm. Confirmed. Théo crossed the line to start his final lap. Dominik followed 8 seconds later. Sector 1 came together. Braking points arrived and vanished. The car responded to each input as if the intention had reached it before his hands. Purple. He gained 0.05. Turn 8 waited. Dominik braked later. Released faster. The rear rotated. For one instant, the car felt like Theo's, alive beneath him, less obedient than willing. Dominik caught it. One correction. Trust the rest. He opened the throttle and used every centimeter of exit curb. The steering wheel display showed green. Not enough. Théo has improved, Felix said. 1/10. Of course he had. Dominik attacked the final sector. Turn 12. Brake. Rotate. Power. The left side wind struck harder than predicted and pushed the car half a tire width from the apex. Dominik adjusted without lifting. Final corner. He entered carrying too much speed. He knew it before the front tires protested. The car washed wide. Dominik waited for grip that did not return. He crossed the line. The timing tower updated. P2. Race. Plus 0.037. 37 thousandths. The radio remained silent. Felix understood there was nothing useful to say. Théo took pole position in his first qualifying session for the team. The crowd shouted his name. Théo shouted back over the radio, the sound breaking into static. Yes. Yes, Ravi, tell me that is real. It is real. Where is he? A pause. Ravi said. P2. Theo's breathing filled the channel. Then, quieter. Okay. Not triumph. Relief. The words scraped against something in Dominik that anger had failed to reach. He returned to the pits. Theo's car stopped on the number 1 board. Dominik parked beside him. For a few seconds Heather moved. Then Théo climbed out. He stood on the cockpit, lifted both fists, and turned toward the grandstand. The noise struck the pit lane in waves. Dominik removed his steering wheel. When he climbed from the car, Théo was waiting. Cameras gathered around them. Officials directed the top 3 toward the scales. A microphone appeared between their shoulders. Théo held out his hand. His smile was bright enough for the photographs. His fingers shook. Barely. Dominik looked at the hand. He remembered a 12-year-old Théo outside offices where money mattered more than lap time. A race suit altered at a kitchen table. A young man standing in a midnight simulator room, asking why anyone had chosen him. Not like you? Dominik took his hand. Theo's grip tightened. Track evolution? He asked. The joke came out unsteady. Dominik could have used it. He could have named the changing wind, the cooler surface, the mistake at the final corner. All true. All sufficient to reduce the result into manageable parts. Instead, he held Theo's gaze. No. The smile left Theo's face. Not entirely. Enough for the person beneath it to appear. You were faster, Dominik said. The cameras surged closer. Théo swallowed. 37 thousandths. They count. Something passed through Theo's eyes. The relief from the radio. The fear from the simulator room. A fierce, startled warmth that seemed too private for the pit lane. Then the performance returned. Théo released his hand and turned toward the cameras. "Can someone record that?" he called. "I will need it framed." The reporters laughed. Dominik stepped toward the scales. Behind him, Théo continued talking, filling the space with charm now that the truth had made it dangerous. In the interview pen, Dominik answered the expected questions. Had he made a mistake? Yes. Was he surprised by Theo's pace? No. Did this change the team dynamic? No. The reporter leaned closer. You've been the benchmark here for years. Does it concern you that your rookie teammate has beaten you at his first attempt? Beyond the barrier, Théo stood beneath television lights, telling another reporter that tomorrow's race would be long and Dominik remained the man to beat. His hands moved while he spoke. His body performed confidence flawlessly. Only Dominik knew they had been shaking. Concern me? Dominik repeated. Yes. He watched Théo laugh at something the reporter said. The sound did not reach across the paddock. Dominik remembered it anyway. No, he said. That answer was a lie. The concern was not that Théo had beaten him. It was that, for one impossible corner, Dominik had driven like him, and understood why he never wanted to stop. Chapter 8: Podium Etiquette. Théo learned 3 things about standing on a Formula One podium beside Dominik Reyes. First, champagne became sticky almost immediately. Second, national anthems lasted longer when your shoulder was touching the man you had spent all afternoon trying to beat. Third, Dominik could smile for 40,000 people without letting the expression reach any part of him Théo could trust. The race had ended 12 minutes earlier. Dominik had won. Théo had finished second after leading 23 laps, losing the position during the final pit stop cycle when the team brought Dominik in first. The strategy was defensible. The undercut had worked. By the time Théo emerged from the pits, the black and scarlet rear wing of the other car was already disappearing through turn 2. He had spent the remaining 19 laps close enough to read the sponsor logos on Dominik's gearbox. Not close enough to pass. Now they stood beneath the afternoon sun while the anthem played, Dominik on the center step and Théo 1 level below him. Their shoulders should not have touched. The steps were wide enough. The organizers had marked positions with discrete strips of tape. But the third-place driver had shifted inward for the photographs, and Dominik had moved half a step toward Théo to make room. The sleeve of Dominik's race suit pressed against Théo's upper arm. A practical adjustment. Nothing. Théo kept his eyes forward. Below them, team members packed against the barrier. Ravi stood near the front, one fist raised. Felix beside him, clapping with the same expression he probably used when a printer completed a difficult job. Amara stood between them. She looked pleased. Not happy. Amara would consider happiness operationally vague. But pleased. Théo lifted the trophy when the anthem ended. The crowd answered with a roar that moved through his ribs. Second place. His first Formula One podium. He should have been looking at the grandstands. At the flags. At the team below him and the mechanics who had rebuilt half the floor after his spin 2 days earlier. Instead, he was aware of Dominik's hand beside his. Long fingers curled around the stem of the winner's trophy. A red mark crossed one knuckle where the glove seam had rubbed through during the race. The official handed them champagne. Dominik removed the wire cage in one clean twist. Théo's cork struck the backdrop before his bottle had fully opened. Champagne exploded across his gloves and face. He laughed, turned, and aimed at Dominik. Dominik anticipated him. Of course he did. The winner's bottle discharged in a cold white arc that caught Théo across the chest. He stepped backward, half blinded, and nearly lost his footing on the wet podium. Dominik's free hand closed around his waist. Firm. Instant. Théo stopped moving. The crowd screamed louder. Champagne ran into his eyes. His breath caught beneath the pressure of Dominik's palm against his side. For 1 second, the podium vanished. No cameras. No team. No third-place driver spraying both of them from the left. Only Dominik's hand spanning the narrow space above Théo's hip and the hard line of his body close enough to feel through two soaked race suits. Dominik released him. "Careful," he said. His voice disappeared beneath the crowd. Théo heard it anyway. He blinked champagne from his lashes. "You worried about me?" "I'm worried about the paperwork if you fall." The answer arrived too quickly. Théo grinned and sprayed him directly in the face. Dominik closed his eyes. When he opened them, something in his expression had changed. Not anger. Théo's body recognized it before his mind did. The air between them tightened. Then Dominik turned toward the photographers and lifted the bottle over his head. The moment became public again. In the cool-down room, the tension should have dissolved. It did not. The three drivers sat in front of a television replaying the race. Towels hung around their necks. Open bottles of water stood on the low table. The room smelled of sweat, champagne, and overheated electronics. Théo dropped into the chair beside Dominik. The third-place driver took the sofa opposite them and began explaining his damaged front wing to no one who had asked. On screen, Théo's car led through the opening stint. The broadcast cut to his onboard as Dominik filled the mirrors. "You defended early," Dominik said. Théo drank from his bottle. "You attacked early. You compromised your exit. You did not pass." Dominik looked at the screen. "I passed later. In the pits? That still counts." Théo turned toward him. Dominik sat with his knees apart, towel draped neatly around his neck despite the fact that everything else about him was wet. A strand of black hair had fallen across his forehead. Théo had never seen it out of place before. He wanted to touch it. The thought arrived without warning. His fingers tightened around the bottle until the plastic cracked. Dominik's gaze dropped to his hand. Théo set the bottle on the table. On screen, the pit stop replay began. The team brought Dominik in first. Fresh tires. Clear air. Fast out lap. The winning move. "You knew they'd prioritize you," Théo said. The third-place driver stopped talking. Dominik's face turned slightly. "They prioritized track position. Yours. You were leading." "Exactly." The room became too small. The television commentator praised the team's decisive strategy. Dominik lowered his voice. "If they had stopped you first, I would have stayed out and attacked on fresher tires later." "You don't know that." "Yes, I do. Because everything does what you expect?" Dominik's eyes met his. "No. Because I understand the race." The words should have cut. Instead, the steadiness in Dominik's gaze pulled Théo forward by an inch. He could feel the residue of Dominik's hand at his waist. The third-place driver cleared his throat and stood. "I need to speak with my team." Neither of them looked at him. The door closed. Théo leaned back, forcing distance into his spine. "You could admit I made you work for it." "You made me work for it." The answer emptied the next insult from Théo's mouth. Dominik watched the replay. Théo studied his profile. "That sounded painful." "It was accurate." "Worse then." The corner of Dominik's mouth moved. The cameras caught them leaving the cool-down room shoulder to shoulder. By the time they reached the press conference, clips from the podium had already spread through the paddock. Poppy showed Théo one while fastening his microphone. Dominik catching him at the waist. The video had been slowed down. Of course it had. The caption read, "Teamwork." The comments beneath it suggested several interpretations that had very little to do with teamwork. Théo looked away before Poppy could see his face. "Do not engage with this one," she said. "I never engage." "You liked a compilation of Dominik rolling his eyes. It was well edited." Across the room, Dominik stood while a technician adjusted his microphone. His gaze passed over Poppy's phone. Then over Théo. He could not have read the caption from that distance. Still, the line of his shoulders changed. The press conference was worse. Every question forced them to describe each other. How had Théo handled the pressure of leading a Grand Prix? Very well, Dominik said. Had Dominik's experience made the difference? Obviously, Théo said. Did their growing rivalry benefit the team? We are not rivals, Dominik said. Théo turned toward him. The room waited. Dominik continued. We are teammates competing for the same results. That sounds like rivals, a reporter said. A few people laughed. Dominik folded his hands on the table. Théo watched two fingers pressed together against the back of his left hand. Thinking. Containing. The movement should not have felt intimate. It did. The reporter looked at Théo. Would you agree? Théo smiled. Dominik is always right. Dominik's gaze cut toward him. The room laughed again. Théo added. Eventually. After the conference, team obligations consumed the evening. Photographs with sponsors. A private reception in the hospitality suite. Handshakes with executives who praised Théo's maturity, without mentioning the spin, and congratulated Dominik, as though winning had been inevitable. Théo performed well. He smiled. He remembered names. He accepted a watch from a sponsor and resisted asking whether it was waterproof enough for podium champagne. Dominik moved through the room with controlled ease. They remained on opposite sides whenever possible. Théo noticed every time. Near midnight he escaped. The team hotel stood 20 minutes from the circuit, glass-fronted and silent behind a line of black cars. The lobby smelled of polished stone and white flowers. Team staff occupied the bar, replaying the race in increasingly inaccurate detail. Théo took the stairs instead of the elevator. His room was on the 6th floor. By the 5th, his legs began to object. The race had left him hollowed out beneath the skin. His neck ached. His lower back throbbed. A bruise had formed along his left hip from the cockpit padding. From Dominik's hand, some traitorous part of him supplied. He reached the 6th floor corridor and found Dominik standing outside his door. Not Théo's door. The one opposite it. Of course. The team had placed them across the hall from each other. Dominik held a keycard against the lock. The light flashed red. Théo stopped. Dominik tried again. Red. 3-time world champion, Théo said. Defeated by a door. Dominik did not turn. The card is defective. Everything is defective when it disagrees with you. Dominik held the card to the sensor a third time. Red. Théo crossed the corridor. Let me. I know how to use a keycard. The evidence is poor. He reached for it. Dominik pulled his hand back. They ended up closer than either intended. The corridor was narrow, carpeted in muted gray, lit by small lamps along the wall. The hotel's silence settled around them, dense after a day of engines and applause. Dominik smelled clean now. He had showered after the race. The expensive woody scent was back, warmer against his skin. Théo's fingers remained half-raised between them. Dominik looked at his hand. Then at his face. You finished second today, he said. Théo lowered his arm. I noticed. You drove well. The praise landed differently here. No microphones. No engineers. No room waiting to see what it meant. Théo leaned one shoulder against the wall. And you won. Yes. Still impossible to be gracious. I was being gracious. You should warn people first. Dominik looked tired. Not the careful version of tired he allowed cameras to see. His eyes were shadowed. The skin beneath them had darkened. Without the team uniform, in a plain charcoal shirt with the sleeves pushed once over his forearms, he seemed abruptly human. Théo's pulse changed. Dominik glanced toward his door. The team should have stopped you first. The corridor seemed to tilt. Théo straightened. What? You had track position. The lead driver should receive strategic priority. The team thought you had the stronger race. They thought I had the stronger outlap. And you did. That is not the same. Théo searched his face. Dominik had spent the entire afternoon defending the decision. Now, alone, he stood outside a locked hotel room and handed Théo the truth as though it had become too heavy to carry farther. Why are you telling me? Dominik's fingers tightened around the keycard. Because you knew. Théo let out a quiet breath. The space between them narrowed without either man moving. I would have won, Théo said. Possibly. Dominik. Yes. Not agreement. Not denial. Théo smiled despite himself. You hate saying it. I dislike unsupported conclusions. You think I could have won? Dominik's eyes dropped briefly to Théo's mouth. The movement was so fast Théo might have invented it. Then Dominik looked up again. You were fast enough. Everything inside Théo went still. The hotel corridor disappeared at the edges. He remembered Dominik's hand at his waist. The press of his knee beneath the interview table. Their arms touching in the simulator room. Separate incidents. Practical contacts. Nothing. Théo stepped closer. Not much. Enough that Dominik's breath shifted. Do you always come apart when I'm fast? Théo asked. Dominik's expression closed. But he did not step back. Go to bed. That isn't an answer. It is an instruction. You're not my engineer. No. The same word from the simulator room. Different now. Théo's hand rose before he decided what to do with it. Dominik watched it. Théo could have touched his sleeve. His chest. The line of his jaw where a faint shadow had appeared since the podium ceremony. Instead, he took the keycard from Dominik's fingers. Their hands brushed. Dominik inhaled. A small sound. Barely there. Théo turned toward the door before courage became stupidity. He pressed the card to the lock. Green. The door clicked open. Neither spoke. Théo held the card out. Dominik took it carefully, avoiding his fingers this time. Technique, Théo said. Not recovery. Dominik's gaze sharpened at the stolen phrase. Théo stepped backward toward his own room. The corridor stretched between them again. At his door, he looked back. Dominik remained on the threshold, one hand resting against the frame. For a moment, Théo thought he might say something. Ask him to stay. Tell him to leave. Anything that would break the clean shape of what had almost happened. Dominik looked down. Good night, Théo. It was the first time he had used his first name. No cameras caught it. No one laughed. Théo entered his room and closed the door softly behind him. He stood with his back against it, keycard still in one hand, pulse beating high in his throat. Across the corridor, Dominik's door shut. The sound was quiet. It felt like being stopped inches from a wall. Chapter 9, Simulator Room, 2 a.m. At 2:07 in the morning, the simulator room belonged to either of them. That was the only reason Dominik stayed. The factory had gone dark in layers. First the offices. Then the engineering bays. Finally the corridor lights, which now woke only when one of them moved. Beyond the glass wall, rain blurred the parking lot into streaks of silver and black. Inside, the simulator cockpit hung motionless on its hydraulic platform. Théo sat at the console with one foot hooked around the chair leg, replaying turn 11 for the 5th time. You're lifting, Dominik said. I am not. The throttle trace drops 4%. 4% is not lifting. It is the mathematical definition. Théo leaned back and looked at him. His hair had dried badly after the rain, curls pushed in every direction. He wore a black team sweatshirt with the sleeves shoved to his elbows. No watch. No cap. No polished smile for cameras. He looked younger at night. More dangerous for it. I knew inviting you was a mistake, Théo said. You did not invite me. I left the telemetry file open. That is not an invitation. You came anyway. Dominik stood behind the empty engineer's chair, one hand resting on its back. His fingers pressed into the fabric. Théo turned to the screen again. The lap had begun as an argument in the hotel lobby. Théo had claimed the simulator model exaggerated instability at high speed. Dominik had said the model exaggerated nothing. Théo was refusing to adapt. They had carried the disagreement through the team car, into the factory, past a security guard who had looked at them without surprise. Now the data filled the screens in red and blue. Same machine. Same corner. Different blood. Run it again, Dominik said. Théo clicked the mouse. The virtual car entered turn 11. Brake pressure rose. Steering input sharpened. Throttle dropped by 4%. There, Dominik said. The rear moved. You expected it to. Yes. Then why lift? Because I enjoy remaining alive. That has not been obvious. Théo's mouth tightened. Dominik heard the line after it landed. Too sharp. Too close to the spin. The room seemed to remember the gravel, Amara's frozen replay, the other car passing through the space Théo might have occupied. Théo stared at the screen. You never let anything go. Not when it repeats. No. Not ever. Dominik released the chair. You asked me to look at the lap. I asked what you thought. That is what I am telling you. You're telling me what I did wrong. The two are related. Théo pushed away from the console. The chair rolled backward until it struck Dominik's leg. Neither moved. Théo looked up. Do you know how exhausting you are? Yes. The answer startled a laugh from him. It came once unwilling. Dominik felt the tension shift. Théo stood. The space between the console and the simulator narrowed around them. Dominik should have stepped aside. Instead, he remained where he was, close enough to see the faint shadows beneath Théo's eyes. You came here after 2 a.m, Théo said. You were misreading the data. I had not sent it to you. It was on the team's server. You checked. I reviewed both cars. At 2 a.m, Dominik's 2 fingers tapped once against his thigh. Théo looked down at them. The movement stopped. There were questions in the way he looked back up. Too many of them. Dominik turned toward the screens. The issue is your entry speed. No. Dominik went still. Théo's voice had lost its usual brightness. The issue is not the corner. We are discussing telemetry. You are. Rain struck the glass harder. Dominik could hear the water moving through the gutters outside, the hum of the simulator servers, Théo's breathing. He reached for the keyboard. Théo put his hand over it first. Their fingers touched. Dominik's body reacted with humiliating speed. A pulse low in his stomach. Heat climbing beneath his collar. Every point of contact became exact. Théo's smallest finger against the side of his hand, the warmth of his palm, the callus below his index finger. Théo did not move away. Dominik looked at their hands. So, Théo said quietly. That. Dominik withdrew. Théo's hand remained on the keyboard. That was nothing. Of course. The agreement made it worse. Dominik stepped toward the telemetry wall, putting the chair between them. He had done this before. Not with Théo. With fear. Give it distance. Give it a name that reduced it. Convert it into something measurable, and wait for the body to obey. Adrenaline. Fatigue. Competition. Anything except the truth now standing behind him. Théo said. Look at me. Dominik stared at the blue trace. Dominik. He turned. Théo stood beside the console, arms loose at his sides. The performance was gone. No grin. No provocation shaped to entertain a room. Only attention. The same attention he gave an unstable car. You looked at my mouth in the hotel, Théo said. Dominik's jaw tightened. You imagined it. No. You were tired. I was. Still saw it. That is not evidence. Théo's eyebrows lifted. Do you need telemetry? Dominik looked away. Théo laughed once, but the sound broke in the middle. I thought so. What exactly do you think you know? The question came colder than Dominik intended. Théo flinched anyway. A small thing. Almost hidden. Then the armor returned. I know you follow me into empty buildings. I work here. You watch every lap I drive. It is my responsibility. You count how many times you laugh around me. Dominik's pulse struck hard. Théo stepped closer. You remember when we touch. Dominik could not answer. The room seemed to contract around the simulator shell. Théo's voice dropped. And you hate me for noticing. I do not hate you. The sentence escaped cleanly. Too cleanly. Théo stopped. Dominik heard his own breathing. Théo's hazel eyes sharpened, but not with triumph. Something more vulnerable entered them. Then what? Dominik had no language for the answer. He had words for tire degradation, for brake migration, for the shift in crosswind through a high-speed corner. He could describe the exact moment a car lost grip and the precise input required to recover it. This had no recovery. You are reckless, he said. Théo's face closed. You are loud. You confuse instinct with immunity. You enter rooms as if no one has ever taught you to wait. Good. You touch everything. Théo's eyes dropped briefly to Dominik's hands. And? Dominik's throat tightened. And you do not stop. The silence changed. Théo understood. Dominik watched the knowledge move through him, the slight parting of his lips, the breath caught behind his teeth. Then Théo came closer. One step. Dominik did not retreat. You could tell me to, Théo said. His accent had thickened. Stop. The word sounded unconvincing even to Dominik. Théo's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. Again. Dominik looked at him. Close now. Too close for interpretation. Théo's skin smelled faintly of rain and coffee. A pale scar cut through one eyebrow, visible only at this distance. His pupils had widened until the hazel became a thin ring. Dominik should have moved. He did not. Théo raised one hand slowly. Not a joke. Not the careless touch of a man who used contact to fill space. A question. His fingertips brushed Dominik's sleeve near the wrist. Dominik's breath stopped. Tell me, Théo said. Dominik could feel his pulse beneath Théo's fingers. He had spent 13 years training himself not to react before understanding the consequence. Starts. Overtakes. Interviews. Grief. Théo waited. That was what broke him. Not the provocation. The restraint. Dominik caught the front of Théo's sweatshirt and pulled him in. The first contact was wrong. Their mouths struck too hard, teeth catching, Théo's breath breaking against Dominik's lips. Dominik had meant to end the question. To prove something brief and containable. Then Théo made a sound low in his throat and grabbed Dominik's sleeve with both hands. The kiss changed. Dominik tasted coffee and the faint salt of skin. Théo's mouth opened beneath his, warm and immediate, and every controlled thought scattered. Dominik backed him into the console. The edge struck Théo's hips. A telemetry graph jumped across the screen as his hand hit the keyboard. Théo laughed against Dominik's mouth. The sound went through him like current. Dominik kissed him again to stop it. Théo's fingers moved into his hair. No one touched Dominik's hair. The intimacy of it struck deeper than the kiss. He pressed closer, one hand braced beside Théo on the desk, the other still twisted in the sweatshirt at his chest. Théo's body was compact and hot against him, all restless energy suddenly focused. His mouth moved with the same impossible confidence he carried into corners. Late. Aggressive. Certain Dominik would catch him. Dominik did. He caught Théo's lower lip between his teeth. Théo's breath hitched. Again, he whispered. The word nearly ended him. Dominik's hand slid from Théo's chest to his waist. The same place he had caught him on the podium. This time there were no cameras. No explanation. Théo arched into the touch. Dominik felt the hard line of him through their clothes, the answering heat, the proof that this was not a misunderstanding built from glances and exhausted conversations. His control disappeared so quickly it terrified him. Théo kissed along the corner of his mouth, his jaw. Dominik. His name sounded different in Théo's voice. Wanted. The word formed somewhere beneath the panic. Dominik went still. Théo felt it. His hands stopped. The simulator room returned all at once. Screens glowing. Rain against glass. The camera in the upper corner. Security access logs. Team systems. Theo's mouth wet and red. Dominik released him. He stepped back so fast the chair rolled into the wall. Théo remained against the console, breathing hard. Neither spoke. The distance between them felt obscene. Dominik wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The gesture was instinctive. He regretted it immediately. Théo saw. His expression changed more completely than it had during the telemetry meeting. Every soft thing vanished. Right, he said. Dominik's chest tightened. That cannot happen again. The words came from the part of him trained to survive impact. Théo nodded once. Too quickly. Obviously. You understand what this would cost? Yes. The team. Sponsors. Our contracts. I said I understand. His accent sharpened around each word. Dominik looked toward the camera in the corner. It was reckless. Théo laughed. There was nothing alive in the sound. Of course it was. That is not what I meant. No. You're always very precise. He straightened his sweatshirt. Dominik could still see where his fist had wrinkled the fabric. Théo moved toward the door. Dominik's body urged him to stop him. His mind presented consequences in perfect rows. Exposure. Distraction. Loss. A car stopped on a track. A body that did not move. He remained where he was. At the door, Théo looked back. For 1 second, Dominik saw him without armor. Not angry. Hurt. It was worse. You kissed me, Théo said. Dominik's throat closed. Yes. Théo waited. For what, Dominik did not know. An apology. An admission. A choice. Dominik gave him none of them. Théo opened the door. The corridor lights woke ahead of him. Good night, champion. The title cut where his name had not. The door shut. Dominik stood alone beneath the telemetry screens. On the largest monitor, the accidental keystroke had frozen the graph at turn 11. Red and blue traces crossed at the exact point where Théo lifted 4%. Dominik stared at the overlap. His mouth still carried Théo's taste. His hand still remembered the shape of Théo's waist. He had spent his entire career believing every loss of control began with a warning. A vibration. A temperature change. A voice in his ear. This one had warned him for weeks. He had kissed it anyway. Chapter 10. Radio silence. Dominik did not look at Théo the next morning. Not once. He spoke to Ravi about tire allocation. He asked Felix for the revised suspension numbers. He stood beside Amara during the strategy briefing and answered every question in the same low, measured voice he used when cameras were present. He looked at the wall screen. At the weather forecast. At the printed run plan in front of him. Never at Théo. The first time, Théo told himself it was coincidence. The second, concentration. By the sixth, he stopped counting. They sat across from each other in the engineering room while rain tapped the factory windows. 23 people occupied the space, most of them watching graphs and taking notes. Dominik wore the same expression he always wore during technical meetings, composed, attentive, faintly severe. Nothing in his face suggested that, less than 7 hours earlier, he had pressed Théo against the console and kissed him hard enough to leave the corner of his mouth tender. Théo touched the spot with his tongue. Dominik's gaze remained on the screen. The performance engineer changed slides. We've compared both drivers' turn 11 traces. Theo's final simulator run showed a cleaner release, but the lift remains. Dominik folded his hands on the table. Reduce the differential locking on entry by 1%. The engineer nodded. That was our recommendation. Théo looked at him. Their recommendation. Not the argument that had taken them to the factory after midnight. Not Dominik leaning over the telemetry beside him. Not the question Théo had finally forced into the open. You remember when we touch? Dominik had remembered. His mouth had answered. Now he discussed the corner, as if Théo had not been inside it with him. Ravi turned slightly. Anything from your side? The question was for Théo. He stared at the red trace. His hand had begun drumming beneath the table. He stopped it. No. Dominik's eyes flicked toward him. There. A fraction of a second. Théo felt it like contact. Then Dominik looked away. The meeting continued. By lunch, the kiss had become something Théo might have invented. Memory was treacherous when it had what it wanted. It sharpened some details and softened others. Dominik's fist in the front of his sweatshirt. The pressure of his hand at Théo's waist. The rough catch of teeth. Then the back of Dominik's hand across his own mouth. That cannot happen again. Théo stabbed a fork into a piece of grilled chicken and missed. Ravi sat across from him in the factory cafeteria, scrolling through weather data on a tablet. You have been attempting to kill that plate for 3 minutes. I don't like chicken. You ordered chicken. It looked different under the light. Ravi set down the tablet. Around them, engineers and mechanics spoke over the clatter of dishes. 2 tables away, Dominik ate with Felix and Amara. Théo had positioned himself with his back to them. It had not helped. He knew every time Dominik spoke. The pitch of his voice traveled through the room differently from everyone else's. Lower. Cleaner. Théo could identify it beneath a running engine. Did you sleep? Ravi asked. Beautifully. You entered the simulator building at 1:48 this morning. Théo froze. Ravi lifted one eyebrow. Security access logs. Very romantic place to work. You left at 2:31. Also romantic. Ravi watched him. Théo cut into the chicken. What? Nothing. You have a nothing face. I have one face. This one is judgmental. This one is wondering why you look like you lost a fight you refused to describe. The fork scraped the plate. Théo smiled. Maybe the simulator hurt my feelings. Machines usually adore you. Théo looked down before Ravi could see too much. Across the room, a chair moved. He knew without turning that Dominik had stood. His shoulders tightened anyway. Footsteps approached. Dominik stopped beside their table. Theo's pulse leaped so violently it embarrassed him. Ravi, Dominik said, Felix needs the long-run comparison before the afternoon session. I sent it 10 minutes ago. He asked for the corrected fuel numbers. I'll bring them. Dominik nodded. His gaze passed over Theo's tray. Not his face. You're scheduled in the simulator at 1400, he said. Théo set down his fork. I have a schedule. Then follow it. The words belonged to their first day at the factory. Back then, they had felt like a challenge. Now they felt rehearsed. Anything else? Théo asked. Dominik's jaw tightened. For one reckless second, Théo thought he might say it. We need to talk. I'm sorry. I meant it. Instead, Dominik looked at Ravi. 1400. Then he walked away. Théo stared after him. Ravi's expression changed. Not understanding. Suspicion. What happened last night? Telemetry. Telemetry has never made you look abandoned. The word went in deep. Théo laughed because his body had no better defense. You are very dramatic for an engineer. Ravi said nothing. Théo gathered his tray. I have a simulator session. It is 1:15. I need to prepare. For 45 minutes? I'm complicated. He left before Ravi could answer. The simulator room had been cleaned. That was the first thing Théo noticed. The paper cup from last night was gone. The chair Dominik had knocked into the wall stood neatly beneath the console. The telemetry file had been closed. Nothing remained of them. Théo placed both hands on the back of the chair. The sweatshirt he had worn lay folded in his apartment laundry basket. He had almost put it on again that morning. He had stood over it for too long, thumb pressed to the crease where Dominik's fist had twisted the fabric. Stupid. He pulled the chair out and sat. The session began at exactly 2. Dominik did not attend. Felix came instead. He took the engineer's station and reviewed the run plan in his flat Swedish voice. 3 laps to establish balance. 5 with the revised differential. Then a race simulation. Where is Dominik? Felix looked at the monitor. In a commercial meeting. He never attends commercial meetings during simulator work. You track his schedule? He tracks mine. Felix glanced at him. Théo secured the belts. Forget it. The hydraulic platform rose. He drove badly. Not catastrophically. Badly enough that every error could be explained and none could be ignored. He braked 6 meters late into turn 4. Added steering through 9. Lifted 7% at 11. Felix's voice came through the headset. Reset. I can recover the lap. Reset. Théo crossed the line 4/10 down. The simulator returned him to the garage. Felix appeared beside the cockpit. Again. Théo gripped the wheel. I know. No, you don't. The sentence carried no cruelty. That made it harder to fight. Felix leaned one forearm against the simulator's shell. You are driving the previous corner while entering the next one. I'm adapting. You are distracted. I'm fine. Yes. That word is traditionally spoken by people doing excellent work. Théo lowered the visor. Start the lap. Felix did. The next run was worse. By the third, the revised technique had disappeared entirely. Théo attacked the entry too hard, caught the rear late, and spun into the virtual barrier. The screens went black. He sat in the silent cockpit with his hands on the wheel. No impact. No gravel. No car passing through the place he might have been. Still, his lungs had forgotten how to empty. Felix's voice came through the headset. Session over. No. Get out. I can do another. You can. You will not. Théo tore off the headset. The belts fought him when he tried to release them. He hit the buckle once with the heel of his hand. Felix reached in. Théo pulled away. I have it. The buckle opened. He climbed out. Felix waited beside the console. He had worked with Dominik for 8 years. 8 years of silences, calculations, the private language of a driver and engineer who had learned where every weakness lived. If Dominik had told anyone, it would be him. The thought made Théo's skin feel too tight. Did he say something to you? Théo asked. Felix's expression did not change. Dominik says many things to me. About last night. A pause. Small enough to deny. Felix looked toward the simulator. No. Relief came first. Then humiliation. Of course Dominik had not told him. There was nothing to tell. A mistake corrected before morning. Felix folded his arms. What should he have said? Théo's smile arrived automatically. That I was right about turn 11. You were not. Then nothing. Felix studied him with the same patience he gave malfunctioning equipment. Théo hated him for it. He reached for his water bottle. Felix said. He cancelled his seat in this session 20 minutes before it began. Théo's hand stopped. Commercial meeting? There is no commercial meeting. The room tilted by a fraction. Why tell me? Because whatever you are imagining appears to be affecting your driving. Théo picked up the bottle. And this helps? No. Felix turned off the monitor. But accuracy occasionally prevents worse errors. He left. Théo remained in the room until the automatic lights dimmed. Dominik had not forgotten. That should have mattered. Instead, it hurt more. The next 3 days settled into a pattern. Dominik communicated through engineers. He answered direct questions in meetings with complete, careful sentences and never used Théo's name. During training, he changed treadmills when Théo took the one beside him. At dinner with sponsors, he spoke warmly enough for witnesses and excused himself before dessert. For cameras, they remained perfect. The viral laughter clip continued gathering views. The team posted photographs of them standing shoulder to shoulder. In one, Dominik's hand hovered behind Théo's back, close enough to suggest touch without making contact. Fans called them inseparable. Théo stopped reading comments. On Friday evening, Poppy arranged a short video segment in the garage. They stood beside the car while she explained the game. Each of you writes one word describing your teammate's driving style. Then reveal them together. Théo held the small whiteboard against his chest. Dominik stood opposite him. The overhead lights sharpened every line of his face. Poppy counted down. 3, 2, 1. They turned the boards. Dominik had written. Instinctive. Théo had written. Controlled. The crew murmured approval. Explain, Poppy said. Dominik faced the camera. Théo sees opportunities very quickly. He responds before most drivers recognize they exist. The answer was thoughtful. Specific. Almost the same words he had used after midnight when Théo admitted he feared the team had made a mistake. You see openings before they exist. Théo looked at him. Dominik kept his attention on the lens. Poppy turned to Théo. And controlled? He had prepared a joke. Something about Dominik ironing his socks or scheduling his own breathing. Instead, the truth rose. He never does anything he doesn't mean to. Dominik looked at him then. The room disappeared around the line. Théo held his gaze. A mistake. That was what Dominik had called it without using the word. Théo had spent his entire life proving himself to people who expected him to fail. He knew how to fight doubt. How to become faster, louder, too undeniable to discard. He did not know how to fight someone who had wanted him for 30 seconds and regretted him for 4 days. Poppy smiled carefully. That sounds like trust. Théo turned toward the camera. It's admiration. He smiled. The take ended. Crew members moved in to remove microphones. Dominik reached for the clip at Theo's collar. Théo stepped back before he could touch it. The movement was quick. Instinctive. Dominik's hand remained suspended between them. Théo removed the microphone himself and placed it in Poppy's palm. Are we finished? Yes, she said. He walked toward the back of the garage. Théo. Dominik's voice followed him. His name. Finally. Théo stopped but did not turn. The garage had emptied around them. At the far end, mechanics worked beneath the car, their voices softened by distance. Dominik approached. Each footstep landed carefully. Your simulator session was poor. Théo laughed under his breath. Thank you. You need to correct it before the race weekend. I know. I can review. No. Dominik stopped. Théo turned. Up close, Dominik looked no different than he had all week. Controlled. Clean. Untouched. Théo wanted to ask whether the kiss had kept him awake too. Instead, he said, Felix can do it. Felix is not your engineer. Neither are you. The words belonged to the simulator room. Before. Dominik's mouth tightened. This cannot affect the team. There is no this. Silence. Théo saw the blow land and hated the relief it gave him. Dominik lowered his voice. You know that isn't true. Do I? The other night. You said it couldn't happen again. It cannot. Then we agree. Théo tried to move past him. Dominik caught his sleeve. The contact was light. Théo stopped anyway. His entire body remembered. Dominik released him at once. Théo. The way he said it was almost enough. Théo looked at the hand that had let go. What do you want from me? Dominik's face went still. There it was. The question he could not answer without losing something. Théo waited until hope became embarrassing. Then he nodded. Exactly. He walked away. Dominik did not follow. By the time Théo reached the changing room, his hands were shaking. He sat on the narrow bench in front of his locker and pressed them between his knees. The old headset rested at the bottom of his race bag. He pulled it out. The foam had cracked along one earpiece. Yellow tape held the cable together where his father had repaired it years ago. Théo turned it over in his hands, thumb tracing the worn plastic. His father had loved racing in the way some men loved storms, from too close, with no belief in shelter. He had loved Théo too, though sometimes the two things had become difficult to separate. A fast lap earned a hand at the back of Theo's neck. A bad one earned silence all the way home. Theo had learned early which version of himself brought people closer. He closed his eyes. Dominik had kissed him when he was fast, difficult, impossible to ignore. Then morning came. Theo returned the headset to the bag. His phone buzzed beside him. A message from Dominik. The first all week. Dominik, simulator. Tomorrow. 6:30. We need to fix turn 11. Theo read it twice. No apology. No mention of the garage. Only the corner. Something measurable. Something Dominik knew how to hold. Theo typed. Theo, Ravi will handle it. The reply appeared almost immediately. Dominik, I know the technique. Theo's thumb hovered above the screen. So do I, he thought. He deleted 3 answers before sending one. Theo, then keep it. He switched off the phone. In the silence of the changing room, the message felt like both the cruelest thing he had said and the only one that might keep him from asking to be wanted again. Chapter 11, Julia. Julia answered on the 7th ring with half her face pressed into a pillow. If you are dead, she said, this is very inconsiderate. Theo sat on the floor between the hotel bed and the window, his back against the wall. The curtains were open. 40 floors below, Singapore burned through the dark in wet ribbons of red and white, headlights doubled in the rain-slicked streets. It is 4 in the afternoon in Italy. Yes, and I was asleep. Why? I have a life. You were asleep. My life is exhausting. Her camera shifted. For a moment, Theo saw only ceiling, then one dark eye, then a mass of black hair gathered under her cheek. She wore the old yellow t-shirt from their father's garage, the one with Marchetti autos cracked across the chest. The sight of it caught beneath Theo's ribs. He looked toward the window. Julia went still. Not visibly at first. She had known him too long to announce that she was paying attention. What happened? She asked. Nothing. Call ended. Her thumb moved toward the screen. Wait. She stopped. The hotel air conditioning whispered above him. His room smelled of rain that had followed him in on his jacket, industrial laundry detergent, and the overripe mango someone from hospitality had left beneath a glass cover on the desk. Julia pushed herself upright. What happened? Theo picked at the edge of the carpet. The fibers were patterned in black and gold, arranged in careful waves that made the floor look as if it were moving. I kissed someone. Julia stared at him. Then she sat all the way up. Who? Theo said nothing. Her eyes narrowed. No. He looked at the carpet. No, she repeated louder. Do not make this theatrical. Dominik Reyes? Theo pressed his thumb into the seam between 2 carpet panels. Julia made a noise that began as a gasp and ended somewhere near a prayer. You kissed Dominik Reyes. He kissed me. That is not the correction you think it is. He did. Where? In the simulator room. Of course. What does that mean? It means you have spent your whole life treating machinery like foreplay. Theo closed his eyes. I should not have called. You absolutely should have called. I want the full sequence of events. No. Did he push you against something? Theo's eyes opened. Julia pointed at the screen. He did. You are disgusting. You called me. I called because... The sentence stopped. Because he had been carrying it alone for 6 days. Because Dominik had kissed him like a man breaking out of a locked room, then spent the next morning rebuilding every wall. Because Theo had answered the only message Dominik sent with "then keep it," and had stared at his phone for an hour afterward, waiting for a reply he knew would not come. Julia's expression changed. The excitement drained out of it. What did he do after? Theo tucked one knee against his chest. He said it could not happen again. Immediately? Not immediately. How immediately? Julia. I am establishing whether I hate him a normal amount or need to buy a knife. He stopped. Then he said it. Her mouth flattened. And since then? Nothing. Nothing meaning? Nothing meaning he speaks to engineers instead of me. He changes rooms when I enter them. He looks at walls very intensely. Have you asked him why? Théo laughed. A car horn sounded faintly through the glass. I asked what he wanted from me. And? He said nothing. Julia dropped her gaze. The pity on her face lasted less than a second. It was enough. Théo stood so quickly his shoulder struck the wall. I knew this was a mistake. Sit down. I have a team dinner. You hate team dinners. I have recently developed a passion for small talk with tire executives. Théo. He crossed to the desk and lifted the glass cover from the mango. Sweetness swelled into the room, thick enough to taste. He put the cover back. Julia watched him move. You are doing the thing, she said. What thing? The one where you become funny and unbearable until everyone forgets you are bleeding. I am not bleeding. Metaphorically. I dislike metaphors. You once described tire degradation as a betrayal committed in layers. That was accurate. Julia pulled the pillow into her lap and wrapped both arms around it. Their father's shirt hung loose at one shoulder. There was a dark stain near the collar from the summer he had replaced the gearbox in a Fiat that should have been abandoned 10 years earlier. He had wiped his hands on the shirt, and their mother had washed it 6 times without removing the mark. Théo looked away. Julia said, Did you want him to kiss you? The mango's glass cover had fogged faintly around the base. Yes. The answer left no room for performance. Julia's face softened. He hated that more than pity. How much? Do not ask me that. How much? Théo braced both hands on the desk. Outside, rain slid down the window in crooked lines. One drop caught another, became heavier, and fell faster. I don't know. Liar. He stared at his reflection in the glass. Hotel trousers. Bare feet. Team shirt unbuttoned at the throat. A man who had spent the afternoon smiling beside the person who refused to look at him. I knew when he laughed, Théo said. His voice came quieter than he intended. Julia did not interrupt. At media day. The first time. Everyone stopped because he never does it, and he looked annoyed that it had happened. Theo's fingertips pressed into the desk's polished edge. But before he got annoyed, there was this second where he looked happy? No. The denial came too quickly. Julia waited. Théo exhaled. Yes. The word misted the window. He looked happy, Théo said. And it was because of me. The admission made the room feel exposed. He had told her about wins that mattered, contracts that nearly collapsed, nights when their father had come home too tired to eat. He had called her from airports, garages, medical centers. This felt more dangerous than all of them. I kept thinking I could do it again, he said. Not make him laugh. Make him forget to stop himself. Julia rested her chin on the pillow. And then you did? Yes. But he stopped afterward. Theo's jaw tightened. There are cameras in the simulator room. Security logs. Sponsors. The team. He has reasons. Those are risks. They are the same thing. No. Her answer came so fast it sounded like their father. Théo turned from the window. Julia sat straighter. Reasons are why someone makes a choice, she said. Risks are what the choice costs. He still chose. He regretted it. You do not know that. He wiped his mouth. Julia's face changed. Not pity. Anger. A small, focused thing. He did what? It was nothing. It was not nothing if you remember it like that. Théo looked toward the door. He could still see the gesture. Dominik's hand crossing his mouth. His eyes already moving toward the camera. The room returning around them while Théo remained caught inside the kiss. It was instinct, he said. So was kissing you. The words found the place he had spent 6 days protecting. Théo picked up the hotel keycard, turned it over, put it down again. He only wanted me for 30 seconds. Julia went very still. There it is, she said. What? The actual problem. I have explained the problem. No. You explained, Dominik. Theo's fingers began tapping against the desk. She pointed at them. You think 30 seconds is all anyone ever wants you for? He stopped. That is ridiculous. Is it? Yes. You race well and everyone loves you. You race badly and you sit in hotel rooms waiting for them to change their minds. I do not. You called me after the spin and talked for 20 minutes about gravel instead of saying you were scared. I was not scared. You kept Papa's headset in your lap the entire call. Theo's lungs tightened. Julia knew about the headset. Of course she did. She had been there when their father repaired the cable with yellow tape. 12 years old, sitting cross-legged on the garage floor with a comic book open on her knees, pretending not to listen while their father told Théo the radio needed to last one more season because there would not be money for another. He touched the back of your neck when you won, Julia said. When you lost, he went quiet. Do not. You were 14 and thought silence was a punishment you could outdrive. Stop. He loved you. Stop. But he taught you something terrible. Theo's hand struck the desk. The mango shuddered beneath the glass. Julia flinched. The small movement broke through him more effectively than any argument. Théo looked down at his palm. A white line crossed the skin where the desk's edge had caught it. I know he loved me, he said. I know. He worked every day. I know. He sold the garage. I was there. He died thinking I had a seat for the next season. Julia's eyes brightened. Théo turned away before hers could force anything from him. Their father had not known about Formula One. He had not seen Théo standing on the podium. Had not heard the crowd chant their name. He had died with invoices stacked beside the hospital bed and grease still worked into the cracks around his nails. I was fast enough, Théo said. The sentence scraped against his throat. I was fast enough, and it still wasn't enough time. Julia's mouth trembled. For once, she did not disguise it. No, she said. It wasn't. The rain pressed harder against the glass. Théo covered his face with one hand. His palms smelled faintly of hotel soap and the metal railing he had gripped during the afternoon track walk. When Dominik looks at me, he said into his fingers, I can feel him deciding whether I am worth the trouble. Julia's voice came softly. Or you are deciding for him. He lowered his hand. What? You do this before anyone else gets the chance. I do not. You become impossible to ignore, and when they look at you, you assume it is because you performed correctly. She shifted the pillow higher against her chest. Then the moment they hesitate, you leave first. I did not leave. You told him to keep the technique. He ignored me for a week. And that hurt you, so you found the sharpest thing in the room and handed it back. Théo stared at her. She had always been merciless. When they were children, she had bitten a boy who tore Théo's karting poster in half. At 16, she had told their father his temper made the garage feel smaller. At the funeral, she had stood beside Théo in a black dress and corrected everyone who said their father had died peacefully. He hadn't. Julia did not allow comforting lies. What am I supposed to do? He asked. The question sounded younger than 23. Julia's face softened again, and this time he let it. Nothing tonight. That is terrible advice. You are exhausted. He is terrified. Both of you are apparently very stupid. Only one of us drove a Formula One car this morning. And one of you is calling his little sister from the floor because a man did not text him. I am not on the floor. You were when you called. Théo looked at the carpet. Julia rubbed one eye with the heel of her hand. Do not chase him, she said. The sentence landed differently from the rest. Théo looked up. I thought you wanted me to talk to him. I want you to stop deciding his answer for him. That is not the same as begging. I do not beg. I have seen you negotiate with sponsors. That is business. You cried in a parking lot in Imola. I had conjunctivitis. You had no money. Théo smiled despite himself. It hurt. Julia smiled back, smaller. Then she said, Do not prove you are worth choosing. The smile left his face. Her voice remained steady. Let him choose. Théo looked toward the city. Rain broke the lights into pieces. Being undeniable had always required movement. Another lap. Another joke. Another door forced open before someone could close it. Waiting felt too much like surrender. What if he doesn't? He asked. Julia pulled their father's shirt over her shoulder. Then you will know. The cruelty of truth. The mercy of it. Théo sat again, this time on the edge of the bed. The mattress gave beneath his weight. Julia yawned. You are a terrible sister. I am an excellent sister. I am awake. It is still afternoon. It has been an emotional day. You have done nothing. I discovered my brother kissed the most repressed man in motorsport. He kissed me. Yes. You have mentioned. A knock sounded at Theo's door. 3 measured taps. His body recognized the rhythm before his mind allowed the possibility. Julia saw his face. Is that him? No. Another knock. 2 taps this time. Theo's pulse climbed. Julia sat forward. Open the door. I have a team dinner. The team dinner started 20 minutes ago. Théo looked at the clock. She was right. Traitor. Open it. He stood. The carpet shifted beneath him in its black and gold waves. At the door, he stopped with his hand above the latch. Julia. Her expression changed. The jokes left. I am here, she said. Théo opened the door. The corridor stood empty. For one suspended second, relief and disappointment arrived together so violently he could not separate them. Then he looked down. A team folder rested against the threshold. His name was written across the front in Dominik's precise block letters. Inside lay the revised Turn 11 telemetry. Red and blue traces, overlaid and annotated by hand. At the bottom of the final page, beneath the setup recommendation, Dominik had written one sentence. Your technique was never the problem. Théo read it twice. His fingers shook. From the phone, Julia said, What is it? He sat on the floor in the open doorway. The hallway lights reflected across the pages. Telemetry. From him? Yes. What does it say? Théo traced the handwriting with his thumb. The sentence was technical enough to deny. Personal enough to hurt. He could picture Dominik outside the door minutes earlier, placing the folder down instead of knocking again. Choosing the measurable thing. The thing he knew how to offer. Théo closed the folder. He says I was right. Julia snorted. That is not what it says. You cannot see it. I can see you. Théo leaned his head against the doorframe. Across the corridor, Dominik's room was dark. No light beneath the door. No sound from inside. Perhaps he had already gone downstairs. Perhaps he had never intended to stay. Théo thought of running after him. He knew which elevator Dominik would use, how long it took to reach the lobby, the route from the hotel to the restaurant. He could catch him before the team ordered wine. Be faster. Be undeniable. Théo remained on the floor. Julia? Yes? I hate your advice. I know. He looked down at Dominik's handwriting. Let him choose. The elevator chimed at the far end of the corridor. Theo's entire body tightened. Footsteps crossed the carpet. Slow. Measured. They stopped around the corner, out of sight. Théo waited. The footsteps resumed in the opposite direction. The elevator doors opened again. Closed. Silence returned. Dominik had come back. And left. Théo pressed the folder against his knee until the edge bit through his trousers. He did not chase him. For the first time in his life, he let the open door remain open. Chapter 12, Confession at Altitude. The first indication that someone had made a mistake was Poppy standing in the aircraft aisle with both hands wrapped around her tablet. She looked at the seat beside Théo. Then at Dominik. Then back at the tablet. No, Dominik said. Poppy's shoulders lowered by half an inch. The team charter hummed around them, engines building beneath the floor while rain streaked the oval windows. Engineers pushed bags into overhead compartments. Mechanics argued over seat numbers. Somewhere near the front, Ravi was explaining to a flight attendant why a foam model of a front wing could not be checked into the cargo hold. Théo remained seated. His headphones rested around his neck, though nothing played through them. He had claimed the window seat immediately and spread a folded newspaper across the empty place beside him as if the paper had paid for passage. Poppy looked toward the rear of the cabin. There are no other business class seats. Dominik held his boarding pass between two fingers. You assigned them. The travel system assigned them. Then correct the system. The system believes you requested adjacent seating. I did not. Théo lifted his eyes from the newspaper. I did. Dominik looked at him. Theo's expression remained innocent for almost 3 seconds. Then the corner of his mouth shifted. I'm joking. Poppy closed her eyes. The aircraft doors sealed with a heavy mechanical thud. Sit down, she said. Both of you have sponsor obligations when we land, and I would prefer not to explain why the reigning champion was removed from a charter flight for refusing seat 4B. Dominik stared at the number above the aisle. 4B. Théo picked up the newspaper and folded it neatly. Not Dominik neatly. The corners remained uneven. There, he said. I have prepared your environment. Dominik put his bag in the overhead compartment. He sat. The armrests between them suddenly seemed insufficient. Poppy remained long enough to ensure neither man stood again. Then she moved toward the front. Théo looked out the window. Dominik fastened his seat belt. For 6 days they had existed in the narrowest possible version of professionalism. Meetings. Garage briefings. Sponsor appearances. Information passed through engineers whenever it could be. The folder outside Théo's hotel room had been a failure of discipline. Returning to the corridor after leaving it had been worse. Dominik had stood around the corner while Théo spoke to someone inside the room. A woman's voice through a phone speaker. Italian words he could not fully distinguish. He had almost gone back. Then Théo had opened the door. Dominik had left before being seen. Now the plane began to move, and there would be 13 hours before either of them could create distance. Théo kept his attention on the window. Did you choose this seat? Dominik asked. No. The answer was flat. The absence of a joke unsettled him more than the accusation would have. The aircraft turned toward the runway. Rain scattered beneath the landing lights. Engine noise deepened until the seat vibrated against Dominik's spine. Across the aisle, Felix opened a report before takeoff. Ravi looked back once. His gaze moved from Théo to Dominik, then forward again. The plane accelerated. Théo's fingers closed around the armrest. Dominik noticed because he noticed everything Théo did when he believed no one was looking. The noise rose. The aircraft lifted. Singapore dropped away beneath them, towers becoming squares of light beneath the cloud cover. Théo released the armrest only after the ascent smoothed. You dislike flying, Dominik said. I fly every week. That was not an answer. Théo turned his head. Apparently proximity has restored your interest in conversation. Dominik looked forward. The seatbelt sign remained illuminated. A flight attendant began closing loose cabinet doors at the galley. You were holding the armrest. You monitor my hands now? No. Théo gave him a tired look. They both knew the answer was yes. The plane climbed through turbulence. The wing dipped, then recovered. Theo's jaw tightened. Dominik remembered him at 300 kilometers per hour with the car stepping sideways beneath him. He remembered Théo entering corners without lifting, leaving space for negotiation with physics. At altitude, without a steering wheel in his hands, he looked 23. Dominik lowered his voice. Commercial aviation is statistically safer than driving to the circuit. Comforting. The aircraft can remain airborne with one engine. Much better. Modern turbulence rarely presents structural danger. Théo looked at him. Are you trying to help? Dominik stopped. Theo's expression changed before he could hide it. Not softened. Opened. The same dangerous distinction. Then the seatbelt sign switched off. Théo released the buckle immediately. I need the bathroom. The plane had not yet leveled. Dominik watched him walk toward the rear. The empty seat beside him retained Theo's warmth. He opened the suspension report on his tablet and read the same paragraph 4 times. When Théo returned, he had put his headphones on. The message was obvious. Dominik respected it for 27 minutes. Then the meal service began. The attendant placed 2 trays on their tables. Théo removed one headphone. What is this? Chicken, the attendant said. I ordered pasta. She checked the list. Seat 4A ordered chicken. Dominik looked at his own tray. Pasta. The attendant glanced between them. I'm sorry. The meals appear to have been reversed. Théo stared at Dominik's pasta. Dominik stared at Theo's chicken. Neither moved. The attendant reached for the trays. Dominik stopped her. It is fine. He exchanged them. Théo watched. You dislike pasta on flights. Dominik's hand paused above the plastic cutlery. How do you know that? You ate only the bread on the flight from Barcelona. That does not mean I dislike pasta. You inspected it first. I was checking the sauce. You looked betrayed. Dominik opened the cutlery packet. Théo looked down at the chicken in front of him. The folder had changed something. Not repaired. Changed. A hairline fracture in the silence. Théo cut one piece and ate it. Your handwriting is irritating, he said. Dominik's grip tightened around the fork. It is legible. It looks like an architect designed each letter. You read the note. I read the data. The note was beneath the data. Théo chewed slowly. Dominik waited. Your technique was never the problem, Théo said. Quietly. The words sounded more exposed in his voice than they had on paper. Dominik looked at the seat in front of him. I should have said it sooner. Yes. There was no accusation in the answer. That made it worse. Théo set down his knife. Why didn't you knock? Dominik's body went still. I did. Twice. You were on the phone. You came back. Dominik turned. Théo met his eyes. The plane had leveled above the storm. Outside the window, the cloud cover stretched beneath them like a white field under moonlight. How did you know? Dominik asked. I heard the elevator. That does not answer the question. You taught me to recognize repeated inputs. Despite himself, Dominik almost smiled. Théo saw the failure of control. He did not smile back. Why did you leave? Dominik looked down at the meal. The pasta had cooled into a pale knot. This is not the place. There is nowhere else. Around them, the cabin settled into long-haul quiet. Felix wore noise-canceling headphones. Ravi slept beneath a blanket with his arms folded. Poppy worked 3 rows ahead, the tablet light reflecting in her glasses. Théo leaned toward the window. He had made space. Not much. Enough for refusal. Dominik's fingers tapped once against his thigh. Théo looked down. Don't, Dominik said. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was going to ask what you are calculating. Dominik pressed his palm flat against his leg. Altitude displayed on the screen embedded in the seat ahead. 38,000 feet. Distance to destination, 9,400 kilometers. Every fact organized. None useful. I was 19, Dominik said. Théo's expression changed. He removed the other headphone. Dominik kept his attention on the dark screen. It was my second full season in the international series. Before Formula 1. His voice sounded unfamiliar beneath the aircraft noise. There was a driver named Matteo Silva. Théo said nothing. That was a kind of mercy. We raced together from karting. Not every year. Our families could not always afford the same championships. Dominik swallowed. But often enough. Memory arrived without permission. A hotel room in Belgium that smelled of damp socks and chain lubricant. Matteo throwing ice from a paper cup at the ceiling. 2 boys awake at midnight before a race, arguing over who would reach Formula 1 first. He was faster than I was in the rain, Dominik said. He used to say grip was a superstition. Theo's mouth moved faintly. He sounds annoying. He was. The answer caught in Dominik's throat. He touched everything. He would take food from my plate without asking. Move my helmet. Change the radio station halfway through a song. Théo looked away. Dominik saw that he understood the comparison. He had not meant to make one. That did not make it untrue. The crash happened during qualifying, Dominik continued. High speed. A mechanical failure. What failed? Rear suspension. The technical answer emerged automatically. Turn 4 was flat. He lost the wheel at 270 km per hour. The car struck the barrier on the driver's side. Theo's hands lay motionless in his lap. Dominik remembered debris scattered across wet grass. A yellow flag. Then red. He remembered slowing past the wreckage and recognizing the paint on Matteo's helmet. I completed the lap, Dominik said. Théo looked at him. The session had not been stopped yet. I completed the lap. His chest tightened around the old shame. I went fastest. The cabin air seemed to thin. When I returned to the garage, they told us the medical team was working on him. I sat in the car for 11 minutes because no one told me to get out. Dominik could feel the harness again. The pressure across his shoulders. His gloves still on. Matteo's name disappearing from the timing screen. He died before they reached the hospital. Theo's breath left slowly. I'm sorry. Dominik nodded once. The response was practiced. Acceptable. Small enough to survive. Théo did not let it end there. You thought finishing the lap mattered. I did not think. You always think. Not then. Dominik looked toward the window. Above the clouds, there was no sense of speed. The aircraft might have been suspended in place. I had seen the car, he said. I knew. But you finished. Yes. Why? The question held no judgment. Dominik had spent 13 years avoiding the answer because there was no version that made him kind. Because stopping would not change it. Théo waited. And because part of me still wanted the lap. The truth entered the space between them. Ugly. Unmeasured. Dominik's fingers curled against his thigh. I wanted to be fastest while he was dying. No. Dominik's head turned. Theo's face had sharpened. You wanted the lap before you knew he was dying. I saw the car. You were 19. That does not absolve me. No. But you don't get to rewrite it into murder because guilt is easier when you make yourself the villain. Dominik stared at him. Theo's accent had thickened. Not from anger. From care. It was unbearable. You do not understand. Then explain. I walked away from that weekend with a trophy. And he didn't walk away. The sentence struck cleanly. Théo did not soften it. Dominik's mouth went dry. Afterward I changed everything, he said. Training. Preparation. Risk assessment. I stopped drinking. Stopped going out before races. Stopped entering corners without knowing exactly what the car would do. Did it help? I survived. That wasn't the question. Dominik looked down. Theo's hand rested on the armrest between them. Close. Not touching. Dominik could see the small scar near his thumb from the spin. It gave me rules, he said. And rules gave you control. Yes. And control meant it would not happen again. Dominik did not answer. Theo's voice lowered. Until me. The plane moved beneath them. A minor shift in air. Dominik's stomach dropped as if the cabin had fallen much farther. You drive like him, he said. Theo's face went still. Not exactly. Matteo was less technical. He relied on reaction. Dominik looked at Theo's hands. But he believed the car would meet him wherever he placed it. So you pulled away because I remind you of him? No. The answer came too sharply. Théo leaned back. Dominik forced himself to continue. I pulled away because you do not. Confusion drew Théo's eyebrows together. You are not him, Dominik said. That is the problem. The words had existed inside him for weeks without shape. Now they arrived all at once. When I kissed you, I knew exactly who you were. Théo stopped breathing. Dominik's voice dropped beneath the engines. I knew it was you. Your mouth. Your hands. The way you laugh when something frightens you. I knew, and I still. He stopped. Théo's fingers curled over the armrest. You still what? Dominik looked at him. There was no safe answer. I still wanted you. The aircraft continued through the dark as if nothing had changed. Théo's lips parted. Dominik could see the pulse at the base of his throat. That is why you panicked? He asked. Yes. Because you wanted me. Because wanting you means I will notice every time you enter a car. The truth stripped his voice of control. Every barrier. Every mechanical warning. Every time Ravi's radio goes silent. I will know there are things I cannot prevent. Théo's eyes shone beneath the cabin lights. You cannot prevent them now. I know. Then what did ignoring me accomplish? Dominik looked away. Nothing. The word cost more than the rest. Théo exhaled, unsteady. For several seconds neither man spoke. The cabin lights dimmed automatically. Reading lamps became islands along the aisle. Outside, the clouds disappeared beneath darkness. Théo's hand remained on the armrest. You hurt me, he said. Dominik closed his eyes once. I know. No. You know I was upset. That is different. Dominik made himself look at him. Théo's expression was controlled now. A poor imitation of Dominik's. You kissed me, Théo said. Then made me feel stupid for believing it meant anything. I did not believe you were stupid. You made me feel disposable. The word entered between his ribs. Dominik's hand moved before he decided to allow it. He placed it over Théo's. Théo went still. The contact was small. Palm over knuckles. No urgency. No console behind them. No mouth waiting. Dominik could feel the tension in every bone of Théo's hand. You are not disposable, he said. Théo looked down at their hands. That sounds almost like a promise. It is not. Théo's fingers pulled faintly beneath his. Dominik held on. I do not know how to promise what you want. What do I want? To be chosen without conditions. Théo's gaze rose. Dominik felt the accuracy of the answer in the way his hand tightened. And what do you want? Théo asked. The question from the garage. The one Dominik had abandoned him inside. This time, there was nowhere to walk. No door. No engineer. Only altitude and darkness and Théo's hand beneath his. You, Dominik said. The word came without protection. Théo closed his eyes. Dominik felt the tremor move through his fingers. For how long? Théo asked. Dominik looked at their joined hands. He could give no guarantee against fear. Against sponsors or cameras or a car leaving the track. He could only refuse to repeat the lie. I do not know. Théo nodded once. Pain flickered across his face. Dominik tightened his grip. But longer than 30 seconds. Théo opened his eyes. A broken laugh escaped him. It was quiet enough not to wake anyone. Dominik felt something inside his chest give way. Not collapse. Release. Théo turned his hand beneath Dominik's until their palms met. His fingers slid carefully between Dominik's. The intimacy was almost unbearable. Dominik let it happen. They remained that way beneath the blanket Théo pulled across both their hands when Poppy walked past. Hidden. Not denied. The plane carried them over an ocean neither could see. After a while, Théo rested his head against the seat and closed his eyes. Their hands stayed joined between them. Dominik watched the flight map count down the distance. For the first time in 13 years, he understood that fear did not disappear when named. It acquired weight, heat, a pulse against his palm. And when Théo's breathing finally deepened into sleep, Dominik did not let go. Chapter 13, Park Firm. Théo woke with his hand empty. For several seconds, he did not remember where he was. The cabin remained dark, window shades lowered, aisle lights burning blue along the floor. The aircraft engines held the same endless note beneath everything. Around him, bodies slept at unnatural angles under gray blankets. Dominik's seat was upright. Empty. Théo stared at the armrest between them. A faint red mark crossed the back of his hand where Dominik's ring finger had rested during sleep. Not imagined. He pressed his thumb to it. The blanket shifted over his knees. Beneath it lay a folded piece of paper. Théo opened it. Landing briefing in 20 minutes. Drink water. No name. No explanation. Dominik's handwriting made both unnecessary. Théo read the sentence twice, then turned the paper over. Nothing on the back. He smiled before he could stop himself. Across the aisle, Felix opened one eye. Théo folded the note quickly. Felix closed his eye again. Terrible security, Théo muttered. I am asleep, Felix said. Théo tucked the paper into his pocket. By the time the cabin lights rose, Dominik had returned from the galley carrying 2 bottles of water. He handed one to Théo without looking at him. Drink. Théo twisted off the cap. You write very romantic notes. Dominik took his seat. It was a medical recommendation. You left it beneath a shared blanket. The flight attendant was collecting loose items. Of course. Dominik fastened his seat belt. His face gave away nothing. His knee touched Théo's beneath the tray table. Neither moved it. The contact lasted until the wheels struck the runway. The paddock did not allow softness. It began at the airport, where team staff separated into assigned cars and photographers waited beyond the security doors despite the hour. Dominik exited first. Théo followed 40 seconds later beside Ravi, smiling at a question shouted in Italian. By the time they reached the circuit, they had become teammates again. Dominik stood in the engineering room with Felix, discussing brake temperatures. Théo leaned over a map with Ravi and pretended not to know exactly where Dominik was without looking. They did not speak privately all morning. They did not touch. At lunch, Dominik sat 3 tables away. At the track walk, their groups passed each other near turn 9. Dominik gave Ravi a brief nod. Théo received nothing. The absence felt deliberate enough to bruise. His phone buzzed in his pocket 5 seconds later. Unknown number. The curb is higher than last year. Do not use the inside half in qualifying. Théo stopped walking. Ravi continued 3 steps before noticing. What? Nothing. You have the expression you normally make before ignoring useful advice. Théo locked the screen. The curb at 9 is higher. Ravi looked toward it. Yes. I noticed. No, you didn't. Théo resumed walking. Behind them, Dominik's group moved toward the next corner. Théo opened the message again without slowing. Unknown number. Ridiculous. He typed. Théo, who is this? The reply arrived before he reached turn 10. Unknown number. Someone familiar with your inability to follow instructions. Théo bit the inside of his cheek. Théo, Casimir? 3 dots appeared. Stopped. Appeared again. Unknown number, delete this conversation. Théo looked back. Dominik stood 50 meters away while an engineer pointed toward the apex. His posture remained composed. His phone was nowhere visible. Théo, very convincing denial. Unknown number, delete it. Théo, you first. No reply came. The number stayed in his phone. He saved it under tire supplier. That evening, the team hotel filled with guests. Sponsors occupied the restaurant. Broadcasters crowded the bar. Mechanics moved through the lobby carrying laptops and plates from room service, identifiable even out of uniform by their exhaustion. Théo entered through the main doors beside Ravi. Dominik arrived 9 minutes later with Felix and Amara. They did not look at each other. At 10:14, Theo's phone buzzed on the bedside table. Tire supplier, 1432. Theo stared at the message. No room number contained 4 digits. He typed back. Theo, is this a differential setting or a hostage demand? Tire supplier, stairwell. Floor 14. 32 minutes. Theo sat on the edge of the bed. The hotel room held the sterile evidence of occupation. Open suitcase. Team trousers over a chair. His father's headset resting inside the race bag where he had checked it twice since arriving. He looked at himself in the mirror. He had not kissed Dominik since the simulator room. Had not touched him except beneath the blanket on the plane. Confession had changed the shape of the distance without erasing it. Dominik had said "I want you" as if the words had been pulled through broken glass. Theo did not know what came after that. Apparently stairwells. At 10:43, he left his room wearing track pants, a sweatshirt, and a cap pulled low over his curls. The corridor was empty. He took the elevator to 12, walked 2 flights, and opened the stairwell door. Dominik stood on the landing between 14 and 15. No team shirt. No sponsor watch. A charcoal sweater, dark trousers, hotel keycard held between 2 fingers. The concrete stairwell smelled of dust and industrial cleaner. Theo let the door close behind him. Very glamorous, he said. Dominik looked him over. Not inspection. Something warmer and less defensible. You are late. By 11 seconds. 14. You counted. Yes. Theo stepped down 1 stair. Dominik remained below him. Their eye line leveled. What is 1432? Theo asked. 1432. That is not how time works. It worked. You could have written the words. Messages can be recovered. So can numbers. Less obviously. Theo smiled. Dominik did not. The tension in his shoulders remained too precise. Theo's smile faded. Are you going to kiss me? Dominik looked toward the camera mounted above the fire door. Theo followed his gaze. No blind spot, Dominik said. You brought me into a stairwell with a camera? I did not bring you here for that. What did you bring me here for? Dominik's 2 fingers pressed against his thigh. Theo waited. This time, he did not fill the silence. Dominik noticed. His gaze sharpened. We need rules, he said. Theo leaned one shoulder against the wall. Of course we do. No messages with names. Hence tire supplier. Dominik's expression changed by a fraction. You saved me as what? Amara. That is worse. I'm joking. You are not. I am. Dominik held out his hand. Give me the phone. No. Theo. You cannot inspect my contacts. I can when one of them could end both our contracts. The words landed harder than intended. Dominik saw it. His hand lowered. Theo looked toward the closed stairwell door. Both, he repeated. Yes. At least we lose together. That is not comforting. It was not meant to be. Dominik exhaled slowly. We cannot arrive or leave together. No hotel rooms registered under either name. No contact in the paddock that cannot be explained. Everything can be explained. Not the way you look at me. Theo went still. The concrete wall pressed cold through his sweatshirt. Dominik's face closed a second too late. How do I look at you? Theo asked. You know. I want to hear you say it. No. Then it cannot be dangerous. Dominik turned away. Theo caught his sleeve. The movement was instinctive. Dominik stopped. Theo's hand loosened but did not fall. You said you wanted me, he said. On the plane. I remember. Good. Because your rules are beginning to sound like a hostage negotiation. They are intended to protect you. From what? Exposure. Or you? Dominik looked down at Theo's fingers around his sleeve. Theo released him. The loss of contact seemed to alter the air. Dominik said. I do not know how to do this. The sentence was almost lost beneath the ventilation fan. Théo stared at him. Dominik's gaze remained on the stair below them. I know how to prevent discovery. He continued. I know how to control variables. I know what this could cost. You do not know how to have me. Dominik looked up. Théo's pulse shifted. The words had sounded bolder than he felt. He folded his arms to keep his hands still. Dominik stepped closer. One stare. Then another. I know how to want you, he said. The stairwell narrowed around them. Théo's breath caught. That seems like a useful start. Dominik raised one hand. Slowly. His fingers touched the brim of Théo's cap and pulled it off. Curls fell across Théo's forehead. Dominik looked at them as if he had removed something more intimate than a piece of fabric. No camera here? Théo asked. The landing is outside its angle. You checked? Yes. Before I arrived? Yes. The answer went through him. Not spontaneous. Not reckless. Dominik had studied the space. Found the blind spot. Built safety where he knew how. Théo stepped into it. He touched Dominik's wrist first. The pulse beneath his fingertips ran faster than the rest of him. This? Théo asked. Can it be explained? No. Good. Dominik kissed him. Not like the simulator room. There was no collision. No fist in Théo's sweatshirt, no panic turned violent through restraint. Dominik's mouth touched his once. Softly. Then withdrew. Théo kept hold of his wrist. That was terrible. Dominik's eyebrows drew together. You barely committed. I was being careful. I noticed. Théo pulled him closer by the wrist and kissed him again. Dominik made a quiet sound against his mouth. The careful version lasted 3 seconds. Then his free hand closed around Théo's waist and the concrete wall met Théo's back. Heat moved through him so quickly his knees weakened. Dominik's mouth was still controlled, even now. A measured pressure. A pause that felt like a question. Then deeper when Théo answered by opening for him. Théo slid one hand behind Dominik's neck. The short hair there felt soft beneath his fingers. Dominik shuddered. The reaction was small. Théo felt all of it. He kissed the corner of Dominik's mouth, then his jaw. You count everything, Théo whispered. Dominik's hand tightened at his waist. Yes. How many times have you thought about this? Dominik went still. Théo smiled against his skin. 5? No. 10? Stop. 20? Dominik caught his jaw and brought their mouths together hard enough to erase the question. Théo laughed into the kiss. Dominik kissed him until the laugh broke into breath. A door opened several floors below. They separated instantly. Footsteps entered the stairwell. Théo's body remained against the wall, pulse striking beneath his tongue. Dominik stepped to the opposite side of the landing and looked down at his phone. A mechanic from the tire crew rounded the stairs. He glanced at them. Elevators broken? Overcrowded, Dominik said. The mechanic nodded. Théo lifted his cap from the floor. Fitness, he added. The mechanic looked at Dominik's sweater, then at Théo's bare feet inside hotel slides. Right. He continued upward. The fire door closed behind him. Silence returned. Théo covered his mouth with one hand. Dominik looked at him. If you laugh, he may hear. That made it worse. Théo bent forward, shoulders shaking soundlessly. Dominik's mouth tightened. Then, despite himself, he smiled. A real one. Brief and helpless. Théo straightened. There. Dominik's smile vanished. No. I saw it. We need to leave. You are very romantic after kissing. Dominik handed him the cap. Their fingers touched. Neither released it. Come to my room, Théo said. Dominik's gaze lifted. No. The word came too quickly. Théo let go of the cap. Dominik caught his wrist before he could step away. Not yours. Théo looked down at his hand. Dominik released him more slowly this time. My room is watched, Dominik said. Team staff are across the corridor. So? I booked another. Théo stared. Dominik removed a keycard from his pocket. No logo. No room number written across it. Different floor, he said. Registered through the travel office under a vendor allocation. Théo took the card. You planned this. I planned privacy. The distinction mattered to Dominik. That made it matter to Théo. What happens in the room? He asked. Dominik's eyes darkened. Whatever we agree happens. The answer carried more tenderness than seduction. Théo turned the keycard over in his fingers. For years, every room he entered had required proof. Sponsors. Managers. Team principals. Men deciding whether he belonged before he had fully crossed the threshold. Dominik had made one only for them. Not safe. Nothing about this was safe. But chosen. Théo looked up. Separate elevators? Yes. You first? No. You leave first. Because? If anyone sees you, I remain here. So you can deny me. So I can make certain you are not followed. Théo searched his face. Dominik did not look away. Protection and fear occupied him so closely they had become difficult to separate. Théo put the keycard in his pocket. 10 minutes? 12. 11. Dominik's eyebrows lifted. Compromise, Théo said. That is not. Théo kissed him once. Quickly. Before Dominik could finish the correction. Then he opened the fire door. At the threshold he looked back. Dominik stood in the camera's blind spot, one hand resting against the railing, his control visibly rebuilding itself around the shape Théo had left in it. Dominik. Yes? You do not need to know how long. Dominik's face went still. Théo touched the pocket holding the keycard. Just know where I'll be. He left. The elevator took 11 minutes to feel like an hour. Théo entered the second room at 11:12. It was smaller than his own. No luggage. No welcome fruit. Curtains closed over a narrow window, one lamp burning beside the bed. 2 bottles of water stood on the nightstand. Their labels faced outward. Théo turned one backward. At 11:23, the lock clicked. Dominik entered and closed the door without speaking. For one moment, they remained on opposite sides of the room. No cameras. No engineers. No rules useful enough to protect them from each other. Théo held out his hand. Dominik looked at it. Then crossed the space and took it. The first night was not elegant. Dominik checked the door lock twice. Théo knocked over one of the water bottles while removing his sweatshirt. Their teeth met painfully during a kiss, and Théo laughed until Dominik threatened to leave. He did not leave. They undressed only enough to make restraint difficult and stopping possible. Shirts abandoned across the carpet. Skin discovered in careful increments. Dominik's mouth at Théo's throat, then stillness when Théo's breath changed too quickly. Tell me, Dominik said. Théo opened his eyes. Tell you what? What you need? No one had ever asked him that in a room like this. Want had always been easier. Want was speed. Want was instinct. Need required trust. Stay, Théo said. Dominik's face changed. He touched Théo's cheek with the back of 2 fingers. I am here. They slept badly. Théo woke twice with Dominik's arm across his waist, and once with the room empty enough to stop his heart. Dominik was standing at the window, curtains parted by one hand, looking down at the city. Théo sat up. You left. Dominik turned. I crossed the room. Same thing before sunrise. Dominik let the curtain fall. He returned to the bed. Théo lay down again but kept his eyes open. Dominik settled beside him. For several seconds, no one moved. Then Dominik placed his hand over Théo's chest. Not possessive. Counting. Théo covered it with his own. Still alive, he said. Dominik's fingers pressed faintly between his ribs. Yes. The word carried no humor. Théo turned beneath the sheet until they faced each other. Does this frighten you? Yes. Good. Dominik frowned. It frightens me too. The admission loosened something in Dominik's mouth. Théo touched the line between his eyebrows. You do not get to be the only one terrified. That is not a competition. Everything is a competition. No. Who is more emotionally damaged? Dominik caught his hand. You are. Théo stared. Then laughed into the pillow. Dominik's shoulders moved with a silent answer. By dawn, they had established the first rules. No messages that could not survive being read aloud. No contact in the paddock. No unexpected visits. Either could end a meeting without explanation. Neither could disappear afterward. The final rule was Théo's. Dominik resisted it for 6 full seconds. Then agreed. At 5:41, Théo dressed. Dominik stood beside the bed buttoning his shirt, each movement returning him to the man the cameras knew. Théo watched the transformation. The precision. The wall. Dominik caught him looking. What? Nothing. That is not true. Théo picked up his cap. It is strange. What is? Knowing you are still in there. Dominik's hand stopped on the final button. The room held the faint blue light before sunrise. Théo expected correction. Instead, Dominik crossed to him. He adjusted the cap brim by 3 degrees. Théo smiled. Better? Dominik's fingers lingered near his temple. No, he said. Then he kissed him once and opened the door. Théo left first. At breakfast, they sat at separate tables. During the morning briefing, Dominik corrected Théo's brake migration target in front of 12 engineers. Théo argued for 2 minutes longer than necessary. No one saw anything unusual. Beneath the table, Théo's phone buzzed. Tire supplier, you turned the water bottle. He kept his face toward the telemetry screen. Théo, it was becoming arrogant. A pause. Tire supplier, room 1432. Tonight. 11 minutes. Théo's fingers went still around his pen. Across the table, Dominik continued explaining tire preparation without looking at him. Clean voice. Controlled posture. Number 1. Only the faint pressure of 2 fingers against his own thigh gave him away. Théo looked down at the red and blue traces on the screen. Parkfum. The place where the car was locked after qualifying, protected from alteration until the race. Nothing touched. Nothing changed. Nothing exposed. He understood the appeal. He also understood the lie. Dominik looked at him then. 1 second. No longer. Enough. The secret settled between them, dangerous and alive. For now, it belonged only to them. Chapter 14, Leaked. The photograph was taken at 5:38 in the morning. Théo learned about it at 7:12, while standing in the garage with half a banana in his mouth. Ravi approached without his usual coffee. That was the first warning. The second was Poppy behind him, moving fast enough to make 2 mechanics flatten themselves against the timing stand. Phone, she said. Théo chewed. What? Give me your phone. He swallowed. Good morning to you too. Poppy held out her hand. Her face had lost all its ordinary impatience. No exasperation. No practiced calm for sponsor emergencies. Only fear forced into professional shape. Théo took the phone from his pocket. What happened? Unlock it. Why? Now. Ravi's eyes moved toward the central partition. Dominik stood with Felix beside the car, studying the front suspension. He had not looked over. That meant he already knew. Théo entered his passcode and handed Poppy the phone. She opened his social media account, checked the direct messages, then switched to his browser. You could at least pretend this is legal, he said. I'm not the government. Comforting. She turned the screen toward him. The photograph was grainy. Dawn had flattened the hotel service entrance into shades of gray. A black car waited at the curb, rear door open. Dominik stood beside it in team trousers and a dark sweater, one hand braced on the roof. Théo faced him. Too close. Not touching. The camera had caught Dominik's head angled toward Théo's, his mouth near Théo's temple as if he were speaking into the space beside his ear. Théo's hand rested against Dominik's chest. The image had been cropped tightly enough to erase context. It looked like an embrace interrupted 1 second too soon. A headline sat beneath it. Reyes and Marchetti, teammates or something more? Théo stared. The banana turned heavy in his stomach. That is nothing, he said. Poppy looked at him. It is a photograph of two teammates talking beside a car. At dawn, Ravi said. We leave hotels at dawn constantly. Through the service entrance? Theo's fingers curled. The service entrance had been Dominik's idea. Fewer cameras. No fans. Separate car from the main team transfer. They had spent the night in room 1432. Nothing dramatic. No desperate urgency. They had ordered food under a false room name, argued over a qualifying replay, and fallen asleep with the television still showing track footage without sound. At 5:22, Dominik's alarm had vibrated beneath the pillow. They had left separately. They were supposed to leave separately. Théo had reached the service entrance first and found Dominik waiting beside the car because a road closure had delayed the second vehicle. 12 minutes of overlap. He had teased Dominik about his sweater being wrinkled. Dominik had leaned close to say the collar of Théo's shirt was folded inward. Théo had placed a hand against his chest to stop him correcting it. A minor contact. Practical. Nothing. The photograph turned nothing into evidence. How many outlets? Théo asked. 3 gossip accounts, Poppy said. 1 motorsports site repeated it as speculation. A tabloid is requesting comment. Views? She did not answer. Poppy. 800,000 on the original post. The garage continued around them. Wheel guns tested in short bursts. Engineers crossed beneath the monitors. Guests gathered behind the glass partition, waiting for the day's access tour. No one appeared to be watching. Théo felt watched everywhere. What did they write? He asked. You've seen enough. Give me the phone. Poppy locked it and held it against her chest. No engagement. No likes, no replies, no jokes. I was not going to joke. Ravi and Poppy exchanged a look. Théo hated them both for it. Across the garage, Dominik straightened. His eyes found Théo's. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. It might as well have been a border. Dominik looked away first. Amara summoned them 6 minutes later. The conference room door closed with a soft seal. Amara stood at the head of the table. Poppy sat to her left with 2 phones, 3 printed pages, and the expression of someone preparing to disarm a device built by idiots. Dominik took the chair nearest the door. Théo sat opposite him. No one spoke. Amara placed the photograph in the center of the table. Printed. Larger. Worse. The grain softened the outlines of their bodies and made the moment appear intimate in a way clarity might have corrected. Or confirmed. Tell me what happened, Amara said. Dominik answered first. The hotel transfer cars were delayed. I did not ask about transport. His jaw tightened. Théo looked at the photograph. We were talking. Amara's gaze moved to his hand against Dominik's chest. Do you normally speak through physical contact? Yes. Poppy closed her eyes. Théo folded his arms. It is true. Amara looked at Dominik. And you? No. 1 word. Clean enough to cut. Theo's gaze snapped toward him. Dominik did not look back. Amara rested both palms on the table. I am going to ask a direct question. You will give me a direct answer. The air conditioning clicked on. Cold moved over Theo's forearms. Is there a relationship between you that this team needs to know about? The room lost every sound except the vent above them. Théo looked at Dominik. Dominik stared at the photograph. 2 fingers pressed against his thigh beneath the table. Once. Again. Théo waited. He had promised himself he would let him choose. Amara did not rush him. That was worse than pressure. Dominik's lips parted. Poppy's phone vibrated against the table. Everyone flinched except Amara. She glanced at the screen. The tabloid has published. Théo's pulse climbed. Amara did not look away from Dominik. Well? Dominik's face settled. The walls rebuilt in real time. No, he said. Théo felt the word enter his body without impact. No pain at first. Only absence. Like a radio channel cut mid-sentence. Amara's gaze shifted to him. Théo heard Julia's voice from the hotel room. Do not prove you are worth choosing. Let him choose. He smiled. The expression came easily. Years of practice. No, he agreed. Poppy exhaled. The moment vanished into logistics. We deny any implication, she said. Team statement. 2 drivers shared transport due to schedule changes. The image was taken out of context. They did not share transport, Amara said. We can say they were waiting for team transport. Accurate enough. Théo looked at Dominik. Accurate enough. Poppy opened one of the printed pages. We also have footage from the hotel loading bay showing staff present 4 minutes before this image. We'll release a still that widens the scene. There were no staff when it was taken, Dominik said. The public does not need a complete timeline. His eyes hardened. Théo almost laughed. There it was. Dominik objecting to a lie while sitting across from the man he had denied. Amara noticed the change in Théo's face. She noticed everything. Poppy, she said. Leave us. Poppy froze. Amara. Now. Ravi was not in the room. Felix was not in the room. No engineers, no witnesses, no one to absorb the pressure. Poppy gathered the papers. At the door, she looked back once. Amara waited until it closed. Then she sat. That frightened Théo more than anything else. Amara rarely sat when delivering consequences. I have spent 27 years in this sport, she said. Long enough to know that the first answer people give under threat is often the one they believe will cost least. Neither man moved. I am not asking again. Dominik's fingers stopped tapping. Amara looked at Théo. You do not need to answer for him. The kindness nearly broke him. Théo leaned back. I'm not. Dominik finally looked up. His eyes met Théo's. The expression inside them was not regret. Regret would have been easier. This was terror held so tightly it had become indistinguishable from control. Dominik said, There is. The room shifted. Amara's face did not. Théo's lungs remembered air. How long? She asked. Since Singapore, Dominik said. The simulator room, Théo corrected. Dominik's eyes cut toward him. Théo held the look. If they were going to confess, it would not be reduced into a version clean enough for strategy. Amara nodded once. Who knows? My sister, Théo said. Felix may suspect, Dominik said. Ravi suspects something. Anyone outside those names? No. Messages? Coded, Dominik said. Delete them. Théo's mouth tightened. Amara turned to him. That was not a suggestion. They do not contain anything. Then deleting them costs you nothing. That is not why. Amara's gaze sharpened. Théo looked down at the photograph. The messages were ridiculous. Curbs. Room numbers. Water bottles turned backward. Warnings about cameras disguised as comments on tire pressure. Proof that Dominik thought of him when they were apart. Proof that this existed somewhere other than Théo's memory. I understand, Amara said. He looked up. Her voice remained steady. Delete them anyway, Dominik said. We will. The plural mattered. Not enough. Still, Théo held it. Amara folded her hands. For the next 72 hours, you will not be alone together anywhere outside secure team spaces. Théo laughed once. Secure team spaces have cameras. Then behave accordingly. Dominik's jaw shifted. Amara continued. You will arrive separately. Leave separately. No unexplained schedule changes. No private rooms booked through team channels. Dominik went still. Amara's eyes hardened. Did you believe I would not notice? The booking was under vendor allocation, he said. It was approved by my travel department. Théo looked at him. Dominik's face revealed nothing. Amara had known. Perhaps not what the room meant, but known enough. You put the team in a position where protecting you requires lying, she said. I will take responsibility, Dominik replied. Théo turned toward him. Of course you will. Dominik's gaze met his. Théo felt the old anger rise. Not because Dominik wanted responsibility. Because he wanted all of it. The risk. The decision. The punishment. Control disguised as sacrifice. Amara said. There will be no martyrdom in this room. Silence. She leaned back. I am not interested in policing who either of you loves. The words struck the table between them. Dominik's eyes lowered. Théo could not breathe correctly. Amara continued as if she had said nothing unusual. I am interested in whether it compromises the team. Right now, the answer is yes. It has not affected performance, Dominik said. You lied to me 12 minutes ago. That did not affect the car. It affected my ability to protect you. Dominik absorbed the line without movement. Amara looked at Théo. And you are angry enough to become reckless. I'm sitting still. Your body is. Your mouth will follow. He looked away. You will both attend the sponsor event tonight, she said. Together. Théo stared. You want photographs? I want ordinary photographs. Public, supervised, and boring enough to bury the interesting one. Poppy's strategy. Dilution. Give the public more images until the dangerous one became only another frame. Dominik said. Understood. Théo looked at him. You say that too easily. We do not have a better option. We could tell the truth. The room went silent. He had not planned to say it. The thought had existed only as pressure until his mouth gave it shape. Dominik's face changed. Not much. Enough. Amara watched both of them. The truth would not remain yours, she said. Théo knew that. Headlines. Sponsors. Questions about favoritism, strategy, professionalism. Every touch rewound. Every race recast as conspiracy. Still, something inside him resisted. It is ours now? He asked. This feels very crowded. Dominik said his name quietly. Théo. The warning hurt more than the denial. He stood. The chair legs scraped the floor. Amara did not tell him to sit. Théo placed both hands on the table and looked at Dominik. You said no. I corrected it. After she sent Poppy out. There were consequences to consider. There are always consequences. Yes. That is not an answer. Dominik rose too. Amara remained between them without moving. I was protecting you, Dominik said. Théo laughed. The sound came out thin. From being wanted? From losing your career. You do not get to erase me and call it protection. Dominik's face went white beneath the brown of his skin. The words landed. Good. Théo hated that he wanted them to. Amara stood. Enough. The room obeyed. She looked at Dominik. Protection without consent is control. Then at Théo. And truth without preparation can become a weapon used against both of you. Neither answered. Amara picked up the photograph. This is what happens when strangers receive 1 second of your life. They build the rest from whatever serves them. She tore the page once. The rips sounded loud. Do not help them. The sponsor event took place beneath glass chandeliers in a hotel ballroom 20 minutes from the circuit. Dominik and Théo entered together. Poppy walked half a step behind them. Cameras turned. Questions rose immediately. Dominik, Théo, any comment on the photograph? Are you more than teammates? Was the team statement accurate? Dominik stopped at the sponsor wall. Théo took his place beside him. Their shoulders touched. The same practical contact they had performed dozens of times. Now it burned. Dominik faced the cameras. The photographs showed 2 drivers waiting for transport, he said. Any other interpretation is incorrect. Perfect delivery. Complete sentence. No room for follow-up. Théo smiled. A reporter called. Théo, do you agree? Dominik's arm remained against his, warm through the suit jacket. Théo thought of the hotel room. Dominik's hand over his chest before dawn. Still alive. He thought of no. Yes, he said. The flashes erupted. For 40 minutes, they performed normality. They laughed at prepared questions. Accepted drinks they did not consume. Stood beside executives while photographers arranged their bodies into useful shapes. At one point, a sponsor asked Dominik to place a hand on Théo's shoulder. Dominik did. His palms settled carefully near the base of Théo's neck. The place their father used to touch after a win. Théo's smile faltered. Only for a second. The camera captured it anyway. After the event, Poppy separated them into different cars. Théo reached his hotel room at 11:08. His phone waited on the desk. He opened the conversation marked tire supplier. The messages filled the screen. The curb is higher than last year. You turned the water bottle. Room 1432. Tonight. 11 minutes. Théo pressed his thumb to the first message. Delete. The phone asked whether he was sure. He sat on the edge of the bed. His father's headset rested inside the open race bag. Objects kept what people could not. Old sweat in cracked foam. Machine oil in yellow tape. A voice long gone from the radio. Théo cancelled the deletion. A knock sounded. Not measured. 1 strike. Then silence. He crossed the room and looked through the peephole. No one stood outside. He opened the door. A folded page lay against the threshold. Dominik's handwriting. No telemetry this time. Only 3 lines. I should not have said no. I was afraid. That is not the same as regret. Théo crouched in the doorway. At the end of the corridor, the elevator numbers descended. 14. 13. 12. He could run. He could catch Dominik before the lobby. Be faster. Force the opening. Instead, Théo pressed a note flat against his knee. Let him choose. The elevator stopped at 8. Then began climbing again. Théo's breath caught. 9. 10. 11. The doors opened at the end of the corridor. Dominik stepped out. He stopped when he saw Théo in the doorway. Neither moved. The hallway stretched between them beneath a row of gold lights. Dominik held no keycard. No plan. Nothing measurable in his hands. He walked toward Théo. Slowly. Not checking the cameras. Not looking behind him. When he reached the door, Théo stood. Dominik's gaze dropped to the note. I did not know whether you would keep it. I keep everything. I know. The words settled softly. Théo looked past him. The corridor remained empty. This is against the rules. Yes. Amara said 72 hours. I remember. You counted? Yes. Theo's throat tightened. Why are you here? Dominik looked at him. Fear remained in his face. Not hidden now. Not gone. I said no when the truth was yes. Théo waited. Dominik's fingers curled at his sides. I will not do that to you again. The promise was too large for the hallway. Too fragile for the world outside it. Théo stepped backward into the room. Dominik remained at the threshold. For 1 second, either crossed. Then Dominik entered. Théo closed the door behind him. The lock clicked. It did not sound like safety. It sounded like a choice. Chapter 15. Rival Teams Move. Casimir Adeyemi waited until the second question. The press conference room was colder than the paddock outside and smelled of carpet adhesive, bottled water, and the electrical heat of television cameras. Dominik sat beneath the sponsor wall with Théo on his left and Casimir on his right. 3 drivers. 2 teams. 1 photograph everyone had been told not to mention. The moderator pointed toward a journalist in the front row. Casimir, your team has brought a significant upgrade this weekend. Do you believe it closes the gap? Casimir adjusted the microphone. He wore his race suit tied neatly at the waist and a white team shirt with no visible crease. Every detail had been chosen for the camera, including the pause before his answer. We believe the championship will be decided by execution, he said. At this level, outright speed is rarely the only factor. Dominik took a drink of water. The second journalist leaned forward. Can you expand on that? Casimir smiled. Reliability. Strategy. Internal stability. The room changed. Not loudly. A shifting of shoulders. Pens lifting. Camera operators leaning closer to their viewfinders. Théo's knee went still beside Dominik's. Casimir continued. A fast car needs a unified team behind it. 2 drivers pulling in different directions can cost more than any technical deficit. The moderator moved quickly. Dominik, would you like to respond? No. The answer was immediate. A few journalists laughed. Casimir looked at him. Dominik kept his hands folded on the table. The questioner persisted. Do you believe that comment was aimed at your team? You would need to ask Casimir. I believe I just did, Casimir said pleasantly. More laughter. Théo's fingers began tapping against the underside of the table. Dominik felt each movement through the shared panel between their seats. The photograph had disappeared from major outlets 2 days earlier. Amara's widened hotel image, a carefully worded transport statement, and a flood of ordinary sponsor photographs had done their work. The gossip account that posted the original had moved on to a footballer leaving a nightclub with the wrong person. Publicly, the crisis had passed. Casimir had brought it back with 4 words. Internal stability. He did not need to name the photograph. Everyone in the room remembered it for him. The moderator turned to Théo. You and Dominik have had several intense battles already this season. Does competition between teammates ever become destabilizing? Théo smiled. It was the polished version. The one Dominik now recognized as pain arranged for public use. Only if one of us starts losing. The room laughed. Casimir's smile sharpened by a fraction. The moderator said, And which one of you is that? Théo glanced toward Dominik. The look lasted less than a second. Long enough to become dangerous. We take turns, he said. Dominik answered the next question about tire allocation. Casimir answered one about his new floor. The press conference moved forward, but the phrase remained lodged beneath every sentence. Internal stability. Afterward, Poppy intercepted them behind the curtain. No comments in the pen about team unity, she said. Théo pulled off his microphone. We are unified. Poppy held out her hand for the transmitter. Then please stop saying it like a threat. Dominik unclipped his own microphone and gave it to her. What has their communications team released? Poppy looked at him. You've heard one vague answer and assume coordination. Casimir does not improvise headlines. Théo stepped closer. You admire that about him? No. You sound impressed. I am accurate. Poppy checked her tablet. Her mouth tightened. Dominik noticed. Show me. She turned the screen. Casimir's team had posted a short video from the press conference. 22 seconds. The clip began with his comment about execution, cut directly to internal stability, then ended on Théo looking toward Dominik. No answer. Only the look. The caption read, One team. One purpose. Below it, the comments filled faster than the page could load. Dominik read 3. Trouble in Scarlet. Adeyemi knows. Marchetti will never accept number 2. Poppy locked the screen. They want the constructor's narrative, she said. They're framing us as divided. Because we are, Théo said. Dominik turned. Poppy glanced between them. Théo slipped both hands into his pockets. On track, he added. We compete. That is not division, Dominik said. It is when the team pits you first. The corridor quieted around them. 2 officials passed at the far end without looking over. Poppy's expression flattened. This is precisely why neither of you will answer questions without me present. She walked away. Dominik waited until she disappeared through the next door. Then he said, That was unnecessary. So was denying me. The words came quietly. Not an argument for witnesses. A blade meant for one person. Dominik's chest tightened. We resolved that. No. You explained it. I apologized. You wrote 3 lines on paper. And came back. Théo looked at him. The corridor's fluorescent lights sharpened the hollows beneath his eyes. Yes, he said. You did. The anger softened. That was worse. Dominik lowered his voice. What do you need? Theo's mouth bent. Apparently a communication strategy. You know what I mean. Do I? Dominik looked toward the door Poppy had used. The paddock remained close on the other side. Cameras, team staff, people trained to notice changes in posture and tone. Théo followed his gaze. There, he said. What? That. Dominik's attention returned to him. You ask what I need, then check who might see you give it. That is not fair. No. It is accurate. He turned and walked toward the garage. Dominik did not follow. For the rest of the afternoon, the rival team's message spread. Broadcasters replayed Casimir's answer during practice coverage. One panel debated whether Theo's aggressive qualifying style was forcing Dominik away from his preferred setup direction. Another suggested the team would eventually have to designate a lead driver. By the end of second practice, Casimir topped the timing screen. Dominik finished second. Théo finished fourth after traffic compromised his final run. In the garage, no one reacted. The timing monitor told the story loudly enough. Felix removed his headset. The upgrade appears real. Dominik watched Casimir's long-run pace. Rear degradation? Better than expected. Fuel corrected? 1/10 ahead. Dominik looked toward Theo's side of the garage. Ravi stood over the cockpit, speaking with one hand pressed to the halo. Théo remained strapped in, helmet off, damp curls flattened across his forehead. His gaze stayed on the steering wheel. No jokes. No hands moving. Dominik recognized that silence too. Théo was not calm. He was preparing to prove something. Dominik pressed the radio button on the shared engineering channel. Ravi. Ravi looked across the partition. His turn 12 entry is too aggressive for the rear temperatures. Theo's head lifted. Ravi checked the data. I see it. Reduce the differential preload before the race simulation. Théo unfastened the harness. Ravi said, We'll discuss it. No, Théo said. His voice carried across both garages. Mechanics continued working, but more carefully. Théo climbed from the car. The setting stays. Ravi lowered his voice. The rear is moving. I know. Dominik stepped around the partition. You will lose the tires before the end of the stint. Théo pulled off his gloves. Then I'll drive around it. You cannot drive around thermal degradation. I managed 12 laps in testing. In different conditions. Everything is always different when I'm fast. Dominik stopped 3 feet away. The garage listened while pretending not to. Do not turn Casimir's lap into an argument with me, he said. Theo's eyes flashed. You think this is about him? Yes. Of course you do. Ravi moved between them with the smooth inevitability of a safety car. We will review both settings before tomorrow. Théo handed him the gloves. Use Dominik's. He understands the car. He walked toward the rear of the garage. Dominik watched him go. Felix appeared beside him. That was productive. Dominik kept his eyes on the closing door. He is reacting to pressure. Yes. He will damage the rear tires. Yes. He knows that. Felix looked at him. Yes. The hotel room no longer had a number. After Amara discovered the vendor booking, Dominik arranged nothing through the team. He paid cash through a private concierge at a hotel 3 streets away, entered through the restaurant, and took the service elevator to the 8th floor. Théo arrived 22 minutes later. He wore a black cap and irritation like a second layer of clothing. Dominik opened the door. You were followed? Hello to you too. Were you? No. Théo stepped inside. The room was small and dim, curtains closed, a single lamp burning beside the bed. Dominik had placed their phones inside an empty ice bucket in the bathroom with the shower running, a precaution Théo had called insane the first time. Tonight he handed over his phone without comment. Dominik took it. The silence followed them into the bathroom. Théo leaned against the sink while Dominik placed both devices beneath a folded towel inside the bucket. You know phones do not have ears, Théo said. They have microphones. You have become someone's father. Dominik switched on the shower. Water struck tile. Théo looked toward the mirror. His reflection appeared between them. Cap low. Mouth tight. Dominik closed the bathroom door. What happened in the garage? Théo laughed. You were there. I want your answer. No. You want a reason you can correct. Dominik felt his control tighten. I was trying to protect your race. There it is again. What? Protection. Théo removed the cap and threw it onto the bed. His curls remained flattened on one side. You say it when you mean control. You say it when you mean fear. You say it when you want me to stop asking questions. That is not true. You denied me to protect me. You hid the room to protect me. You tell me how to drive to protect me. The driving is different. Is it? Yes. Dominik stepped closer. You were going to overheat the rear tires because Casimir made a comment. Because he was faster. 1 practice session. 1/10. Fuel corrected. I heard Felix. Then why behave as if the championship was decided today? Théo stared at him. The answer arrived slowly. Because you only want me when I am fast. Dominik went still. The shower ran behind the closed door. Water filling silence. Théo looked away as soon as he said it. The performance returned too late. He reached for the minibar. Dominik caught his wrist. Théo stopped. I told you that was not true. You said the technique was not the problem. I said I wanted you. After I forced you to answer. Dominik released him. Théo opened the minibar and stared inside without taking anything. I know what this is when we are alone, he said. I know what you are like at 2 in the morning, when no one can see you choose me. Dominik's throat tightened. But daylight arrives, Théo continued, and I become a risk assessment. That is not what you are. Then what am I? The question hung between them. Dominik had answered it on the plane. You. It had been easier at 38,000 feet, suspended above consequence. Here, the city pressed against the curtains. Casimir's soundbite played on every sports channel. A photograph had already proven how quickly privacy could be taken from them. You are my teammate, Dominik said. Théo closed the minibar. The click was soft. Final. Dominik heard the failure immediately. And? Théo asked. He could say lover. The word waited. Too exposed. Too imprecise. Too much like a promise he did not know how to keep. Dominik's fingers tapped once against his thigh. Théo watched. And? He repeated. Dominik forced air into his lungs. The person I am with. Theo's mouth twisted. Very romantic. It is true. In this room. Yes. The answer came before Dominik understood the trap. Théo looked toward the curtains. What happens after the season? Dominik's body locked. There it was. Not tonight. Not the next race. A future. An uncontrolled length of road with no braking markers. We are in the middle of a championship. I know. Anything could change. I know. Contracts. Team structure. Sponsors. I know. Théo turned toward him. I am not asking where we live in 10 years. What are you asking? Whether this has an exit other than getting caught. Dominik had no answer prepared. Théo crossed the room and opened the curtain by 1 inch. City light cut across his face. Could we ever go to dinner? He asked. Not in a room ordered under a false name. Not through a service lift. Dominik looked at the gap in the curtain. We go to sponsored dinners. Could I touch you there? No. Could I touch you anywhere people know our names? You know the answer. Yes. Théo let the curtain fall. That is the problem. Dominik's chest compressed. We knew what this would require. No. You knew. You gave me rules. You agreed. I agreed because the alternative was not having you. The sentence stripped the anger from the room. Theo's eyes shone, but his voice remained steady. I am asking whether that will always be the choice. Dominik saw the possible future in broken flashes. Hotels. Separate cars. Hands beneath tables. Théo standing close enough to touch while cameras demanded they deny the shape of it. He saw sponsors leaving. Headlines rewriting every result. Amara defending them until the cost became too high. He saw Theo's career reduced to the champion's secret. Fear organized itself into facts. I do not know, Dominik said. Théo nodded. The movement hurt more than anger. At least that is honest. He picked up his cap. Dominik stepped between him and the door. You are leaving? Yes. We have not resolved the setup. Théo stared at him. Then laughed once. Unbelievable. The race matters. So does this. I know. Do you? Dominik reached for him. Théo moved back. The refusal left Dominik's hand empty. You asked what happens after the season? He said. Yes. I cannot promise something I do not know how to protect. Theo's face tightened. I am not asking you to protect the future. Then what? Want one. The words landed without force. They did not need any. Théo placed the cap on his head. At the door, he paused. Casimir thinks this team is unstable because we want the same championship. Dominik said nothing. He is wrong. Théo continued. The championship is the only thing we agree how to want. The door closed behind him. Dominik stood alone in the room. The shower continued running. Their phones remained sealed beneath a towel, hidden from a threat that might not exist while the real one walked into the corridor unprotected. He entered the bathroom and turned off the water. The sudden silence rang. Theo's phone lit inside the ice bucket. A message preview appeared before the screen went dark. Julia, did he choose you today? Dominik stared at the question. He did not touch the phone. In the morning, the rival team's video passed 5 million views. The team briefing began at 7. Théo arrived early and sat beside Ravi. He did not look at Dominik. Amara stood at the front beneath the championship standings. Casimir led by 11 points. Dominik sat opposite Théo. Between them, the table held track maps, setup sheets, and 2 bottles of water with their labels facing outward. Amara began. Our competitors believe pressure will divide us. Théo opened his notebook. Dominik watched his fingers close around the pen. They are counting on one of you to make the championship personal, Amara said. Théo looked up then. His gaze met Dominik's across the table. The race was personal. The secrecy was personal. Everything they had refused to name had become personal. Dominik pressed 2 fingers against his thigh. Once. Then stopped. We do not give them what they want, Amara said. Theo's face became smooth. Professional. Untouchable. Understood, he said. Dominik heard himself in the answer. That frightened him more than Casimir ever could. Chapter 16, The Setup. The first version of the setup failed in the simulator. Not dramatically. There was no virtual impact, no suspension folded beneath the car, no engineer pulling off a headset with panic in his face. The rear simply refused to remain where it belonged. At 240 km per hour through turn 14, the car rotated 3 degrees beyond target. Théo corrected once. The tires caught. The lap continued. On the next attempt, it rotated 4. On the third, 5. Box, Ravi said through the headset. Théo stayed on the throttle. Théo. Box. I can finish the lap. The run is complete. The lap isn't. He entered turn 17 too quickly, caught the rear at the first snap, and lost it on the second. The simulator spun. The screens went black. Hydraulics lowered the cockpit into silence. Dominik stood behind Felix's chair with his arms folded. Across the room, Ravi removed his headset and waited for Théo to climb out. The factory simulator bay had no windows. White light flattened every surface: the carbon cockpit, the cables running beneath the platform, the engineers seated beneath rows of telemetry screens. On the largest monitor, Theo's failed run remained frozen in red. Felix's voice came quietly. The instability is worse than the model predicted. Yes. High-speed load transfer is inconsistent. Yes. The revised rear geometry should not proceed to the test. Dominik looked at the red steering trace. It rose sharply at turn 14, dipped, then rose again during correction. A nervous heartbeat translated into data. The model underestimates track grip, he said. Felix turned in his chair. It also underestimates wind sensitivity. The circuit forecast is stable. For the morning. Dominik said nothing. Théo climbed from the cockpit. He pulled off the headset and dropped it onto the seat. Not through. Dropped with enough control to prove he had considered throwing it. Ravi walked toward him. We are reverting to the baseline rear suspension. Théo wiped a hand across his mouth. I can make this work. No. It rotates faster. It attempts to rotate forever. I caught it. Until you didn't. Théo looked toward the telemetry wall. Then toward Dominik. For 3 days, they had spoken only about work. No coded messages. No hotel room. No note outside a door. The silence between them had become professional enough that no one else appeared to notice. Dominik noticed everything. The way Théo now addressed questions to Ravi even when looking directly at him. The way he left meetings before the room emptied. The way his hands remained still whenever Dominik entered, as if even nervousness had become something Théo refused to share. Casimir led the championship by 11 points. The rival team's new floor had given them 2/10 in medium-speed corners and better tire preservation over long runs. They needed performance. The revised suspension offered it. If it worked. Théo walked toward the screen. Show the entry speed. The performance engineer enlarged turn 14. Theo's red trace crossed Dominik's blue reference line 20 meters before the apex. You are 4 kilometers per hour faster, Dominik said. Théo looked at the screen. 5 on the second run. You did not complete the second run. I completed the corner. You completed the first half. Ravi folded his arms. We are not validating a setup based on half a corner. Théo leaned one hand against the console. The rear unloads because the differential is too open. No, Dominik said. It unloads because the platform is unstable. Théo turned. Then why are we testing it? The question was for the room. It landed on Dominik. He had asked the performance group to develop the concept after reviewing Casimir's latest on board. The rival car rotated faster at high speed and carried less steering lock at apex. The gain was small. Small gains decided championships. That was the explanation he had given Amara. It was true. It was not complete. Because the baseline is too slow, Dominik said. Theo's expression sharpened. Your baseline. Ours. You've won 3 championships with it. Not this one. The room quieted. Felix looked down at his keyboard. Ravi said. The test objective was correlation, not lap time. And the correlation shows potential. Dominik replied. It shows risk. All performance contains risk. Théo's eyes remained on him. The words belonged in an engineering meeting. Dominik had said versions of them for years. Today, they sounded like something Théo might say. Ravi shook his head. We revert. No, Théo said. Ravi looked at him. Théo pointed toward the screen. One more run. Reduce the differential locking and increase rear ride height by 1 mm. That will make the platform less predictable over the curb, Felix said. I won't use the curb. Dominik watched him. The answer came too quickly. Théo always used the curb. Not by mistake. Because it existed. Ravi said. Baseline. Théo's jaw tightened. The car is slow. The car is stable. Casimir is not 11 points ahead because he is stable. Dominik felt the sentence in the old, narrow place beneath his ribs. Casimir's name above his in the standings. Théo asking whether their relationship had a future. The two pressures had begun to occupy the same space, though Dominik knew they should not. He walked toward the telemetry wall. The revised geometry gains approximately 6/100 through 14 and another 4 through 17, he said. If the differential adjustment stabilizes entry, the concept is viable. Ravi stared at him. You watched the same spin I did. In a simulator. The car will not become kinder when it is real. No. Théo's gaze moved between them. Dominik could feel him waiting. Not for technical permission. For something else. A challenge. An opening. Dominik knew that. He continued anyway. Théo can manage rear movement. Ravi's expression hardened. This is not about his ability. It is precisely about his ability. The sentence changed the room. Théo's shoulders shifted. Dominik saw the reaction and understood, with perfect clarity, what he had done. He had placed the test inside Théo's wound. Not is the setup safe. Are you good enough to drive it? Felix went still beside the console. Ravi said. We are finished. Théo looked at Dominik. You think I can manage it? Dominik should have corrected the frame. He should have said no driver should be asked to rescue unstable machinery at high speed. That reaction time was not immunity. That Théo's brilliance did not make risk disappear. Instead, he heard the question beneath the question. Do you still believe I am fast? The answer arrived poisoned by everything he had refused to say for 3 days. Yes. Théo's mouth parted slightly. Ravi stepped between them. Simulator run only. Dominik looked at him. Ravi's voice lowered. You do not get to authorize my driver. Amara would agree. Team structure was clear. Ravi controlled Théo's run plan. Felix controlled Dominik's. Performance leadership approved shared development. Dominik knew the boundaries. He had demanded those comparisons during their first telemetry review, before he understood why he needed them. This is a team setup, he said. This is a driver-specific risk, Ravi replied. Théo looked at the red trace. His fingers began tapping against the console. Once. Twice. Then stopped. I'll run it tomorrow, he said. Ravi's head turned. No. At the test. No. We need the data. We have data. Virtual data. The rear is unstable. I can manage it. Ravi's face lost all humor. That sentence has already put you in gravel once. Théo flinched. Dominik saw it. He could end the argument. One sentence. Revert to baseline. Instead, he looked at the timing gain in the corner of the screen. 1/10. Casimir's advantage through the same sequence was 12/100. The numbers arranged themselves into justification. The test circuit has more runoff, Dominik said. Felix closed his eyes briefly. Ravi stared at him. Théo did not. Théo looked almost relieved. As if Dominik's faith had restored something the silence had taken. That should have stopped him. It did not. The meeting ended without agreement. Amara called Dominik upstairs 14 minutes later. She stood beside the glass wall overlooking the factory floor. The development car waited below beneath white covers, mechanics moving around it in preparation for the private test. She did not ask him to sit. Felix tells me you want to run the revised rear geometry. It has potential. He tells me the simulator model becomes unstable above 230 km per hour. The behavior is manageable. By whom? Dominik held her gaze. Théo. Amara's face changed. Not surprise. Recognition. She walked to the conference table and placed both hands against its edge. Explain why that answer disturbed me. It should not. Then this will be easy. Dominik's fingers pressed against his thigh. The setup requires a driver comfortable with rear rotation. And you are not? I am. Then you run it. The answer came cleanly. Dominik felt his body reject it before his mind formed a reason. My program is focused on tire correlation. Change it. The long-run data is more important for my car. More important than testing the concept you proposed? He looked through the glass. Below, Théo crossed the factory floor beside Ravi. He carried his helmet bag over one shoulder, head bent while Ravi spoke. Even from above, Dominik could see the distance between them. Amara followed his gaze. There it is, she said. What? The part you have been disguising as engineering. Dominik turned back. I proposed the setup because we need performance. You proposed it after Adeyemi's team gained 11 points and Théo asked you a question you could not answer. Cold moved through him. You do not know what he asked? No. Amara's voice remained quiet. I know what you look like when the problem is a car. Dominik said nothing. She stepped closer. This is not a car. The concept is sound. The concept is unfinished. That is why we test. With him. He is better suited to it. Because he will say yes. The words struck harder than accusation. Dominik's jaw tightened. He is a professional driver. He is 23 years old, terrified that the only reason anyone values him is speed, and emotionally entangled with the man telling him this risk proves his talent. The room seemed to lose balance. Dominik's fingers curled. I did not say that. You did not need to. Amara looked down toward the covered car. Does Ravi approve? No. Felix? He has concerns. And you? The data is within acceptable thresholds. Amara turned. That was not what I asked? Dominik could still see the simulator spin. Theo's red trace breaking away. He could hear Ravi saying the car would not become kinder when real. He could also hear Théo in the hotel room. You only want me when I am fast. I believe he can drive it, Dominik said. Amara studied him for a long moment. Belief is not absolution. The same sentence she had used after Dominik dismantled Théo's telemetry in front of the team. He had learned nothing. Or worse, he had learned exactly where to apply pressure. Amara walked to the tablet on the table. The setup will be reviewed by safety and performance before it goes on the car. If either rejects it, the test ends. Understood. And you will not speak to Théo about the run. Dominik's gaze sharpened. He has already decided. Because you helped him decide. He is responsible for his own choices. The sentence left the room colder. Amara's eyes hardened. Yes, she said. That is what people say when they want to keep the benefit of influence without accepting its cost. She dismissed him with a look. Dominik left. At 11:46 that night, his phone vibrated. Tire supplier, ride height +1? The message glowed in the dark hotel room. Dominik sat on the edge of the bed. He had told Amara he would not speak to Théo about the run. The correct action was silence. He typed. Dominik, safety review has not approved the setup. 3 dots appeared. Tire supplier, that was not my question. Dominik looked toward the curtains. Beyond them, the test circuit slept beneath floodlights. Tomorrow, the team would have the track from dawn until noon. He pictured Théo's hands correcting the simulator. Once. Twice. The second correction was the danger. Dominik, +1 rear. 2 clicks more differential locking than the simulator run. The reply came immediately. Tire supplier, you said the differential needed to be more open. Dominik, I was wrong. A pause. Tire supplier, frame that. Despite himself, Dominik's mouth moved. Then another message appeared. Tire supplier, do you trust me? Dominik stared. The question had nothing to do with setup. That was why he answered as if it did. Dominik, I trust your reactions. The typing indicator appeared. Stopped. Appeared again. Tire supplier, that is not the same. Dominik closed his eyes. He could write yes. He could tell Théo not to run the setup. He could admit the test had become contaminated by everything between them. Instead, Dominik, the car will move under load at 14. Catch the first rotation. Do not chase the second. The screen remained unchanged for almost a minute. Then, tire supplier, understood. Dominik read the word. His own word. Controlled. Professional. Untouchable. He placed the phone face down. Sleep did not come. At 5:30, the garage lights reflected off a pale sky. Mechanics lowered the development car from its stands. The revised rear geometry had passed structural inspection at 4:52, with a note requiring limited speed installation laps before any full performance run. Ravi stood beside Théo at the engineering station. You do 3 laps below 80%, he said. If the rear load oscillation exceeds target once, you box. Théo tightened the strap of his fireproof undershirt. Once? Once. That seems emotional. It is. Ravi looked toward Dominik. Théo followed. Dominik stood across the garage in his race suit, helmet beneath one arm. They had not discussed the messages. They did not need to. Théo approached. The garage noise softened around the distance he crossed. You running it? He asked. Dominik looked at the development car. No. Something flickered across Theo's face. So it is safe for me. That is not what I said. You said I could manage it. Yes. And you trust my reactions. Dominik heard the exact absence Théo had identified. Not you. Your reactions. He should have corrected it now. I do, he said. Théo gave one short nod. The visor in his hand reflected them together, distorted across the curve. You wanted a 10th, Théo said. We need a 10th. Same thing today. He turned toward the car. Dominik caught his sleeve. The contact stopped them both. Mechanics moved nearby. Engineers watched screens. No one appeared to notice. Théo looked down at Dominik's hand. Then at his face. Dominik's fingers tightened once. Do not chase the second correction. Theo's hazel eyes sharpened. Technique, he said quietly. Not recovery. The phrase belonged to them. The hotel door. The night before anything had broken. Dominik released him. Théo climbed into the car. Harnesses tightened over his shoulders. The steering wheel locked into place. Mechanics lowered the car from its jacks. Ravi leaned into the cockpit. Installation mode only. Theo's visor came down. The engine started. Noise filled the garage. Dominik watched the car roll toward pit exit. For 1 second, Théo stopped at the red light. His helmet turned. Not toward Ravi. Toward Dominik. The light changed. Green. Théo accelerated onto the circuit. Dominik looked at the timing monitor. The first sector line remained blank. He had wanted proof that Théo would still trust him. The car disappeared into turn 1. Now he had it. Chapter 17, Green Light. The first lap was clean. Too clean. Dominik stood behind Felix's station with his headset pressed over one ear, watching Théo's speed build through the development car's steering trace. The circuit had opened under a gray morning sky, asphalt still dark from overnight rain but dry along the racing line. Sector 1 passed without warning. Sector 2 remained below the imposed limit. The car crossed the line at 78% throttle. Installation lap complete, Ravi said over the shared channel. Box. Theo's answer came through the radio. Rear is moving. Dominik's fingers tightened against the back of Felix's chair. How much? Ravi asked. Small oscillation under load. 14 and 17. The same corners as the simulator. Ravi looked toward the telemetry. The rear load trace trembled twice through turn 14, a narrow sawtooth where the line should have remained smooth. Box, he repeated. I'm already in. The car appeared at the pit lane entrance. Black and scarlet bodywork cut through the damp morning, low enough that spray whispered from beneath the floor. Théo stopped on his marks. Centered. Perfect. Mechanics surrounded the car. Cooling fans slid into the side pods. Tire blankets came off. An engineer plugged a cable into the data port while Ravi leaned over the halo. Dominik remained behind the screens. He could not hear the conversation inside the cockpit. He watched Theo's hands instead. One stayed on the steering wheel. The other moved as he spoke, shaping the rear's movement in the air. Twice left. Once right. A correction. Ravi straightened and walked toward the engineering station. The oscillation exceeds target by 6%, he said. Felix brought up the suspension data. Frequency is higher than the simulator. Amplitude lower, Dominik said. Felix did not look at him. For now. Ravi removed his headset. We revert. The sentence entered the garage quietly. Théo heard it anyway. He pulled off the steering wheel and climbed out. His visor lifted before both feet reached the floor. No. Ravi faced him. The abort threshold was exceeded. By 6%. Which is greater than 0. The track is green. That does not reduce the oscillation. It changes the tire response. The rear is unloading at 200 km per hour. I can feel it. Ravi's face hardened. That is not reassurance. Théo removed his helmet. His curls were damp at the roots despite the cool air. A faint red line crossed his forehead where the balaclava seam had pressed against skin. He looked at Dominik. The garage seemed to narrow around that glance. You saw the trace, Théo said. Dominik had. He had also seen the car complete the corner. The revised geometry had gained 0.04 through 14 at restricted speed. 0.04 without full load. More when pushed. Enough to matter. Enough to justify one more run if the movement remained predictable. Amara entered the garage from the rear corridor. She had been watching remotely from race control. A tablet rested beneath one arm. The threshold was exceeded, she said. Théo turned. On an installation lap. That is when we establish whether to continue. We established the rear moves. We knew that. No. We knew the model said it would move. Now we know how. Dominik heard himself in the argument. The insistence that a known danger became safer when translated into detail. Amara looked at Ravi. Recommendation? Baseline. Then at Felix. Felix's hand remained on the keyboard. Baseline. Amara turned to Dominik. The garage waited. He looked at the suspension trace. The oscillation began just after steering load peaked, then settled before throttle application. The movement was not random. Not yet. Reduce rear ride height 0.5 millimeter, he said. Increase differential locking 1 click. Repeat at the same limit. Ravi stared at him. Felix's head turned slowly. Théo remained very still. Amara said, You believe that is safe? It was not a question about numbers. Dominik understood. He answered with numbers anyway. The loads remain below structural limit. The movement settles before exit. One additional installation lap will confirm whether the adjustment reduces amplitude. Ravi stepped closer. And if it does not? We stop. You said that before the first lap. Yes. And now we are moving the line. 6%. Ravi's voice sharpened. That is how lines move. Théo looked between them. The spark in his eyes had changed. Not reckless confidence. Need. Dominik recognized it because he had placed it there. Do you trust me? I trust your reactions. He should have ended the run. Instead, he said, 1 lap. Amara's gaze remained on him. For 1 second, Dominik thought she would overrule him. Then she looked at Théo. This is your car. Théo's mouth tightened. If you do not want the run, it ends now. The garage went silent. No manipulation hidden beneath technical language. No challenge framed as belief. A choice placed cleanly in Théo's hands. He looked at the car. Then at Dominik. Dominik forced himself not to move. Théo said, 1 lap. Ravi closed his eyes briefly. Amara nodded. 1. Same speed limit. Any repeat above threshold, the setup is removed. Understood, Théo said. He put his helmet back on. The words sounded like Dominik again. The second lap was faster in the first sector. Not beyond the limit. Closer to it. Dominik watched the steering trace rise through turn 5. The rear remained stable. Turn 9. Stable. Speed target, Ravi said. I'm on it. The car entered turn 14. The suspension trace oscillated once. Then flattened. Felix leaned closer to the screen. Amplitude down 9%. Dominik's lungs released. Better, he said. Ravi did not answer. Théo exited the corner cleanly. At 17, the rear moved again. Smaller. Predictable. He crossed the line. Box, Ravi said. No repeat above threshold, Théo replied. Box. You said 1 lap? That was 1 lap. I want the full speed correlation. No. The car continued past pit entry. Ravi's face changed. Théo, box next opportunity. Dominik pressed the radio button before deciding to. You have the data. Silence answered him. Theo's car entered turn 1. Ravi looked toward Dominik. You are not on his channel. The shared engineering link had carried the message anyway. Dominik removed his finger from the button. Theo's voice came through. 1 performance lap. No, Ravi said. The adjustment worked. At reduced speed. That is why we test it. You are not authorized. The car accelerated through turn 3. Engine note rose through the garage speakers. Dominik watched the throttle trace. 82%. 87. Ravi's hand closed around the edge of the desk. Mode slow. Box. Théo did not respond. Amara stepped forward. Red flag the run. A control engineer reached for the circuit channel. Felix said, He will reach 14 before the flag boards. Dominik's pulse struck hard against his throat. The car entered turn 7. 260 kilometers per hour. Rear load stable. Turn 8. A small correction. Theo's voice came through the radio, calm now. The quiet version of him that existed only inside the car. Rear is better. Ravi pressed the transmit button. Mode slow now. Copy. Throttle remained open. Théo. I said copy? The car accelerated toward turn 11. Dominik knew the lie. Théo used jokes outside the cockpit. Inside, he used obedience. The false word meant the same thing as a smile that did not reach his eyes. Dominik stepped toward the console. Track him. The control engineer enlarged the live map. A red dot moved across the circuit. Turn 12. 13. Approach to 14. Wind speed? Dominik asked. Felix checked. 4.1 meters per second. Direction? Felix's face went still. Crosswind from the left. The forecast had predicted 2.8. Dominik looked at the load trace. The car entered 14 at 338 kilometers per hour. 210 miles per hour. Théo lift, Dominik said. Ravi's head snapped toward him. The radio channel remained open. Théo heard. Dominik knew he heard because the throttle trace dipped. 4%. The same lift from the simulator. The rear unloaded. The first rotation began. 3 degrees. Théo caught it. 1 correction. The trace steadied. For half a second, the car existed inside the narrow space where skill could still become survival. Good, Dominik said. Hold it. The crosswind struck. The rear snapped the opposite direction. Second rotation. Faster. The steering trace spiked. Do not chase it, Dominik said. His voice broke. Théo corrected. Too much. The rear tires regained grip while the car pointed toward the outside barrier. The steering trace reversed. Dominik saw the sequence before the video feed showed it. Load. Catch. Grip. Impact trajectory. Brake straight. Ravi shouted. Théo's breathing filled the channel. The car crossed the runoff. Grass blurred beneath it. Speed fell from 320. 300. 280. Not enough. Dominik gripped the console. Théo. No answer. The onboard camera shook violently as the car skipped over the edge of the gravel. The barrier expanded across the screen. Black. White. Red. Dominik pressed the radio button so hard pain shot through his thumb. Théo, brake. Brakin'. Chapter 18. The Longest Silence. The screen went white. Not black. White from dust, impact smoke, and the burst of a camera signal breaking apart. Dominik's unfinished command remained trapped behind his teeth. Brakin'. The radio channel filled with static. Ravi pressed the transmit button. Théo. Confirm. No answer. On the timing screen, the red dot stopped moving at turn 14. Dominik looked at it. A circle on a map. That was all the system allowed him to see. Théo, Ravi said again. His voice stayed level. Only his free hand betrayed him. It closed around the edge of the desk until the tendons stood out beneath his skin. Medical card deployed. Race control announced over the circuit channel. Session red flagged. All personnel remain clear. The garage froze. Mechanics stood with tools in their hands. Engineers stared at monitors that no longer showed anything useful. One cooling fan continued spinning beside the empty side of the garage, its motor whining into the silence. Amara stepped between the engineering stations. Do we have telemetry? Felix moved first. Power unit stopped at impact. Battery isolation active. Driver inputs? He brought up the final second. Throttle. Brake. Steering. A clean sequence ending in noise. Dominik stared at the brake trace. Pressure rose before impact. Not enough to stop. Enough to prove Théo had heard. Brake straight. Dominik's hands went cold. Ravi pressed the radio again. Théo, if you can hear me, confirm. Static. A voice came over race control. Medical team is at the car. No condition. No driver response. No movement. Dominik removed his headset. The ear cups caught against his hair. He pulled harder. The cable struck the desk as he dropped it. Amara turned toward him. Stay here. He looked at her. The instruction made no sense. The car was at turn 14. Théo was inside it. Dominik moved toward the garage opening. Amara caught his arm. Dominik. He pulled free. Not violently. Enough. I need to go. No. The medical center. He is not there yet. The words stopped him. Amara's grip returned, firmer this time. You cannot reach the scene. You will obstruct the response. I will stay clear. You will stay here. Dominik looked toward the pit lane. Beyond the garages, the circuit disappeared behind concrete walls and catch fencing. Turn 14 might have been another country. He could run. The service road reached the back of the circuit. A team car waited near hospitality. He knew the route. 7 minutes without traffic. Too long. Still movement. Anything but standing beneath screens while someone else decided whether Théo was alive. Felix stepped into his path. Dominik had never seen him do that. Move. No. Felix. Race control has locked the service road. Then I will walk. You will not! Dominik's pulse hammered behind his eyes. Felix's face remained flat, but his voice had changed. The dry humor was gone. The practice distance. If you reach the barrier, Felix said, you will see something you cannot help. The garage tipped. For an instant, Dominik smelled wet grass. Not this circuit. Belgium. 13 years earlier. A red flag above a ruined car. He closed his eyes. The memory sharpened. Matteo's helmet visible behind torn carbon. Marshall's moving too quickly. Dominik's own engine still running while he passed. He opened his eyes. The red dot remained motionless. How long? He asked. Felix looked at the clock. 42 seconds. No. That was impossible. The silence had lasted years. Ravi's engineer channel cracked alive. Ravi, this is medical. Every person in the garage turned. Ravi pressed the headset against both ears. Go ahead. We have driver movement. The garage breathed. Dominik did not. Movement could mean anything. A reflex. A hand? Pain. Not consciousness. Ravi asked. Is he responsive? A delay? Small. Unbearable. He is responding to the medical team. Ravi's head bowed. One hand covered his mouth. Dominik's knees weakened. He locked them. Condition? Amara asked. Ravi relayed the question. Another pause. Driver remains in the car. Extraction in progress. No condition. No promise. Only procedure. Dominik stared at the frozen on-board image. White dust obscured the barrier, but one corner of the halo remained visible. Théo was beneath it. Trapped inside a machine Dominik had argued should continue. The setup is within acceptable thresholds. The test circuit has more runoff. I trust your reactions. Each sentence returned with perfect clarity. Not memories. Evidence. Felix touched the screen and closed the telemetry file. Dominik's head snapped toward him. Open it. No. I need the final load. You know the final load. The chassis deceleration. No. Felix's voice rose. Only 1 degree. Enough to silence the garage. Dominik stared. Felix stepped closer. You are not going to calculate whether guilt is justified. Dominik's fingers began tapping against his thigh. Once. Again. He could not stop them. It was the crosswind, he said. Felix looked at him. The wind changed. Yes. The model did not account for. I know. The second correction loaded the rear. I know. If he had held the first. Felix caught Dominik's wrist. The contact stopped the tapping. Do not do this. Dominik looked down at the hand around him. No one touched him during a debrief. No one interrupted analysis. Felix held on. You are trying to make a sequence you can solve, he said. There is nothing to solve yet. Dominik pulled his wrist free. There is always a cause. Yes. Felix's eyes remained on him. You. The word entered quietly. Dominik stopped breathing. Felix did not soften it. You pushed the setup. You pushed the run. You knew what he would hear when you said he could manage it. Amara said. Felix. No. Dominik's voice came rough. He is correct. The admission left a strange emptiness behind. Ravi looked up from the engineering station. His face had changed. Not anger yet. Anger required safety. He crossed the garage. Dominik waited. Ravi stopped close enough that Dominik could see a small muscle jumping in his cheek. He ignored the box instruction. Ravi said. Dominik's throat tightened. Yes. He chose the full-speed lap. Yes. You told him to lift. Yes. Ravi's eyes burned. None of it absolved anyone. That was what he was saying. Responsibility divided did not become lighter. Amara's phone rang. She answered immediately. Oseboteng. Everyone watched her face. It gave them nothing. Yes. A pause. We're coming. She ended the call. They are transporting him to the medical center. Dominik moved. Amara blocked him. Ravi and I go first. No. Her expression hardened. You are not his engineer. The sentence struck with surgical precision. Not his engineer. Not family. Not anyone whose right to be there could survive explanation. Dominik looked toward the garage opening. Amara. One word. No title. No control. She saw it. Her face changed. For a second, the team principal vanished and only the woman remained, the one who had watched him build walls for 13 years and had never mistaken them for strength. Felix drives you, she said. You arrive separately. You do not enter until I tell you. Dominik nodded. He could not speak. The medical center stood 3 buildings from the garage. The drive took 4 minutes. Dominik experienced each second individually. Felix drove with both hands fixed at 10 and 2. Rain had begun again, a thin mist streaking across the windshield. Emergency vehicles crowded the entrance ahead, blue lights flashing against pale concrete. Dominik stared at the doors. No ambulance visible. Already inside. That should have helped. It did not. Felix stopped beside a service gate. Wait for Amara. Dominik opened the door. Dominik. He stepped out. Rain touched his face. Cold. Real. The air smelled of wet asphalt and diesel exhaust. A marshal recognized him and began to speak. Dominik walked past. Inside the reception area, white lights burned too brightly. A television mounted in the corner showed the red flag over an empty track. No replay. Someone had made the correct decision. Ravi stood beside a closed treatment room door. His headset was gone. His hands were empty. Amara spoke with the medical director near the desk. Dominik stopped inside the entrance. Ravi looked at him. For 1 second, either moved. Then Ravi crossed the room. Dominik braced for anger. Ravi's fist remained at his side. He was conscious during extraction, he said. Dominik heard the words. They did not enter. Say it again. Ravi's face tightened. He was conscious. Dominik's knees failed. Not fully. One hand struck the wall before he fell. The impact sent pain through his palm and up his arm. Ravi caught his shoulder. Dominik pulled away on instinct, then grabbed Ravi's sleeve because the room would not remain upright. Conscious. The word moved through him at last. Not safe. Not unhurt. Alive enough to answer. Dominik closed his eyes. Theo's face came back in pieces. Hazel eyes beneath a visor. Curls flattened by sweat. His mouth at Dominik's jaw in room 1432. Still alive, he had said before dawn. Dominik's chest seized. Air entered but did not leave. He bent forward. Ravi's grip tightened. Breathe. Dominik could hear him as if through a radio from another car. Dominik. In. He tried. His lungs rejected the instruction. The treatment room door opened. A nurse stepped out carrying a torn section of black and scarlet race suit in a clear bag. Blood darkened the fabric near the shoulder. Dominik stared. The world narrowed to that color. Not much. Too much. He heard the impact again. Break in. The breath left him in a broken sound. Ravi moved in front of his line of sight. Look at me. Dominik could not. The nurse disappeared through another door. Ravi caught the back of his neck. The gesture belonged to someone else. Theo's father. A fast lap. A hand at the neck. Dominik looked at him. He asked for you, Ravi said. Everything stopped. What? During extraction. He said your name. Dominik's fingers closed around Ravi's sleeve. Ravi's expression twisted. He was not fully oriented. He asked whether you saw the trace. Of course. Of course, Theo had climbed out of unconsciousness, still trying to prove the corner. Dominik made a sound that might have been a laugh if anything inside it had survived. Amara approached. Her eyes moved over him once. He has a pulse. He is breathing independently. They are assessing a head injury and possible fractures. Possible. Assessing. Words designed not to promise. Dominik held on to each anyway. Can I see him? Not yet. I need to. I know. No. His voice cracked. You do not. The reception area went quiet. Dominik Reyes did not raise his voice. He did not lose sentences halfway through. He did not stand in public with rain on his face and one hand shaking against a wall. Amara did not look away. I know, she repeated. He pressed the heel of his hand to his mouth. Théo's mouth beneath his. That cannot happen again. The person I am with. I trust your reactions. Every failure arranged itself in order. Not technical. Personal. He had wanted proof that Théo would trust him. Now Théo lay behind a locked door because he had. The medical director emerged. Amara straightened. Ravi released Dominik's shoulder. The doctor looked at the three of them. Mr. Marchetti is stable enough for transfer to hospital. Stable enough. Not stable. The distinction opened beneath Dominik's feet. He has remained conscious intermittently. The doctor continued. We are concerned about concussion, a shoulder injury, and possible thoracic trauma. Imaging will determine the extent. Will he race? Dominik asked. The question left his mouth before he understood it. Ravi turned on him. Amara's face went still. The doctor answered carefully. That is not a consideration today. Shame burned through Dominik. He had not meant the championship. He had meant, will he be himself? Will he return to the thing that makes him Théo? Will he hate me when he remembers? The treatment room door opened again. Paramedics rolled out the stretcher. Théo lay beneath a gray blanket, neck immobilized, oxygen tubing beneath his nose. Dirt streaked one side of his face. A cut crossed his eyebrow. His eyes were closed. Dominik stopped breathing. The paramedics moved quickly toward the exit. Théo's hand rested outside the blanket. Bare. A pulse clip glowed red against one finger. Alive translated into light. Dominik stepped forward. A paramedic raised an arm to block him. Théo's eyes opened. Not fully. Enough. They moved without focus across the room. Past Ravi. Past Amara. Then found Dominik. For 1 second, recognition entered them. Théo's fingers twitched. Dominik reached for him. The stretcher kept moving. Their hands missed by less than an inch. Théo's mouth moved beneath the oxygen tubing. No sound came. Dominik leaned closer. What? The paramedics carried him through the doors. Rain and blue light swallowed the answer. Dominik followed until Amara caught him at the threshold. The ambulance doors closed. A siren began. The vehicle pulled away. Dominik stood in the rain and watched the red lights disappear beyond the service road. He had spent 13 years believing the worst thing in the world was a car that stopped moving. He had been wrong. It was a hand reaching for his and nothing left between them but air. Chapter 19. What the Crash Took. The hospital gave Dominik a plastic chair, a paper cup of coffee, and no authority over anything. He sat outside radiology with his elbows on his knees while rain struck the windows at the end of the corridor. The coffee cooled untouched between his hands. Amara stood near the nurse's station, speaking quietly into her phone. Ravi paced. 8 steps toward the vending machines. Turn. 8 steps back. Felix had returned to the circuit to manage the team, though no one had resumed testing. Mechanics were stripping the development car under sealed conditions. Engineers were preserving every file, every radio transmission, every decision. Evidence arranged into folders. Dominik could picture the work without seeing it. Rear geometry. Crosswind. Unauthorized lap. Driver input. His voice on the radio. Hold it. A trolley rolled past with a stack of folded sheets. The wheels squeaked once every rotation. Dominik counted until it disappeared. 37. The doors to radiology opened. A nurse emerged first, guiding the bed. Théo lay beneath a white blanket with his injured arm fixed against his chest. His face had been cleaned. Without the dirt, the bruising looked worse. Purple had begun to gather along his cheekbone. Medical tape crossed the cut through his eyebrow. His eyes were open. Dominik stood. The paper cup collapsed in his hand. Coffee spilled over his fingers and onto the floor. Théo's gaze moved toward the sound. For 1 second, they looked at each other. Then a doctor stepped between them. "We're taking him upstairs." Ravi approached the bed. "How are you?" Théo blinked slowly. "Excellent." The word dragged slightly at the edges. His accent was thick. Ravi's mouth tightened. "That means the concussion is severe. I'm always charming after head trauma." The nurse smiled despite herself. Dominik remained beside the wall. Théo looked past Ravi. His eyes found him again. "Did you see the trace?" The same question from the medical center. Dominik's stomach turned. "Yes." Théo waited. Even now. Injured, sedated, unable to lift one arm, still waiting to hear whether the lap had proved something. Dominik forced his mouth to work. "The first correction was clean." Theo's eyes closed briefly. Relief softened his face. "The second?" Dominik saw the barrier. "Too much." Théo nodded. "Thought so." The bed continued down the corridor. Dominik watched until the elevator doors closed around him. Ravi turned. His expression contained no accusation. "That was worse." "He needed to hear that?" Dominik looked at the coffee dripping from his hand. "Yes." "Did you?" Dominik said nothing. A cleaner arrived with a yellow sign and a roll of paper towels. He apologized to her. The words came automatically. She cleaned the floor around his shoes. The surgeon met them 22 minutes later in a consultation room with no windows. She placed a scan on the illuminated panel. "Mr. Marchetti has a fractured left clavicle," she said. "Displaced but straightforward. We'll operate this afternoon and stabilize it with a plate." Ravi sat forward. "His head? Concussion. The imaging shows no intracranial bleeding. We will continue neurological observation." Dominik kept his eyes on the scan. A pale break in the bone. Visible. Reparable. "And the chest?" Amara asked. "Significant bruising from the restraint system. No rib fractures. No internal organ injury." Air left the room. Not all at once. Ravi covered his face with both hands. Amara lowered her head. Dominik remained still. No bleeding. No organ damage. Conscious. A plate in the shoulder. Weeks out of the car. Survivable translated into medical terms. The doctor continued. "He was fortunate." The word struck harder than any diagnosis. Fortunate. A car into a barrier at more than 200 miles per hour. Fortunate because the chassis held. Because the angle changed by degrees. Because gravel reduced speed. Because the medical team arrived quickly. Because death had missed. This time. "When can I speak to him?" Ravi asked. "After surgery if he remains alert." Briefly. "One visitor at a time." Amara asked about transfer, rehabilitation, press communication. Dominik listened as if from another room. One visitor at a time. He was not family. Not an engineer. Not anyone who could explain why Théo had asked for him while trapped inside the car. Amara finished the medical questions and turned to him. "Dominik?" He looked up. The doctor waited. "I'm sorry? Do you have any questions?" He had hundreds. Would Théo feel the plate under his skin? Would the concussion take memories? Would he hear the impact every time he closed his eyes? Would he ever trust the first correction again? Dominik shook his head. "No." The doctor left. Ravi stood. "I'm calling Julia." Dominik's gaze sharpened. "She knows?" "Amara contacted her after the crash." "Of course." "Family." The word carried weight. Ravi went into the corridor. Dominik remained seated while Amara gathered the medical notes. "You may see him after surgery," she said. He looked at her. "Ravi should go first." "He will. Then Julia, when she arrives." "She is on a flight." Dominik nodded. "A simple sequence. Engineer. Sister. No place for him." Amara closed the folder. "He asked for you?" He was disoriented. "He asked twice? That does not make my presence appropriate." Her gaze hardened. "This is not a press room." "No." "Then stop answering as if it is." Dominik stood. The chair legs scraped tile. "I need to return to the circuit." "No. The car must be examined. The technical group is examining it. I propose the setup." "Yes. I need to participate." Amara placed the folder on the table. "Why?" "So we understand what happened." "We understand enough." "We do not." She watched him. Dominik felt the answer forming before she said it. "You are trying to leave before he wakes up." His fingers pressed against his thigh. "I am trying to do my job. You are trying to become useful because being wanted frightens you. He is injured because of me. He is injured because several decisions combined badly. I made the first one. And he made others. I knew why he would say yes." Silence settled between them. There. The real failure. Not the rear suspension. Not the wind. Dominik had known the exact pressure required to move Théo. Belief. Trust. A suggestion that speed could make him worthy. "I used him," Dominik said. Amara's expression changed. He continued before she could soften it. "I wanted the setup. I wanted the 10th. I wanted proof that he still trusted me." His mouth went dry. "He gave me all three. And now?" Dominik looked toward the corridor. Now Théo lay beneath hospital lights with metal waiting to be screwed into his shoulder. "Now I remove the variable." Amara stared at him. "Which variable?" "Me." The word felt clean. Logical. The only clean thing left. Amara stepped toward him. "That is not accountability." "No. It is punishment." "Yes." "Of whom?" Dominik looked away. Her voice lowered. "You think leaving him is noble because staying would require you to live with what happened. He will be safer." "From what?" "From me." Amara's face became very still. "Théo is not a car." "I know." "Then you do not get to retire a component because it failed under load." The words went through him. Dominik pressed his lips together. Amara picked up the folder. "You will see him after surgery. That is not your decision." "No," she said. "It is his." The operation lasted 94 minutes. Dominik returned to the circuit anyway. No one tried to stop him the second time. The garage had changed. The development car sat beneath a black cover at the far end, surrounded by barrier tape. Dirt and gravel marked the floor where pieces removed from the chassis had been carried through. Felix stood alone at the engineering station. He looked up when Dominik entered. "You should be at the hospital. The surgery is ongoing." "That was not my observation." Dominik removed his wet jacket and placed it over the back of a chair. "Show me the data." "No." "Felix." "No." Dominik met his eyes. Felix held the stare. "You already know the sequence," he said. The aerodynamic load shifted under the crosswind. The rear oscillation amplified when he lifted. The second correction returned grip at the wrong angle. "I need the model." "You need absolution." "I will not receive it." "Then why are you here?" Dominik looked toward the covered car. The black fabric followed the broken shape beneath it. One corner sat too low where the suspension had collapsed. "I need to know whether the car failed before he did." Felix's face tightened. "He did not fail." "The input." "He was driving an unstable setup at full load in an unexpected crosswind after ignoring a box call. His correction was not perfect." "That is not failure. That is a human being reaching the edge of what reactions can save." Dominik's throat closed. Felix stepped closer. You told him you trusted his reactions. Yes. You did not tell him you trusted him. Dominik looked down. The words from the hotel room returned. You only want me when I am fast. He had denied it. Then proved it in the worst way possible. Felix said, What will you do when he wakes? End it. The answer came without hesitation. Felix went silent. Dominik felt the judgment before he looked up. This relationship has compromised the team, he said. It compromised my decision-making. So your solution is to make another decision for him. He nearly died. Yes. Because I could not separate the personal from the technical. And now you will separate them by cutting him loose while he is injured. Dominik's jaw tightened. It is necessary. Felix laughed once. The sound held no humor. You taught him that word. Dominik turned toward the telemetry screens. Send me the final report. Felix did not move. Dominik. The voice was quieter now. 8 seasons compressed into his name. Dominik waited. You are allowed to be afraid, Felix said. The sentence struck something raw. He looked at the covered car. No. Felix exhaled. Of course. Dominik left before the report arrived. He returned to the hospital after dark. Rain had stopped. The windows reflected the corridor lights back at themselves. Ravi sat outside Theo's room with a paper cup balanced on one knee. He's awake, he said. Dominik stopped. Surgery? Successful. Neurological status? Still concussed. Repeating some questions. Complaining about the food, which the surgeon considers encouraging. Dominik looked at the closed door. Ravi stood. He asked if you came? The corridor narrowed. What did you say? That you were at the circuit. Dominik nodded. Truth without context. Ravi studied him. You have 5 minutes. I should not. Ravi's face hardened. Then tell him that yourself. He walked away. Dominik remained outside the door. 5 minutes. He could enter. He could sit beside the bed and take Theo's uninjured hand. Tell him the surgery was successful. Tell him the setup should never have gone on the car. Tell him no lap time, no championship, no proof had been worth the sight of that red dot stopping. He could say I am here. Then tomorrow Theo would climb into another car. Not this week. Not next month. Eventually. And Dominik would stand behind a monitor waiting for another silence. He opened the door. The room was dim except for the monitor beside the bed. Theo lay propped against white pillows, left arm secured in a sling over the hospital gown. Bruising spread from his shoulder toward his chest. His face looked pale beneath it. His eyes opened. They sharpened slowly. You came. 2 words. No performance. Dominik closed the door behind him. Yes. Theo looked toward the empty chair beside the bed. Dominik remained standing. You can sit, Theo said. I cannot stay. Something altered in Theo's face. Small. Immediate. Dominik saw it and continued before it could stop him. The setup should not have been tested. Theo stared at him. I pushed the run after the abort threshold. I use your trust to influence the decision. Dominik. I will submit the full account to Amara and the investigators. I don't care about the report. You should. I don't. His voice roughened. The monitor counted his pulse faster. Dominik looked at the green numbers instead of his face. You were right, Theo said. Dominik forced himself to look back. The second correction, Theo continued. I chased it. This is not about the correction. It is to me. That is the problem. Theo's eyes narrowed. Medication and concussion slowed him, but the understanding still arrived. You're doing it again. Dominik's chest tightened. Doing what? Turning me into data because you don't want to look at me. I am looking at you. No. Theo shifted and pain cut through his face. His good hand tightened against the blanket. You're looking at the crash. Dominik felt the truth of it like impact. Theo breathed carefully until the pain passed. Then he said, "Come here." Dominik did not move. "Please." The word nearly broke him. He crossed to the bed. Theo held out his uninjured hand. Dominik looked at it. Bare skin. A bruise beneath the wrist from the restraint. He placed his hand in Theo's. The contact was warm. Alive. Theo's fingers closed weakly around his. "I knew the risk," he said. "You did not know why I wanted you to take it. I knew you wanted the 10th. No." Dominik's voice dropped. "I wanted you to prove you still chose me." Theo went still. The monitor continued counting. Dominik withdrew his hand. Theo tried to hold on. He was not strong enough. The failure tore through Dominik. "That is why this ends," he said. Theo stared at him. "No." The word was soft. Disbelieving. "You need to recover. Do not do this. I have compromised your safety. You are not the car. I was worse." Theo's eyes filled. Dominik could not allow himself to respond. If he touched him again, he would stay. If he stayed, he would want. If he wanted, every future race would become another turn 14. "I will remain your teammate," he said. "Nothing in the garage will change." Theo laughed. Pain caught the sound and broke it apart. "Nothing?" Dominik's fingers curled at his sides. "You almost watched me die, and your answer is nothing changes? This is the only way to ensure it does not happen again. You think leaving me changes physics? No. Then what does it change?" Dominik had no answer he could survive saying. "It changes who I lose." Theo looked at him for a long time. The tears did not fall. That would have been easier. They stayed bright across his eyes while his face slowly emptied. The performance disappeared. Then the need beneath it. "Everything. Go," he said. Dominik's lungs stopped. "Theo, you said you cannot stay?" His accent had thickened, but his voice remained level. "So go." Dominik stood beside the bed. He had imagined distance as protection. He had not understood it would have a face. Theo turned toward the window. Dominik waited for him to look back. He did not. Dominik walked to the door. His hand closed around the handle. Behind him, Theo said, "You were wrong." Dominik stopped. "About what?" "The setup." Dominik looked over his shoulder. Theo's reflection floated in the dark window. "The technique was never the problem," he said. The words from the note. Return sharpened. "It was trusting you." Dominik left. The corridor remained bright and quiet. Ravi stood at the far end near the vending machines. One look at Dominik's face told him enough. He did not approach. Dominik walked past without speaking. Outside, the hospital parking lot shone beneath the lights. Rainwater collected in shallow black pools. He reached the team car and stopped with one hand on the roof. His phone buzzed. A message from Felix. Final report complete. Dominik opened it. The first page listed contributing factors in numbered rows. Setup instability. Crosswind deviation. Unauthorized performance lap. Driver correction. Operational decision making. No single cause. Dominik read the line twice. Then deleted the conversation saved as tire supplier. The phone asked whether he was sure. He pressed yes. The messages disappeared. Room numbers. Curbs. Water bottles. Proof reduced to blank space. Dominik stood alone beside the car until the screen went dark. He had believed the crash would take Theo from him. Instead, Theo had survived. Dominik had done the rest himself. Chapter 20. Recovery. The first night home, Theo slept in his father's chair. Not intentionally. Julia had arranged the sofa with surgical precision, 4 pillows, 2 folded blankets, pain medication lined up on the coffee table beside a glass of water and a handwritten schedule she had taped to the wall. 12 o'clock, paracetamol. 1400 hours, food. 1600 hours, prescribed medication. 1800 hours, complain less. Theo had read the final line and told her the handwriting looked childish. She had told him to lift his left arm. He stopped criticizing the handwriting. The sofa was too low. Every attempt to lie down pulled at the incision beneath his collarbone, a bright metal ache that traveled through his shoulder and settled behind his teeth. At 2 a.m, after 40 minutes of shifting, swearing, and refusing help, he moved to the old armchair beside the window. Their father had bought it from a customer who could not pay for a clutch replacement. The leather was split along one arm. The seat tilted slightly to the right. It smelled faintly of dust, tobacco that no amount of cleaning had removed, and the lemon polish their mother used when company visited. Theo sat down. He woke 4 hours later with his neck crooked, his injured arm secured against his chest, and Julia standing above him holding a piece of toast. "You look dead," she said. Comforting bedside manner. "I was worried until you started snoring." "I do not snore." The windows moved. Morning light entered through the shutters and thin gold stripes. It crossed the tiled floor, the framed family photographs along the wall, the helmet Theo had worn in his first national karting championship. Someone had cleaned it. Julia, probably. Their mother would have left the dust because touching old things made absence louder. Theo accepted the toast with his good hand. The effort made his shoulder throb. Julia watched his face. He chewed. "What?" "Nothing. You have a nothing face. I have one face. That is Ravi's line," he called. The toast stopped halfway to Theo's mouth. Julia sat on the edge of the sofa. "He said the team arranged a physiotherapist for this afternoon. Amara will call at 6. Poppy needs approval on the statement about your recovery." Theo put the toast on the plate balanced over his knees. "And?" Julia's gaze dropped. "There." The part she had delayed. "Dominik asked Ravi how you slept." Pain tightened beneath the sling. "Not the shoulder. Lower. Meaner." "What did Ravi say?" "That he should ask you." Theo looked toward the window. Outside, a scooter coughed to life on the street. Someone shouted from a balcony. A delivery van reversed beneath the bakery awning with 3 impatient beeps. Home had continued without him. The mechanic's shop across the courtyard had opened at 7. A pneumatic wrench rattled against metal, followed by a burst of laughter. For years, that sound had meant his father was alive downstairs. Now it belonged to strangers. "Did he?" Julia asked. Theo looked at her. "Did he ask you?" His phone rested face down on the table. It had remained that way since the hospital. No missed call from Dominik. No message. Nothing saved beneath tire supplier, because Dominik had deleted their conversation and Theo had watched his own disappear when the devices synchronized through the encrypted app. Curbs. Room numbers. The water bottle. Gone. "No," Theo said. Julia's mouth tightened. "Good." He turned toward her. She looked suddenly interested in the medication schedule. "Good? You told him to go." "I had a concussion." "You were still correct. That has never stopped you arguing before." "It usually encourages me." Theo leaned his head against the chair. The bruise across his chest had deepened overnight, purple turning yellow at the edges where the harness had held him inside the car. Each breath reminded him of the force. Each silence reminded him of Dominik. Julia picked up the plate. "You need to eat more." "I ate toast." "You touched toast." "I made progress." "You are exhausting." He smiled. The expression hurt his cheekbone. Julia saw that too. She looked away quickly. Theo reached for her sleeve. His fingers caught the fabric near her wrist. "Hey!" She stopped. He rarely used the word without a joke behind it. Julia stared at his hand. "I'm fine," he said. Her eyes lifted. "Do not say that to me." The room went quiet. Theo released her. Julia placed the plate on the coffee table with too much care. "You looked like him," she said. "Who?" "Papa." The answer arrived small. Theo's body tightened. "On the television. After the crash." "They showed the crash?" Once, Amara had forced broadcasters to stop replaying it after the first hour. The team's statement cited medical privacy and respect for family. Once was enough. Julia rubbed her palms over her jeans. The car went into the barrier, and then the camera cut away, but they showed the garage. Her voice thinned. Dominik was standing behind the screens. Theo looked toward the photographs on the wall. His father at 30, younger than Theo, remembered him. One hand on a cart chassis. Cigarette behind his ear. Smile too large for the narrow garage. What did he look like? Theo asked. Julia did not answer immediately. Like he had died first. Theo closed his eyes. The hospital room returned. Dominik standing instead of sitting. His face already gone somewhere Theo could not reach. This is the only way to ensure it does not happen again, Julia said. That does not make what he did right. I know. He left you. I know. He made the setup personal. I know. Her voice sharpened. Then stop defending him. Theo opened his eyes. I'm not. You are doing it silently. He laughed once. It pulled at the incision. Pain flashed through his shoulder, clean and white. His breath stopped. Julia was beside him before he could hide it. Do not move. I was laughing. Then become less funny. She adjusted the sling strap carefully, fingers working beneath the edge where it had begun rubbing his neck. Theo stared at the ceiling. The plaster crack above the window had widened since his last visit. His father used to promise he would fix it after the next race weekend. There was always another race weekend. Julia's fingers slowed. Does it still hurt? Yes. The shoulder? Theo looked at her. She did not blink. He smiled because the alternative sat too close. Very subtle. I learned from you. The physiotherapist arrived at 3 carrying a black case and the optimism of someone who had never been struck by a Formula One barrier. Her name was Elena. She was 40, compact, and unimpressed by pain tolerance as a personality trait. She examined the incision, checked the swelling, and asked Theo to move his fingers. He did. Good, she said. How good? Your hand works. Could you put that in a report? You are not driving. I know. Say it like you believe it. Theo looked down at the sling. I am not driving. The words sat wrong in his mouth. Driving was not only what he did. It was how time moved. Race weekends. Test days. Flights. Starts. Without it, the future became a room with no clocks. Elena showed him the first exercise. A pendulum movement, his injured arm hanging while his body shifted gently. It looked insulting. Theo tried. The smallest motion pulled through the repaired bone. His vision sharpened at the edges. Stop, Elena said. I barely moved. That was enough. No. She stepped in front of him. You do not gain anything by hurting more. The sentence landed somewhere beyond the exercise. Theo looked away. Elena waited. Julia stood near the kitchen doorway, arms folded. Neither woman rushed to help him. That was mercy. Theo tried again. Less movement. Less force. The arms swung 1 centimeter. Then back. No speed. No proof. Only repetition. Again, Elena said. By the 8th attempt, sweat had gathered beneath his shirt. By the 12th, his good hand trembled where it braced against the table. By the 15th, he hated the entire room. He sat down carefully. Elena wrote something on her chart. How long? He asked. Until what? Until I drive. 8 weeks before full loading, assuming the bone heals well and the concussion symptoms clear. 8? Possibly more. The room narrowed. No. Elena looked up. The shoulder does not negotiate with the calendar. The team needs. The team has another driver. Dominik. The thought arrived before Theo could stop it. On track without him. Leading briefings. Chasing Casimir. Becoming number 1 again in a garage with the second side empty. Something ugly twisted in Théo's stomach. Not jealousy. Fear. The old one. Everyone moving forward while he sat still long enough to become replaceable. "Who is in my car?" he asked. Julia answered. "The reserve driver." "For how many races?" "No one knows." "They know." "Théo. They have simulations. Recovery estimates. Contract clauses." Elena closed the chart. "Your job today is 1 centimeter. Théo stared at his arm. 1 centimeter. He had built his life in tenths of a second. Now progress could fit beneath a fingernail. After Elena left, he went to his childhood bedroom. The team had arranged a larger bed in the downstairs guest room, but he wanted the smaller space. The poster above the bed remained where he had left it. Dominik's car from his first championship season, frozen beneath floodlights. 19 years old. Allowed to be? Théo stood in the doorway. Julia came up behind him. "You want me to take it down?" "No." He entered. The walls were crowded with old races. Cart numbers. Newspaper clippings. A photograph of Théo and Julia sitting on stacked tires, both filthy, both showing missing front teeth. On the desk rested a parcel. Black, rectangular, unmarked. Théo stopped. "What is that?" Julia's expression flattened. "It came with the team courier." "When?" "This morning." He knew before touching it. Dominik packaged things like evidence. Théo sat in the desk chair and opened the box one-handed. Inside lay his father's headset. Cleaned. The yellow tape preserved. The cracked foam repaired with a thin black cover fitted over the original earpiece. Beneath it rested a note. "The team recovered this from your race bag. The cable was damaged during transport. I asked them not to replace it." Théo read the words. No apology. No request. Dominik had noticed the tape. Understood replacement would destroy the thing being saved. Julia stood beside him. "That is not nothing," she said. Théo traced the repaired cable with his thumb. "No. Are you going to call him?" The question remained gentle. That made the answer harder. Théo imagined it. Dominik answering on the first ring because he had been waiting. Or the fifth because he needed to appear as if he had not. Théo could thank him. Ask about the car. Offer some small opening disguised as professionalism. He knew how to make it easy. That was the problem. "No," he said. Julia looked at him. Théo placed the headset back in the box. "He knows where I am." The decision did not feel triumphant. It felt like holding a brake pedal down while every part of the car wanted to move. Julia rested her hand on his good shoulder. "You still love him?" Théo stared at the note. Love. The word was too large for what Dominik had allowed them. Too accurate for everything else. "Yes." Julia's fingers tightened once. "And you are still not calling?" "No." "Good." Théo looked up. She smiled sadly. "You do not have to stop loving him to stop chasing him." That night, Dominik won the race. Théo watched from his father's chair with the volume low. The reserve driver finished 9th. Casimir finished 2nd. The championship gap narrowed. On screen, Dominik climbed from the car beneath artificial lights. He removed his helmet and raised one hand toward the team. No visible celebration. No relief. During the post-race interview, the reporter asked about Théo. Dominik's expression did not change. "He is recovering," he said. "The team expects him back when he is medically ready." "And have you spoken to him?" A pause. Short enough for most people to miss. "No." Théo felt the answer in the repaired bone. The reporter moved on. Dominik discussed tire management. Strategy. The championship. Complete sentences. Careful words. Nothing that could cost him. Julia sat cross-legged on the floor, eating biscuits from the packet. "He looks terrible," she said. "He won. Those facts are unrelated." Théo watched Dominik turn toward the podium. For 1 second, before the camera cut away, He looked toward the empty place beside park from where the second team car should have stopped. The gesture was small. No one else would understand it. Théo did. His phone rested on the table. He did not reach for it. The anthem played. Dominik stood on the top step alone, champagne drying against his race suit, trophy held at the acceptable angle. Number 1. Exactly what he had wanted. Théo turned off the television. Silence settled through the room. Julia looked at him. Too much? No. You are lying. Yes. She handed him a biscuit. He took it. Outside, the garage across the courtyard closed for the night. Metal shutters rattled downward. One last tool struck concrete before the lights went out. Théo picked up the medication schedule and added a line beneath Julia's handwriting. 2000 hours, 1 centimeter. The next morning, he performed the pendulum exercise again. The first movement hurt. The second hurt differently. By the 10th, his arm traveled farther than it had the day before. Not much. Enough to measure. His phone buzzed on the table. Théo looked at the screen. Dominik. No message preview. Only the name. The call continued through 4 rings. 5. 6. Théo stood with his good hand braced on the table and his injured arm hanging free. 1 centimeter forward. 1 back. The phone stopped. A notification appeared. Missed call. No voicemail. Theo's breath shook. He did not call back. He completed the movement again. This time, 2 centimeters. It was the slowest progress he had ever made. For once, he let slow be enough. Chapter 21, Cold War. The paddock smelled exactly the same. Hot breaks. Coffee. Rain trapped in concrete. Someone's expensive cologne cutting through the exhaust drifting from the support series garages. Théo stood inside the security gate with his accreditation hanging against his chest and waited for the place to recognize him. It did not. Forklifts moved around him. Camera crews backed through the narrow lane without apologizing. Hospitality staff carried trays of pastries beneath clear plastic covers. Above the garages, team banners snapped in the wind as if the last 8 weeks had been a scheduled interruption rather than a hole torn through the season. His left shoulder ached beneath the team jacket. Not sharply. The surgeon had promised the sharpness would fade first. What remained was a deep metallic pressure whenever he held the arm too still, as though the plate beneath his skin resented being forgotten. Ravi stopped beside him. You are blocking traffic. I nearly died. People can walk around. A forklift cannot appreciate narrative significance. Théo stepped aside before the forklift driver could test that theory. Ravi looked at him without looking at him. His gaze moved over the shoulder, the way Théo held his arm close to his body, the faint shadow beneath his eyes. You can still leave, Ravi said. And miss the touching welcome? Yes. That would be rude. It would be intelligent. Now you are asking too much. Ravi's mouth shifted at one corner. The expression vanished almost immediately. They began walking. The first photographer noticed Théo before they reached the motorhomes. His name traveled through the lane in quick, rising bursts. Théo! Over here! How is the shoulder? When are you back in the car? Have the doctors cleared you for the finale? Do you blame the team for the crash? Ravi's hand touched the center of Theo's back, guiding without pushing. Théo put on the smile. It arrived as cleanly as muscle memory. I blame the barrier, he called. Very aggressive object. A few journalists laughed. Cameras flashed. Will you race next weekend? The medical team will decide. Are you supporting Dominik's title campaign? The question struck lower than the shoulder. Théo kept smiling. I support the team. It was a perfect answer. He hated it enough to know it would be used. The team hospitality unit stood ahead in black glass and scarlet panels. Staff had gathered near the entrance, some pretending they had business there, others making no effort. Poppy from communications reached him first and hugged him carefully, one arm around his good side. You look annoyingly alive. she said into his jacket. I practiced. When she released him, the others came forward. Mechanics. Engineers. 2 catering staff who had once hidden espresso in the briefing room for him after Amara banned caffeine before qualifying. Hands touched his right arm, his back, his hair. No one went near the left shoulder. The restraint made his throat tighten. Théo joked through it. He told the mechanic the scar had improved his aerodynamic efficiency. He told the head of strategy he had returned only because television commentary had become intolerable. He accepted a paper cup from someone and discovered they had remembered how much sugar he took. Then the people shifted. Not dramatically. A small adjustment of bodies. A silence passing through the group before anyone acknowledged its source. Dominik stood at the far end of the corridor. He wore the team polo beneath a fitted black jacket. His hair was precise. His accreditation lay flat against his chest. Nothing in his face suggested he had once sat beside Théo's hospital bed with both hands closed around a paper cup he never drank from. For 8 weeks, Théo had seen him only through screens. Dominik on the grid. Dominik in press conferences. Dominik lifting trophies at the approved angle, while his eyes searched spaces the cameras did not understand. In person, he looked thinner. That was the first betrayal. The second was Théo's body remembering him before pride could intervene, pulse climbing, breath catching beneath his ribs, fingers wanting the sleeve of Dominik's jacket beneath them. Théo closed his hand around the coffee cup instead. Dominik crossed the corridor. Everyone became interested in leaving. Poppy murmured something about the media schedule. Mechanics found urgent work in the garage. Ravi remained at Théo's right shoulder for 2 seconds longer than necessary, then walked away slowly enough to make the choice visible. Dominik stopped an arm's length away. His gaze went first to Théo's face. Then the shoulder. Then back. Marchetti. Not Théo. The name was a closed door. Reyes. Dominik's jaw moved once. I was told your evaluation went well. It went accurately. A pause. That is good. Yes. The corridor filled with distant engine noise. Someone dropped a spoon behind the catering counter. It struck tile twice before settling. Dominik looked as if he had prepared sentences and found none of them cleared for use. Théo spared him. Congratulations on Singapore. Thank you. The tire management was excellent. Felix made the correct call. I'm sure the tires were relieved. Something almost changed in Dominik's face. Almost was no longer enough. Amara appeared at the briefing room door. We begin in 4 minutes. Her gaze moved between them once. Together, she added. Théo stepped past Dominik. Their sleeves did not touch. The briefing room had not changed either. Same overworked air conditioning. Same burnt coffee. Same wall of telemetry waiting to turn human errors into colored lines. Théo's place at the table had been left empty. No laptop. No printed run plan. No paper cup already ruined beneath his fingers. The absence had been maintained too carefully to be accidental. The reserve driver sat 2 places down, speaking quietly with an engineer. He stood when Théo entered. Good to see you back. Good to be decorative. The driver smiled uncertainly. Théo took his old seat. Ravi placed a tablet in front of him. Observer access, he said. I know how to read data. I remember. Your interpretation remains under investigation. Théo opened the file. Across the table, Felix adjusted Dominik's telemetry display. Dominik sat with his hands folded, eyes on the screen. His right index and middle fingers tapped once against his thigh. Théo looked down before the gesture could become private. Amara began. Casimir led the championship by 4 points. 3 races remained. The team trailed in the constructors' standings after 2 weekends with only 1 reliable scoring car. Development resources had been frozen. Every session from now until the finale would be executed for points, not experimentation. Which means, Amara said, looking directly at Dominik, no unnecessary risk. Dominik did not move. Understood. The word entered Théo like cold water. He had heard it before the crash? In the garage. In the simulator. In hotel rooms where Dominik had used the same steady voice to say things that made Théo believe steadiness meant safety. The performance engineer changed the display. Dominik's race simulation appeared in blue. The reserve drivers in yellow. Théo studied the traces. Turn 9 showed a hesitation in the blue line. 200 surrendered on entry, another 3 on exit. Dominik was protecting the rear tires earlier than necessary. No one mentioned it. The engineer moved on. Théo lifted one finger. Go back. Every head turned. The engineer looked to Amara. She nodded. The trace returned. Théo enlarged turn 9. You're opening the brake too early. Dominik's gaze met his across the table. The rear temperature exceeded target on the previous lap, he said. By 1 degree. The trend was upward. The trend corrected in 12. After I reduced the load in 9. No. After the wind changed. The room went still in the familiar way. Once that stillness had fed him. Dominik's attention had been a line Théo could cross simply to prove it existed. Now he kept his voice level. The gust data drops before corner entry. You protected against a condition that was no longer there. Felix checked the weather overlay. A beat passed. Then another. He's right, Felix said. Dominik looked at the screen. Théo waited for the correction. The technical distinction. The quiet blade. Dominik said, yes. One word. No defense. It hurt worse. Amara continued the meeting. Théo contributed twice more. Both times, he spoke to the data, not Dominik. Both times, Dominik answered with precise professional courtesy. They could have been men who had shared nothing more intimate than a setup sheet. By the end, the room had learned not to look between them. Chairs scraped back. Engineers collected laptops. The reserve driver left with the performance group. Ravi waited beside Théo while he stood. You lasted 73 minutes, he said. Before what? Before trying to drive a car from a chair. I corrected an error. You corrected Dominik. That was the error. Ravi studied him. Théo picked up the tablet. I am fine. I did not ask. You were about to. No. I was about to say your shoulder has stiffened because you refused the cushion I put behind your back. Théo looked at the empty chair. A small black support cushion rested against the wall beside it. You brought that? No. The furniture developed empathy. Ravi handed it to him. Théo took it with his right hand. Across the room, Felix was speaking to Dominik in a voice too low to hear. Felix's expression remained flat, but his eyes cut once toward Théo. Dominik followed the glance and looked away immediately. Ravi saw that too. His mouth tightened. Do you want me to ask? He said. No. Good. Théo looked at him. I was going to ignore the answer. Ravi left with the tablet case beneath his arm. Théo remained near the table, rolling his shoulder until the joint caught and released. You should not force the range. Dominik's voice came from behind him. Théo stopped moving. Felix had gone. The briefing room was empty. Dominik stood near the door with a folder tucked beneath one arm. He had not come closer. My physiotherapist says movement prevents stiffness. Controlled movement. I know what controlled means. The words landed between them. Dominik's face closed another degree. Théo wished, suddenly and viciously, that he would become angry. That he would raise his voice. Say the wrong thing. Cross the room. Give Théo something human to fight. Instead, Dominik set the folder on the table. It contains the revised cockpit loading data, he said. The lateral force through the repaired shoulder will be the limiting factor, not braking. Théo did not touch it. You reviewed my medical simulation? The engineering group requested comparison data. Of course. Dominik's 2 fingers pressed against his thigh. There is a path back for the final race. Théo looked at him then. Hope was cruelest when it wore Dominik's voice. The doctors decide. Yes. The team decides. Yes. And I suppose you have an opinion? Dominik's eyes held his. I want you in the car when it is safe. Not I want you back. Not I want you. The sentence had been engineered to survive impact. Théo nodded once. Very professional. Dominik went completely silent. There he was. Not the champion from television. Not the man who had left the hospital. The other one, visible only in absence, every word withdrawn because the wrong one might expose something he could not control. Théo picked up the folder. I'll review it with Ravi. He walked toward the door. Théo. His name stopped him. Dominik had not said it since the hospital. Theo's hand tightened around the folder until the paper edge pressed into his palm. Behind him, Dominik breathed in. Nothing followed. Théo waited 3 seconds. 4. Then he opened the door. The paddock noise rushed in around him. At the end of the corridor, cameras were gathering for the afternoon media session. Poppy lifted a hand, signaling that they were due on stage together in 10 minutes. Théo looked back once. Dominik stood beside the telemetry screen, composed again, blue traces reflected faintly across his face. Save it for the data, Théo said. He left before Dominik could make silence sound like an answer. 10 minutes later, they sat shoulder to shoulder beneath sponsor lights. The moderator welcomed Théo back. The audience applauded. Dominik turned toward him at exactly the correct angle while cameras captured the image the team needed: champion and rookie, united, resilient, ready for the final races. Théo smiled. Dominik smiled less. Between their chairs, 6 centimeters of empty space remained. No one watching would have called it distance. Everyone in the team knew better. Chapter 22, Point Standings. The championship table updated before Dominik reached Parc Ferme. Reyes, 312. Adeyemi, 310. 2 points. The numbers glowed on the steering wheel display while the engine ticked beneath him, heat gathering around his legs. P2, Felix said in his ear. Casimir P4. Championship lead 2 points. Dominik pulled the car onto the painted marker and stopped. Understood. The radio channel remained open. For half a second, Felix said nothing. Then, 2 races remaining. I can count. Your recent behavior suggested otherwise. Dominik killed the engine. The silence that followed was crowded immediately by the grandstands, the mechanics striking the barrier, and the commentator's voice pouring from speakers above the pit lane. The race winner had already climbed from his car farther ahead. Casimir remained in his cockpit behind Dominik, motionless except for one gloved hand adjusting something on the steering wheel that no longer mattered. Dominik removed his own wheel and set it on the nose. His fingers were steady. The race had been clean. He had started third, passed Casimir during the first pit stop cycle, and spent 27 laps preserving tires behind a car he could not overtake without risking more than 18 points. He had chosen the championship over the victory. Correctly. Every calculation supported the result. He climbed from the cockpit. The left side of the team barrier erupted. Mechanics reached for him. Dominik struck offered fists, accepted a hand against his helmet, and permitted the brief crush of bodies around him. Beyond them, near the entrance to the garage, Théo stood beside Ravi. He wore the team jacket zipped to the throat despite the heat. His left arm rested close to his body. The black support strap he had begun wearing during long sessions showed briefly beneath his collar. He did not join the celebration. He clapped twice. When Dominik looked directly at him, Théo nodded. Professional recognition. Nothing more. The helmet became too tight around Dominik's temples. He turned toward the scales. Casimir caught him after the television interviews. The paddock had begun its usual post-race transformation. Celebration and defeat folded into logistics. Tire trolleys rolled through crowds of guests. Engineers carried laptops toward the garages. Champagne dried sticky beneath Dominik's collar. Casimir approached with his cap tucked beneath one arm. 2 points, he said. Dominik continued removing the tape from his wrist. Yes. You sound disappointed. I finished second. You gained 6 points on me. I finished second. Casimir smiled without warmth. There he is. Dominik dropped the tape into a bin. Casimir leaned one shoulder against the temporary wall separating the media pen from the paddock lane. The television cameras had moved away, but people still watched them. People always watch drivers who might decide the championship in public. You had a chance into turn 1, Casimir said. The gap was closing. There was still a gap. No. I saw you're on board. Then you saw there was no gap. I saw you lift. Dominik looked at him. Casimir's expression sharpened. 6 months earlier, the observation would have been an insult. Dominik Reyes did not lift when a pass existed. He did not hesitate between risk and reward. He chose before the opportunity arrived and made the result look inevitable. Today, he had seen the space. Then, for one frame too long, he had seen a car striking a barrier at 338 kilometers per hour. Not his car. Théo's. The opening had disappeared while Dominik was still hearing metal tear. I finished ahead of you, Dominik said. Casimir pushed away from the wall. That is true. He put on his cap and adjusted the brim. But you weren't racing me. Dominik's fingers pressed once against his thigh. Casimir noticed. His gaze dropped, then returned to Dominik's face. 2 races, he said. Try to be there for them. He walked toward the silver hospitality unit. Dominik remained beside the bin with champagne drying against his skin. When he returned to the garage, Théo was in the car. Not driving. The engine remained off. The sidepod bodywork had been removed, and cables ran from the cockpit to a diagnostic station. 2 physiotherapists stood beside Ravi while an engineer watched the loading data. Théo sat low beneath the halo, helmet off, his left hand fixed around the steering wheel. Again, the physiotherapist said. Théo pulled against the resistance rig. The muscles in his neck tightened. His lips separated over a controlled breath. A tremor began near his injured shoulder and moved down his arm. The screen displayed the force curve. It climbed. Held. Then broke downward. Théo released the wheel. 4% below target, the engineer said. Again. The physiotherapist shook her head. You have 1 repetition remaining. Then this is the one. Ravi saw Dominik near the back of the garage. His expression did not change, but he moved half a step to block the direct line between them. Théo reset his grip. Dominik should have left. The podium debrief began in 17 minutes. Poppy would expect him in the hospitality unit before then. His race suit was damp beneath the arms and tightening as it dried. He stayed. Ready? The physiotherapist asked. Yes. Resistance loaded through the wheel. Théo pulled. His shoulder shifted beneath the thin fabric of his base layer. The strain exposed every ridge of the healing joint, the new shape of bone and metal beneath skin. His right foot braced against the cockpit floor. The force trace rose past the previous mark. Théo's face emptied. No joke. No defiance for the people watching. Only the fixed concentration he carried beneath a visor. The line reached the target. 1 second. 2. The injured arm began to shake violently. Dominik stepped forward before he knew he had moved. Stop. The word cut across the garage. Every head turned. Théo released the wheel. The resistance cable snapped loose with a metallic clatter. For several seconds, no one spoke. Théo looked toward Dominik. Sweat darkened his curls at the temples. His breathing came too fast. He flexed his left hand once, hiding the movement against his thigh. The target was met, he said. The force deteriorated. After the required duration. You lost stability. The test ended. You would still be in the corner. Théo's mouth tightened. Ravi removed the resistance attachment from the steering wheel. The medical team will assess the result. Dominik kept his eyes on Théo. He is not ready. The garage changed. Not loudly. A mechanic lowered a tool. The engineer at the diagnostic station looked down. One of the physiotherapists began coiling the cable with sudden care. Théo climbed from the cockpit. The movement was slower than it would have been before the crash. He brought his right leg over the halo first, shifted his weight, then lowered himself onto the side pod while protecting the left shoulder. He landed on the garage floor. At 5'9", he had always seemed smaller outside the car. Now, standing directly in front of Dominik, he did not. "You do not decide that," Théo said. "No. Then do not announce it to my garage. I saw the trace. You saw one test. I saw you lose the load. I met the target. You were shaking." The words left too quickly. Théo went still. His gaze moved over Dominik's face with painful thoroughness, as if searching for the part of the sentence that had been about medicine. "And that frightened you?" he said. Dominik heard the garage listening. He also heard a voice through static 8 weeks old. "I have no response from the driver." "No," he said. Theo's expression did not break. That would have been mercy. He only nodded. "Of course not." He turned to the physiotherapist. "Send the result to the licensing panel." Ravi handed him his jacket. Théo pulled it on carefully, his left arm first. The sleeve caught near the shoulder. Ravi reached to help, but Théo worked the fabric free himself. He did not look at Dominik again. The garage doors framed the bright strip of pit lane beyond him. He crossed it alone, accreditation tapping against his chest. Dominik watched until the crowd swallowed him. Felix found him in the engineering office at 11:43 that night. The circuit had emptied into darkness. Floodlights washed the pit straight in hard white, but the garage itself had been reduced to work lamps and monitor glow. Dominik sat before the race replay. Turn 1 filled the screen. His onboard camera approached the braking zone behind the leader. A gap opened on the inside. Narrow, but usable. Dominik paused the recording. The timestamp read 2.317 seconds before braking. Felix closed the door. "You have watched this 17 times. 16. I watched once from the corridor." Dominik restarted the footage. The gap opened. His right foot lifted. The car ahead turned across. Opportunity gone. He paused it again. Felix pulled out the chair beside him and sat. The championship spreadsheet remained open on the second monitor. 2-point lead. 50 points available across 2 races. Finishing permutations arranged in rows. "If you win the next race," Felix said, "and Casimir finishes second, you lead by 9 going into the finale." "Yes." "If he wins and you finish second, he leads by 5. "Yes." "If either of you fails to finish, the projections become dramatic enough to satisfy television." Dominik minimized the spreadsheet. Felix watched him. "You have converted Théo into a probability." Dominik's hand stopped on the mouse. "He has a 31% likelihood of being medically cleared for the next race. 34 after today's test. The load deteriorated. After he passed. He is compensating through the right side. The medical team knows. He could re-injure the shoulder." "Yes." "He could lose control if the joint fails under sustained lateral load." "Yes." "He could." Felix reached across and turned off the monitor. The office fell dark except for the championship table on the second screen. Dominik looked at him. Felix's face held none of his usual dry amusement. "You are not his engineer," he said. "I understand that. You are not his doctor. I understand that. You are not protecting him." Dominik's fingers curled against the desk. Felix leaned back. "I have spent 13 years helping you remove uncertainty from a racing car. I know the ritual. You identify the variable. You measure it. You reduce it until it can no longer surprise you. This is not a ritual. No. It is worse." The air conditioning had shut down hours earlier. The office smelled of cooling electronics and stale coffee. Dominik looked at the dark monitor. "You were in the medical center," he said. "Yes." You heard the radio? Yes. You saw the car? Yes. Then you know. I know Théo survived. The words struck against something hard beneath Dominik's ribs. Felix continued. I also know you have punished both of you for it every day since. Dominik stood. The chair rolled backward into the cabinet. This conversation is finished. No. Felix said it quietly. Dominik looked at him. In 13 seasons, Felix had disagreed with him over strategy, setup, weather, tire compounds, and once whether a hotel fire alarm justified abandoning a morning run plan. He had never told Dominik no like this. Felix stood as well. You are running from the wrong thing. I am not running. You abandoned the past today because you saw his crash. Dominik's pulse struck hard at his throat. You do not know what I saw. I know you. No. The answer came sharp enough to alter the room. Felix absorbed it without moving. Dominik's breath had become shallow. He forced air lower into his lungs. Felix glanced at the blank monitor. You think the danger is loving someone who gets into the car. Dominik said nothing. But Théo was a racing driver before you touched him. He will be one after you stop. Your distance does not make the barriers softer. It does not strengthen his shoulder. It does not remove your setup from that car. Dominik's hand closed around the back of the chair. Carbon fiber exploding against concrete. A motionless helmet. The terrible softness of Théo's fingers in the hospital. I caused it. The words barely crossed the desk. Felix's face changed. Not surprise. He had known. Perhaps everyone had known except the man who had spent 8 weeks refusing to say it. You contributed to it, Felix said. I knew the setup was unstable. So did Théo. I pushed him. Yes. I knew he would refuse to back down. Yes. Felix did not soften the answers. Dominik hated him for it. He needed him not to. I put him in that car. Amara put him in the car. Ravi released it. The engineers approved the run. Théo pressed the throttle. I made it personal. Yes. The fluorescent light above the desk buzzed faintly. Dominik lowered his eyes. His fingers remained locked around the chair until the edge pressed deep into his palm. If I had not, he might not have crashed. Felix waited. Dominik looked up. And if you had never met him, Felix continued, he might have crashed somewhere else. Or won 6 championships. Or retired at 40 with terrible knees and a house full of trophies. You do not get to control every version of his life by removing yourself from this one. Something shifted beneath Dominik's grip. Not release. Damage. A fine internal fracture, too small to relieve pressure and too deep to ignore. Felix picked up the chair and returned it to the desk. You are not afraid that loving him will kill him, he said. You are afraid you will love him and fail to prevent it. Dominik stared at the point standings. Numbers close enough to threaten everything he had worked for. Numbers clean enough to pretend they were the only threat left. What am I supposed to do? He asked. The question came out wrong. Unprepared. Low. Almost unrecognizable in his own voice. Felix's expression softened by a fraction. I am your race engineer. Yes. I tell you where the grip is. Dominik waited. Felix opened the office door. This is beyond the edge of the circuit. He left. The door remained open behind him. Dominik stood alone between the dark monitor and the championship table. Outside, mechanics crossed the garage beneath work lights. Someone laughed near the freight cases. A wheel gun fired once, then stopped. On the desk, his phone lay face down. He turned it over. Théo's conversation remained where it had been for 8 weeks. No new messages. No accusations. No request to explain. The last message belonged to Dominik. I will give you space. Théo had read it at 2:14. He had not answered. Dominik placed his thumb over the text field. The keyboard appeared. He typed 3 words. Are you awake? He read them once. Then again. His thumb hovered above the arrow. The point standings glowed beside him. 2 points ahead. 2 races left. 1,000 outcomes he could still calculate. Dominik deleted the message. The empty field remained. For the first time, erasing the words did not feel like control. It felt like cowardice. Chapter 23: What Control Costs. Dominik had kept the key for 13 years. It sat in the back of the drawer beneath 3 old passports, a stack of expired paddock credentials, and a watch with a cracked face that no longer kept time. Small. Silver. A strip of blue plastic attached to it by a split ring. Garage 18. He found it at 2:31 in the morning because Felix had turned off a monitor and left the wrong question behind. What am I supposed to do? Dominik stood barefoot in the bedroom of his apartment, one hand resting on the open drawer. Rain moved against the windows in thin, irregular lines. The city below had gone quiet except for tires hissing over wet streets, and the occasional pulse of blue light from an ambulance crossing the intersection 6 floors down. The key lay against his palm. Cold at first. Then warm. He closed his fingers around it. The apartment had been cleaned before he left for the race. Shirts hung by color. Shoes aligned beneath them. The suitcase for the next flight stood open on the luggage bench, half-packed according to the list on his phone. 3 black team polos. 2 pairs of trousers. Fireproof base layers. Medication. Passport. Nothing unnecessary. Dominik left the suitcase open and carried the key into the living room. A storage box occupied the highest shelf of the bookcase. He had moved it through 4 countries and 7 apartments without once opening it. The cardboard had softened at the corners. Black markers showed through a layer of gray dust. Dr. Junior Formula. He took it down. The lid resisted. For one irrational second, he considered returning it to the shelf. Packing the suitcase. Sleeping for the remaining 3 hours before the factory car arrived. Instead, he pulled harder. The cardboard released with a dry tearing sound. The smell came first. Old paper. Rubber. Fabric sealed too long without air. Beneath a folded race suit lay programs, setup sheets, photographs, and a pair of red driving gloves worn through at the palms. Not Dominik's. He touched one fingertip. Memory did not return gradually. It struck. Summer heat trapped beneath a garage awning. The bitter taste of an energy drink someone had stolen from the mechanic's refrigerator. A boy sitting on a tire trolley with one red glove between his teeth, using both hands to retie a bootlace. You will ruin your teeth. The boy pulled the glove free. You sound 80. You look incompetent. Yet I am still faster in Sector 2. Because you ignore the yellow flags. Because yellow is an advisory color. Dominik had laughed. Not the measured breath people later mistook for amusement. Not the brief movement Felix occasionally earned from him. He had bent forward with both hands on his knees and laughed until the mechanics looked over. 19 years old. No titles. No practiced answers. No dead friends. The photograph beneath the gloves showed them both beside a Junior Series car. Dominik stared at his own face first. Longer hair. Sun-browned skin. One arm slung across the other driver's shoulders with careless possession. His smile exposed teeth. His race suit was tied at the waist. A grease mark crossed his cheek. He had forgotten the grease. He remembered the photograph being taken. A mechanic had shouted at them to stop leaning on the rear wing. The boy beside Dominik had raised 2 fingers behind his head. Dominik had elbowed him afterward. The photograph had preserved the instant before contact. Both smiling. Neither braced. He sat on the floor. The key remained caught in his left hand. Its edge had pressed a red line into the center of his palm. Race weekend returned in fragments. Rain before dawn. A wet track drying unevenly. The team changing the rear wing angle between qualifying sessions. Dominik arguing that the car was unstable through the fast left-hander. His friend stealing half a banana from Dominik's breakfast tray and calling the setup exciting. Exciting. The word had irritated him even then. "You have no respect for consequences," Dominik had said. His friend had peeled a string from the banana. "No. I have excellent respect for consequences. I simply believe they should work harder to catch me." Dominik could hear the exact rhythm. The arrogance. The grin inside the sentence. Memory sharpened. They stood behind the garage before the race, helmets resting on the workbench. The air smelled of wet asphalt and tire blankets. His friend tapped Dominik's visor with 2 knuckles. "Do not become sensible before turn 1. Do not become dead before turn 2. The answer had been easy. Ordinary. A joke designed to ward off the thing neither of them believed had entered the paddock with them. His friend had smiled. "You would miss me." "No. Liar." Then the mechanics called them. Dominik watched the boy pull on the red gloves. 1 finger at a time. He remembered the first 5 laps. More clearly than entire seasons that followed. Spray hanging above the circuit. The car moving beneath him. Felix had once asked why Dominik never watched old footage of the race. The footage was unnecessary. It had never stopped playing. Lap 6. The safety car ending. His friend 2 positions ahead. A poor exit. Dominik closing through the slipstream. The radio warning of oil near the braking zone. Dominik lifting early. His friend did not. For 13 years, Dominik had described what happened next in technical language. Loss of rear grip. Secondary impact. Compromised survival cell. Those words contained no color. The real memory did. A red car turning sideways against gray sky. White spray splitting around it. Carbon fiber rising like birds. Dominik's own car missing the first impact by less than a meter. He remembered driving past. That was the part no one understood. He had driven past. Yellow flags became red. Marshals entered the circuit. His engineer told him to slow, return to the pit lane, switch off the engine. Dominik had obeyed every instruction. Braking point. Gear selection. Pit lane speed. Engine off. He climbed from the car without assistance. His gloves came off cleanly. 1 finger at a time. Across the garage, the timing monitor froze beside his friend's name. No sector time. No position. Only a red square. Dominik had stared at it until the team principal pulled him into the back room. He was told not to go to the medical center. He was told to wait. He was told there had been significant trauma. He was told they were trying. Then, finally, that they had stopped. The room had contained 6 people. Dominik remembered only the unopened bottle of water on the table. The label faced the wall. He turned it outward while someone spoke. Afterward, he corrected the chair he had knocked crooked when he stood. He had not cried until that night. Even then, he had done it silently in a hotel bathroom with a towel pressed against his mouth so no one in the next room would hear. By morning, the towel had been folded over the rail. The race suit packed. The next event entered into his calendar. Dominik picked up one of the red gloves. The leather had stiffened with age. A small tear crossed the base of the thumb. Inside, near the wrist, his friend's initials had been written in black ink. Dominik pressed his thumb over them. "I lift it," he said. The apartment gave no answer. The words sounded wrong in the room. Too small for what they had carried. He tried again. "I lifted." His friend had not. Dominik survived. That had been the original equation. Simple enough to poison everything afterward. Caution meant survival. Discipline meant survival. Control meant survival. And if someone he loved refused those things, then Dominik would control the distance between them instead. No one could be taken from a place they had never been allowed to occupy. He lowered his head. The red glove lay across his open hands. Théo in the simulator room, furious and bright beneath artificial light. Théo asleep on the aircraft with his fingers threaded through Dominik's. Théo in room 1432, laughing into a pillow after being called emotionally damaged. Théo in the medical center, reaching from a moving stretcher. Their hands missing. Dominik's breath broke. The sound escaped before he could stop it. He bent over the glove. For 8 weeks, he had called his silence protection. He had answered medical updates with statistics. Watched every rehabilitation video sent to the engineering group. Reviewed cockpit loading. Measured the strength returning to Théo's shoulder while refusing to ask whether he slept. Dominik had believed distance reduced risk. But Théo had still entered the car. Still trained. Still strained against resistance cables until his arms shook. The danger had continued without Dominik's touch, his voice, his presence. The only thing distance had removed was Dominik. He had not prevented another loss. He had repeated one. Not through death. Through absence. On his own terms this time. Scheduled. Managed. Clean enough to survive. The realization opened inside him without mercy. His friend had been taken in one violent second. Théo had been taken inch by inch because Dominik kept stepping backward. He pressed the heel of his hand against his eyes. Air entered badly. He let it. The grief came without order. 13 years late and 8 weeks fresh. The boy in the red gloves. Théo beneath the hospital blanket. Rain on 2 different circuits. 2 hands he had failed to reach. Dominik stayed on the floor while the city moved toward morning. He did not count his breaths. He did not check the time. At some point, the red glove slipped from his fingers and rested against his thigh. The rain softened. Gray light began gathering at the windows. On the coffee table, his phone remained where he had left it. Dominik looked at it for a long time. Then he reached. Théo's conversation opened to the empty text field. The last message still waited above it. I will give you space. Read at 2:14. Dominik had meant the sentence as restraint. An act of care. Proof that he would no longer demand anything from the man he had hurt. Now he saw the precision of the cruelty. He had given Théo the one thing Théo had spent his life receiving from people who would not choose him. Space. Dominik placed the phone on the floor beside him. He did not type. Not yet. Words sent at dawn from a room full of ghosts would be another kind of escape. An apology shaped to relieve the person who made it rather than repair the person who deserved it. All he knew was that Théo had stopped chasing. And for the first time, Dominik understood the responsibility inside that silence. Let him choose. The words were not Théo's. Dominik had never heard Julia say them. Yet they seemed present in the room, carried by everything Théo had not done. No late-night calls. No furious knock at a hotel door. No hand catching Dominik's sleeve in an empty corridor. Théo had left the choice where Dominik could no longer pretend not to see it. The factory car would arrive in 42 minutes. Dominik stood. His legs had stiffened against the floor. He carried the storage box to the table and began returning its contents. Not as they had been. The programs went beneath the photographs. The gloves rested on top. He kept one photograph out. The 2 of them beside the junior car. Careless. Alive. Dominik turned it over. Nothing had been written on the back. For years he had believed that meant the photograph held no final message. Now he understood that the absence was the message. There had been no warning. No last confession. No perfectly arranged goodbye. Love had existed anyway. It had not caused the crash. It had not made the rain fall, or the oil spill, or the rear tires lose grip. It had only made the loss matter. Dominik set the photograph beside his phone. His hand trembled once. He watched it happen. He did not close it into a fist. The next race would begin in 5 days. Théo might be cleared. He might not. Dominik might win the championship. He might lose it. A car could fail. Weather could turn. A gap could open and close before calculation ended. None of it would become safer because Dominik refused to love the person inside the other cockpit. The thought did not bring relief. It brought fear so clean it almost tasted metallic. Dominik stood in it. The phone screen had dimmed. He touched it awake and opened the travel schedule. Theo's arrival appeared beneath the medical group's transfer details. 1420, Marchetti/Chandrasekharan. 1435, Rehabilitation Assessment. 1600 hours, Driver Briefing. Dominik read the times once. He did not rearrange them. He did not send a message. He placed the red glove photograph inside his passport case and closed the clasp. Then he returned to the bedroom and removed one item from the suitcase. The third black team polo. In its place, he packed the charcoal shirt Théo had once watched him button beside a hotel bed. The choice was small enough that no one else would notice. Dominik noticed. For now, it was enough to make his hands shake. Chapter 24, second to last. The medical delegate signed Theo's clearance at 7:42 on Friday morning. At 7:43, Ravi took the paper out of his hand. "You are crushing it." Théo looked down. The bottom edge had folded beneath his thumb. He released it, then flattened the crease against the medical center counter. "You could print another. I could also sedate you. Would that improve my lap time? It would improve my morning." Beyond the glass doors, the paddock was waking beneath a pale sky. Hospitality staff crossed the lane carrying coffee urns. Mechanics pushed equipment toward the garages. Somewhere behind the pit building, an engine started and climbed through 3 sharp bursts before cutting out. Théo felt the sound beneath his ribs. 8 weeks of physiotherapy had reduced his life to movements too small to be mistaken for racing. Lift the arm. Hold. Release. Pull against the band. Do not compensate with the right side. Again. The medical delegate had tested his neck strength, reaction speed, peripheral vision, shoulder stability, and pain response. He had asked Théo to describe the crash twice, once in Italian, once in English, to make certain the concussion had left no gaps. There were gaps. Not in memory. In sensation. The moment before impact remained bright and complete. Steering wheel pulling against his hands. Rear axle breaking loose. The barrier rushing forward with the flat inevitability of a closed door. Then nothing until Dominik's voice inside the medical car. "Stay with me." Théo had. Dominik had not. Ravi slid the clearance sheet into a folder. "Practice begins in 2 hours. You will follow the run plan exactly. Obviously. No qualifying simulations unless approved. Cruel. If the shoulder deteriorates, you box. It will not. If it does." Théo smiled. Ravi did not. The smile left on its own. "If it does," Théo said, "I box." Ravi tucked the folder beneath his arm. "Good." They walked toward the garage. Cameras found Théo halfway there. News of the clearance had traveled faster than he had. Reporters formed a moving wall around him, walking backward while security tried to keep the lane open. "How does it feel to be back? Are you afraid? Did Dominik contact you during your recovery? Do you trust the team after the accident?" Théo kept moving. "I trust Ravi," he said. Ravi looked straight ahead. Unwise. The microphones shifted closer. "What about Dominik?" Théo saw the garage entrance ahead. Dominik stood just inside it with Felix, both wearing headsets around their necks. Dominik held a printed setup sheet in one hand. The charcoal shirt from the previous evening had been replaced by team uniform, every line of him restored to public order. His eyes found Théo through the crowd. The contact lasted 1 second. 2. Dominik did not look at the shoulder. That was new. Théo faced the reporters again. "Dominik is fighting for a championship," he said. "Today, I am trying to remember which pedal makes the car go." A journalist laughed. Ravi murmured, "The middle one." "I knew it." They entered the garage. The crowd stopped at the boundary line. Dominik remained beside Theo's car. No cameras had followed far enough to hear them, but 20 mechanics could. "Congratulations," Dominik said. The word was formal. His voice was not entirely steady. Théo took off his accreditation and placed it on the workbench. "The medical delegate has questionable judgment." "Yes." Ravi bribed him. Not enough, Ravi said. Dominik's mouth moved. Not a smile. The memory of one. He held out the setup sheet. Théo looked at it before taking it. The front wing angle had been reduced. Differential entry softened. Rear suspension returned to the baseline they had used before the experimental package. Before the crash? Théo traced the revised values with one fingertip. You changed the rotation target. The previous setting overloaded the shoulder through the high-speed sequence. You reviewed the biomechanical model. Yes. Professionally. Dominik met his eyes. No. The answer was so quiet Ravi could pretend not to hear it. Théo's fingers stopped on the page. Dominik released the sheet and stepped away. Installation lap in 12 minutes. He returned to his side of the garage. Théo looked down at the setup. At the bottom, beside the turn 8 recommendation, Dominik had written a note in the same precise block letters he used for everything. Trust the rear. It will hold. Théo folded the page once and slid it beneath his gloves. The cockpit had become smaller. That was impossible. The seat had been made from the same mold, the padding adjusted by only 6 millimeters to support his shoulder. The halo sat at the same height. The steering wheel clicked into the column with the same firm mechanical lock. Still, when Théo lowered himself inside, the car closed over him like a memory. Ravi leaned above the cockpit. Radio check. Loud and disappointed. Normal then. A mechanic connected the cooling hose. Another tightened the belts across Théo's chest. The left strap passed close to the healing fracture. Pressure gathered there. Not pain. Not yet. Across the partition, Dominik climbed into his own car. Théo watched his helmet disappear beneath the halo. The engine fired. The vibration traveled through both garage floors. Théo closed his eyes. His father's old headset waited inside the race bag behind the garage. Julia had repaired the yellow tape around the cable during his recovery, although the headset had not worked in years. For luck, she had said. Théo had nearly told her luck was an insult to preparation. Then he remembered who that sounded like. He opened his eyes. Start the car. The engine came alive behind him. Every bone in his body recognized the frequency. Theo's hand settled on the wheel. The garage lights changed. Green. He released the clutch. The pit lane opened ahead. By Sunday afternoon, the shoulder hurt before the formation lap began. Théo did not tell Ravi. It was not sharp enough to compromise control. The ache sat beneath the collarbone, deep and hot where the harness pressed over the plate. It had followed qualifying, where he placed third behind Casimir and Dominik, then stayed through the night despite ice, anti-inflammatory medication, and 4 hours of sleep. The pain belonged to the return. He could carry it. Clutch bite point confirmed, Ravi said. Confirmed. Wind has increased at turn 9. I saw the flags. Remember the load builds late through 12. I remember everything. The grid cleared. Ahead, Casimir's silver car waited on pole. Dominik occupied the second grid slot, black and scarlet rear wing level with Casimir's rear tires. Théo sat directly behind them. 20 red lights remained dark above the straight. His fingers stopped moving. The paddock knew Théo as noise. Jokes. Swagger. Hands drumming against whatever surface came close enough to touch. Ravi alone knew what happened before a start. Théo went silent. The first light illuminated. Then the second. The ache in his shoulder disappeared beneath the tightening world. 3. 4. 5. The lights went out. Théo released the clutch. The rear tires bit. His car launched cleanly, engine climbing through first, second, third. Dominik moved right to cover Casimir. Théo took the opening on the left and reached turn 1 with his front wing level with Dominik's rear wheel. For one dangerous instant, 3 cars entered the corner together. Casimir braked latest. Dominik yielded half a meter. Théo cut beneath them both. The steering loaded hard through his left shoulder. Heat flashed along the bone. He held the line. Casimir emerged first. Théo second. Dominik third. The grandstands became a wall of sound. Excellent start, Ravi said. Reyes behind, 6/10. Théo opened the throttle. His body remembered before fear could interfere. The car moved beneath him, alive but not treacherous. The rear rotated through turn 3 and caught itself exactly where Dominik's handwritten note had promised. Trust the rear. It will hold. Théo drove. For 18 laps, he kept Dominik behind. Not because Dominik lacked pace. The mirrors proved otherwise. Black and scarlet bodywork filled them through every braking zone. Dominik closed under DRS, showed the nose, withdrew before contact. Théo defended the inside at 7, protected the exit at 11, and spent tire life he would need later. The rivalry returned without permission. Old instincts. Old heat. In turn 14, Dominik moved left. Théo covered. Dominik crossed behind and took the better exit. Reyes alongside, Ravi said. I can see him. They entered the straight wheel to wheel. Dominik occupied the outside. Théo held the inside, braking with the steering wheel already pulling against his injured side. The shoulder weakened by a fraction. The car drifted. Dominik had the corner. He took it cleanly. Théo tucked into the slipstream behind him. No radio comment came from the other car. No gesture. No mercy disguised as caution. Dominik had passed him because Dominik was faster. Relief cut through Théo so unexpectedly he nearly missed the next apex. He laughed once inside the helmet. Ravi heard. Problem? No. Then why are you laughing? Terrible personality. That is not new. The first pit stops reordered the field. Casimir remained ahead. Dominik emerged second. Théo rejoined fourth behind Kenji Ito, whose car was fast in a straight line and brutal on its tires. Théo attacked for 12 laps. Every time he closed, Ito positioned the car precisely where Théo needed to be. The shoulder had begun to throb beneath braking. Sweat cooled against his neck on the straights. Rear temperatures are increasing, Ravi said. I need 1 lap. You said that 1 lap ago. This one is more sincere. He approached Ito through the final corner, close enough to open DRS. Ahead, Dominik had drawn within 8/10 of Casimir. The championship existed at the front of the race. 2 points before today. If Dominik passed, the advantage would grow. If Casimir won with Dominik second, Casimir would retake the lead by 5 going into the finale. Théo knew the arithmetic. Everyone did. Lap 41 brought the safety car. A midfield collision left carbon fibers scattered across turn 6. The field compressed. Casimir led. Dominik followed. Ito held third. Théo sat fourth with 18 laps remaining. The race director cleared the debris quickly. Safety car in this lap, Ravi said. Théo flexed his left hand against the wheel. The fingers tingled. Shoulder status? Ravi asked. Functional. That was not the question. Then ask less dangerous questions. A pause. You have full power available on restart. Ahead, Casimir began slowing the field. Dominik remained close enough to attack. Ito weaved across the circuit, warming his tires. Théo followed, testing the shoulder beneath quick direction changes. It held. The safety car entered the pit lane. Casimir waited. Waited. Then accelerated. Dominik reacted immediately. Théo stayed in Ito's slipstream as the engine deployment surged. They crossed the line. Casimir covered the inside into turn 1. Dominik moved left. The outside line opened. This was his chance. Théo saw it from 2 cars back. The fraction of track Casimir had surrendered, the momentum Dominik carried, the championship swinging toward the braking zone. Ito moved right to defend from Théo. Théo followed. Too late, he realized Ito had not committed. The silver and blue car cut left again, blocking the outside and forcing Théo toward the dirty edge of the circuit. Dominik was already there. For one instant, the 3 cars converged. Dominik could continue his attack. He had position. Momentum. The cleaner line into the corner. If he held it, Théo would have to lift, or place his right side tires beyond the white line. Théo's steering loaded. The shoulder protested. Then Dominik abandoned Casimir. His car moved right across Ito's nose. Not abruptly. Not illegally. Precisely enough to occupy the space Ito needed while leaving Théo a clear line around the outside. Ito braked. Théo did not. He swept past both of them into turn 1. The car compressed against the curb. Pain burned white beneath the harness. His hands corrected once. The rear held. He exited third. Dominik remained second, but the delay had cost him the attack on Casimir. The leader had opened a gap of 9/10. Théo looked into the mirror. Dominik's car filled it. He understood the move completely. Dominik had not protected his own position. He had protected Théo's. Position 3, Ravi said. His voice had changed by half a degree. Reyes behind 4/10. Théo's throat tightened inside the helmet. The radio button waited beneath his thumb. He could thank him over the team channel. Could make a joke. Could say something sharp enough to cover what the move had done to him. He said nothing. Behind him, Dominik did not attack. Not immediately. He held Ito back through turn 3, placing the car so the rival could not use Théo's weakened exit. Through 5, Dominik remained defensive. Through 6, he absorbed the pressure. Théo's tires came alive. The gap grew. 7/10. 1 second. DRS broken. Only then did Dominik stop defending and begin closing again. The understanding traveled between the cars without language. Not forgiveness. Not yet. A hand offered through speed. Théo accepted it by pressing the throttle flat. They finished in that order. Casimir first. Dominik second. Théo third. On the cooldown lap, the championship graphic appeared on Théo's steering wheel. Adeyemi, 335. Reyes, 330. 5 points. 1 race. Dominik had lost his lead. Théo stared at the numbers until turn 4 arrived. Ravi's voice entered his helmet. P3 on your return. Exceptional drive. Thank you. The shoulder? Théo rolled it carefully against the belt. Ask me after they removed the car from around it. Ravi exhaled, almost laughing. Ahead, Dominik slowed. Not enough to be obvious. Only a slight reduction in pace until Théo drew alongside. The grandstands rose around them. Dominik turned his helmet. Dark visor. No face visible. Théo lifted his right hand from the wheel. For 1 second, he did not know what gesture to make. A wave was too public. A raised fist too theatrical. He settled for 2 fingers. The same 2 fingers Dominik tapped against his thigh when thought became too large for speech. Dominik's helmet remained turned toward him. Then his left hand rose from the cockpit. 2 fingers answered. They approached the pit lane side by side. At the line, Dominik accelerated first. Théo followed. Park from became noise. Mechanics leaned over the barriers. Cameras crowded the painted numbers. Casimir climbed from his car and raised both hands, the championship leader again. Théo stopped on the 3rd place marker. His shoulder screamed when he released the harness. He climbed out anyway. The garage crew reached him before his boots touched the ground. Ravi put one hand against his back. A mechanic took his helmet. Poppy shouted something he could not hear. Dominik stood several meters away beside the 2nd place board. Champagne dark hair clung to his forehead. His gaze moved over the crowd and found Théo. Neither approached. There were cameras between them. A championship between them. 8 weeks of silence between them. But the distance no longer looked empty. Théo pressed 2 fingers once against his thigh. Dominik saw. His face did not change. His hand closed around the front of his race suit, directly above his heart. Then Casimir's team pulled him toward the scales, and the moment disappeared beneath celebration. Théo let it. For the first time since the crash, He did not need to chase what had already turned toward him. Chapter 25, Eve of the Finale. Dominik stood outside Théo's hotel room for 11 minutes. The corridor was quiet except for the air conditioning and the soft mechanical click of an ice machine around the corner. Thick carpet swallowed every movement. Along the wall, brass lamps cast identical pools of amber light between identical doors. Room 1816. Dominik had not asked Poppy for the number. He had learned it from the accommodation list distributed to senior staff, where Théo's name appeared between Ravi's and the reserve drivers. An administrative fact. Legitimate access. He had repeated that explanation in the elevator. It had not improved with use. In Dominik's right hand, his phone displayed the final race schedule. 6:30 physio. 7:15 driver briefing. 8:40 grid arrival. 10 o'clock race. He locked the screen. The title could be decided in less than 12 hours. Casimir led by 5 points. If Dominik won and Casimir finished second, Dominik would take the championship by 2 points. If Casimir won, every other calculation became irrelevant. There were strategy branches for safety cars, weather changes, tire degradation, undercuts, red flags, and engine penalties. Felix had arranged them into separate files. Dominik understood every one. He did not understand what would happen when he knocked. That was why he had come. He lifted his hand. Stopped. From behind the door came the muted sound of a television. A presenter speaking too brightly. Then Théo's voice, recorded earlier that afternoon. Tomorrow is simple. Drive fast, avoid walls, try not to embarrass the team. The interviewer laughed. Dominik knocked. The television went silent. Footsteps crossed the room. They were uneven. Not badly. A slight hesitation whenever Théo's left side took weight, the lingering consequence of a shoulder still teaching the rest of his body how to move around it. The lock disengaged. Théo opened the door wearing gray sleep trousers and a white t-shirt. His curls were damp, pushed back from his face. A strip of medical tape showed at the base of his neck before disappearing beneath the collar. For one unguarded second, surprise opened him completely. Then the expression narrowed. Is the building on fire? No. Has Casimir retired? No. Amara discovered joy? Dominik looked at him. Théo's mouth did not quite smile. Then this must be serious. Yes. The answer removed the joke from the corridor. Théo's right hand remained on the door. The left rested against his side. Dominik became aware of his own posture. Shoulders square. Hands empty and visible. The stance of a man trying not to appear dangerous. He had not prepared a speech. That had been a deliberate decision. He had prepared sentences anyway. Every one vanished when Théo looked at him. I need to speak to you, Dominik said. Théo leaned one shoulder against the frame. About the race? No. The car? No. My medical data? No. Each answer altered something small in Théo's face. Not hope. Théo had trained himself out of showing that. Wariness, perhaps. The recognition of an unfamiliar track condition. Dominik's fingers moved toward his thigh. He stopped them before they touched. I will not keep you long. Théo glanced down the empty corridor. This is a hotel. Time is traditionally included. Dominik waited. Théo watched him for several seconds, then stepped back. The invitation was not forgiveness. Dominik entered anyway. The room carried the scent of soap, menthol muscle cream, and coffee that had gone cold. One bedside lamp remained on. The curtains were open to the circuit below, where floodlights turned the asphalt white against the dark. Théo's race bag sat on the luggage bench. His father's old headset rested on top. The yellow tape around the cable had been replaced. Dominik looked away before the object could become another thing he used to understand Théo without asking him directly. The television showed a frozen image of the starting grid graphic. Casimir on pole. Dominik second. Théo third. Théo picked up the remote and turned the screen off. Silence filled the room. Dominik remained near the door. Théo sat on the edge of the bed, careful with his left arm. You said you needed to speak. Yes. Speaking usually contains words. I am aware. Good. The crash did not damage all established facts. The sharpness was earned. Dominik accepted it. He had imagined beginning with the setup. The simulator data. His decision to push the development program forward despite Felix's warning. Facts arranged chronologically. That would have been easier. I was afraid, he said. Théo's expression changed. The room seemed to contract around the sentence. Dominik forced himself not to fill the silence. He had spent years believing silence was restraint. He understood now that sometimes it was only an expectation that the other person would do the harder work. Théo looked toward the window. After the crash. Before it. His gaze returned. Dominik's pulse beat visibly at the base of his throat. He could feel it. The body announcing what the face had been trained to conceal. I was afraid when you began matching my times, he said. When you stopped needing my corrections. When you asked for something beyond hotel rooms and closed doors. Théo's jaw tightened. I thought we were discussing the crash. We are. Then discuss it. Dominik nodded once. I knew the setup was unstable. Théo went still. The engineering group knew. Not as well as I did. You did not build it alone. No. I agreed to drive it. Yes. You did not force my foot onto the throttle. No. Each answer came without escape. Dominik took one step farther into the room. I knew how you would respond when I questioned whether you could control it. Théo looked down at his hands. I used what I knew about you. The television's black screen reflected them. Théo seated beneath the lamp, Dominik standing several feet away like a man delivering evidence against himself. I made you need to prove yourself part of the setup, Dominik said. Théo's fingers closed. You think I don't know that? His accent thickened around the words. Dominik's chest tightened. I think you deserve to hear me say it. Théo stood too quickly. Pain caught him. It appeared in the brief collapse of his left shoulder, and the breath pulled through his teeth. Dominik moved. Théo raised his right hand. Don't. Dominik stopped. The distance between them remained exactly where Théo had placed it. Théo rolled the shoulder carefully, waiting for the pain to release. You do not get to come here the night before the biggest race of your life and make me hold this for you. I know. Do you? Yes. You are 5 points behind. You should be asleep. You should be looking at starts, tire models, turn 9, anything except me. I have looked at all of them. Of course you have. That is not why I came. Théo laughed once. No humor. Only air with an edge. Why then? Dominik had reached the part he could not rehearse. He felt the instinct to organize. To choose the least damaging truth first, and build toward the rest. He let it pass. I left because I loved you. Théo's face emptied. Dominik heard his own breathing in the room. The word remained between them without protection. Not past tense. He had not made it past tense. Théo noticed. His right hand lowered slowly. Dominik continued before fear could close his throat. I believed loving you made me dangerous to you. Then I believed leaving would reduce the danger. You were wrong. Yes. The answer came immediately. Théo looked almost angry at its ease. You do not get points for agreeing. I know. Stop saying that. Dominik's mouth closed. Théo crossed to the window. Below them, circuit vehicles moved along the straight, their amber lights pulsing across empty grandstands. His reflection hovered over the glass. Small. Barefoot. One hand braced against the frame. When I woke up in the hospital, he said, I thought you would be there. Dominik's vision blurred at the edges. I was. No. You were in the room. The distinction entered cleanly. Théo kept looking outside. You sat beside the bed like you were waiting for a debrief. Every time I tried to touch you, you found something else to do. Dominik remembered the water glass, the blanket, the monitor lead he had adjusted, though it had not needed adjustment. I could not. What? Théo turned. What could you not do? Look at me? Admit you were relieved? Let me see that I mattered more than the car for 5 minutes? Dominik's fingers curled at his sides. I could not touch you without seeing you dead. Théo's anger stopped. The admission left Dominik lightheaded. He had never said it aloud. Not to Felix. Not to Amara. Not even in the apartment with the red gloves across his hands. Théo stared at him. Dominik's voice lowered. Every time I reached for you, I saw the barrier. I heard Ravi say you were not responding. I saw another car from 13 years ago. The room remained still. Dominik looked down. My friend's car. Théo did not speak. He died in my second season. I passed the accident before the race was stopped. I had lifted because of oil on the circuit. He did not. The old equation returned. Dominik survived. His friend did not. This time, he refused to let it finish the thought for him. I spent 13 years believing discipline was the difference between us. That if I was precise enough, I could prevent it happening again. Théo's expression had softened, but he did not come closer. Dominik was grateful. He had not come for comfort. When your car hit the barrier, I understood that nothing I had built protected you. Then I made the mistake of believing I could protect you by removing myself. Mistake. Yes. Théo flinched at the word. Dominik corrected himself. Cruelty. The silence altered. Théo looked at him fully. Dominik's nails pressed into his palms. I left you alone with the consequences of something I helped cause. I watched you recover through reports because reports did not require me to see what I had done to you. I called that protection. His voice roughened. It was cowardice. Théo swallowed. Dominik forced his hands open. I am sorry. The sentence was not enough. He knew that before it reached the air. He said it anyway. I am sorry I used what you trusted me with against you. I am sorry I made you believe you had to prove yourself to me again. I am sorry I disappeared when you needed me to remain. Théo's eyes shone beneath the bedside lamp. He looked toward the ceiling once, breathing through his nose. Dominik stayed where he was. I am not asking you to forgive me tonight, he said. Why tonight? Because tomorrow has an outcome. Théo's gaze sharpened. And this cannot depend on it. There it was. The reason Dominik had refused to wait until after the championship. If he won, the apology could become generosity from a victor. If he lost, it could become grief looking for somewhere softer to land. Dominik wanted neither. I needed you to know before the race, he said, that whatever happens tomorrow, I was afraid and I was wrong. Théo's mouth trembled. He pressed it flat. And what do you want? The question had followed them across the season. In the simulator. The garage. The aircraft. Each time, Dominik had answered too late or not at all. Now the answer came with no calculation. You. Théo closed his eyes. Dominik felt the word cut through both of them. But I did not come to ask for you, he said. Théo's eyes opened. I came to tell you the truth without making you responsible for what it costs me. For several breaths, the only sound was the faint hum of the minibar. Then Théo crossed the room. Dominik did not move. Théo stopped close enough for warmth to pass between them. Up close, the scar showed above the collar of his shirt, pale, raised, disappearing toward the shoulder. Dominik's eyes caught on it. Théo touched 2 fingers beneath his chin. Not gently. He turned Dominik's face upward. Look at me. Dominik did. Hazel eyes. Dark curls drying into disorder. A faint line of exhaustion between Théo's brows. Alive. Not a memory. Not a probability. Théo. You hurt me, Théo said. I know. His fingers tightened beneath Dominik's chin. Dominik corrected himself. I hear you. Théo's breath caught. The space between them narrowed by less than an inch. I am still angry. Yes. I do not trust that you will not run again. That is reasonable. I hate reasonable. I know. A broken sound escaped Théo. Half laugh. Half something else. His hand dropped. Dominik missed the contact immediately, and did nothing to recover it. Théo stepped back. Tomorrow, you are going to try to win your 4th championship. Yes. I am going to try to beat you into turn 1. I expect you to. If I see a gap, I will take it. You should. Even if Casimir is on the other side. Dominik held his gaze. Especially then. Théo studied him, searching for hesitation. Dominik let him look. Finally, Théo nodded. Good. He returned to the bed and sat. The movement left Dominik uncertain whether the conversation had ended. Théo reached for the remote but did not turn on the television. You should go. Dominik's chest tightened. Yes. He walked toward the door. His hand reached the handle. Dominik. He turned. Théo sat with his forearms resting on his thighs. The injured shoulder remained slightly higher than the other. I did not stop loving you because you left. The door handle pressed cold into Dominik's palm. Théo looked down. I tried. Dominik could not breathe properly. He waited for the sentence to become an invitation. It did not. He had promised himself he would not force one from it. Thank you for telling me, he said. Théo laughed quietly and wiped one hand over his face. You make everything sound like a board meeting. I am trying not to ask for more than you offered. That stopped him. Théo looked toward the empty space beside him on the bed. Then back at Dominik. You can stay until midnight. Dominik checked the clock automatically. 11:36, Théo saw. 24 minutes. Yes. No negotiations. No. No championship talk. Dominik released the door handle. What may we discuss? Nothing. Théo shifted farther onto the mattress and leaned against the headboard. Sit down. Dominik crossed the room. He chose the chair by the window. Théo stared at him. What? The bed is not a trap. Dominik looked at the space beside him. I did not assume it was. You sat 3 meters away. I am respecting boundaries. You are making them architectural. Dominik stood again. The mattress dipped when he sat on the edge, leaving more space between them than necessary. Théo turned on the television. The replay of qualifying resumed without sound. Cars moved beneath floodlights, all violence and speed rendered harmless behind glass. For several minutes neither spoke. Dominik's hand rested on the bedspread between them. Theo's right hand lay near it. The distance was less than the space between their chairs at the press conference after Théo returned. More than the width of a finger. At 11:47, Theo's smallest finger moved. It touched Dominik's once. Dominik remained still. Théo hooked their fingers together. No palms. No certainty. Only one point of contact. Dominik looked at the television. On screen, Theo's car crossed the line third fastest. Beside him, Theo's breathing began to slow. At midnight either moved. Dominik did not mention the time. Chapter 26, The Championship. At 9:52, 8 minutes before the formation lap, Dominik could still feel Theo's smallest finger hooked around his. The memory had no business inside the cockpit. It remained anyway. The belts pressed him into the seat. Heat gathered beneath his helmet despite the fans aimed into the car. Around him, the grid had become a machine built from noise, tire blankets tearing free, wheel guns barking, photographers shouting names no one could hear. Casimir's silver car waited one position ahead. Theo's waited behind. 5 points separated Dominik from the championship. 10 meters separated him from Casimir. Dominik looked at the starting lights. Felix spoke in his ear. Final systems check. Brake balance confirmed. Strap mode 7 for launch. Confirmed. Wind remains from the east. Gusting at 9. Understood. A mechanic leaned into the cockpit and pulled the visor strip from Dominik's helmet. The world sharpened. Beyond the halo, Amara stood beside the car. She did not bend close. She never wasted words before a race. "Bring it home," she said. Dominik looked at her. The instruction carried two meanings. He nodded. Amara stepped away. The grid cleared. Engines fired in sequence, each note striking the air until the straight vibrated beneath them. The marshal raised the green flag at the back. Casimir moved first. Dominik released the clutch and followed onto the formation lap. The tires felt cold through turn 1. He worked the brakes hard, dragging temperature into the discs. Casimir accelerated, slowed, accelerated again. Behind Dominik, Théo weaved with quick, precise movements. Not protecting the shoulder now. Trusting it. Dominik saw the car in his mirrors and did not see the barrier. Only Théo. The field returned to the grid. Dominik stopped on his marks. His front tires sat straight. His hands rested at 9 and 3. 5 red lights waited above the circuit. Felix's voice came once more. "Whatever happens, it has been a privilege." Dominik's fingers tightened. "The race has not started." "I know." The radio went quiet. The first red light illuminated. Dominik breathed out. Second. Casimir's rear wing trembled in the heat haze. Third. Behind, Theo's engine note rose. Fourth. Dominik found the clutch bite point. Fifth. The lights went out. He launched. The rear tires caught without spin. Dominik shifted to second, then third, the steering wheel kicking against his palms as the car crossed a seam in the asphalt. Casimir moved right. Dominik followed into the slipstream. Théo appeared on his left. 3 cars reached the braking zone almost level. Casimir covered the inside late. Dominik held the middle. Théo remained outside, carrying more speed than the corner should accept. For half a second, Dominik expected him to force it. Théo braked. Not surrendered. Chose. He cut behind Dominik before the apex, preserving the exit instead of demanding an opening that would close around all 3 of them. Casimir emerged first. Dominik second. Théo third. "Good launch," Felix said. "Marchetti 6/10 behind. Adeyemi 8/10 ahead." Dominik opened the throttle. The race narrowed. For the first 15 laps, Casimir gave him nothing. The silver car remained between 7 and 9/10 ahead, close enough for Dominik to live inside its disturbed air and too far for a clean attack. Casimir placed every tire precisely where Dominik would have wanted to put his own. Behind them, Théo stayed within DRS. 3 cars tied together by speed and consequence. "Front left surface temperature increasing," Felix said. "I can feel it. Lift 2 meters earlier into 7. "No, Dominik. If I lift, he breaks DRS. Your tire will not survive the stint at this rate. It needs to survive 3 more laps." Felix did not answer immediately. "Understood." Dominik remained close. At turn 9, the wind struck from the side. Casimir corrected once. The rear of his car moved half a degree. Dominik saw it. Stored it. The next lap, the same gust arrived. Casimir corrected earlier. The correction compromised his exit. Dominik drew closer down the straight. "Gap 4/10, Felix said. "Overtake available." Dominik opened the battery. The engine note changed. He moved left. Casimir covered. Dominik returned right, braking later into 12. His front wing reached the silver car's rear tire before Casimir shut the door. The gap disappeared. Dominik lifted. Not from fear. From timing. He tucked back behind and took the cleaner exit. Felix's breathing entered the radio. "That looked almost patient. I am capable of patience. Historical data is inconclusive." Behind, Théo closed to 3/10. Dominik saw the black and scarlet nose in his mirror. For the first time all race, he smiled inside the helmet. On lap 18, the team called Théo first. "Marchetti boxes this lap," Felix said. "We remain out." Dominik's attention sharpened. His tires? Rear degradation above target. That meant Théo would attempt the undercut. Not against Casimir. Against Dominik. His outlap will be strong, Dominik said. Yes. Box me. Negative. We are extending. He will gain the position. We need tire offset for the final stint. Dominik passed the pit entrance. Théo disappeared from his mirrors. The empty space registered immediately. 1 lap later, Casimir stopped. Dominik stayed out again. He led the Grand Prix for the first time. Clean air changed the car. The front tires bit. The steering became lighter, more exact. Dominik used every millimeter of the circuit while Felix counted the gap to Casimir. Push now. Target plus 3/10. Dominik pushed. Lap 21. Lap 22. The tires began to fade. Box, Felix said. Dominik entered the pit lane. The limiter caught at the line. Mechanics waited ahead in 2 black rows. The car stopped. Wheel guns fired. 4 tires changed. 2.3, Felix said as Dominik launched. It will be close. The pit exit curved toward turn 1. A silver car flashed past. Casimir. Dominik reached the line. Théo appeared beside him. Dominik accelerated. They entered turn 1 wheel to wheel. Théo held the outside, new tires already warm from 2 hard laps. Dominik occupied the inside with cold rubber and less grip than his hands wanted. He could force Théo wide. The racing line belonged to him at the apex. Théo would have to yield. Instead, Dominik left 1 car's width. Exactly 1. Théo stayed beside him. They crossed through turn 2 still level, engines rising together. At turn 3, Théo had the inside. Dominik braked later. The rear moved. He corrected. Théo opened the steering just enough. No contact. They exited with Théo half a car ahead. Marchetti P2, Felix said. We are P3. Adeyemi 1.4 ahead. Dominik settled into Theo's slipstream. The pass should have angered him. Months earlier, 1800ths in testing had felt like an invasion. Theo's red trace crossing his blue one had tightened every defensive instinct Dominik possessed. Now the rookie occupied the road ahead because he had earned it. Dominik felt only urgency. And something cleaner beneath it. Pride. For 6 laps, Théo chased Casimir. Dominik followed. The 3 cars moved through traffic, carving past lap drivers beneath blue flags. Theo's shoulder held. His braking remained stable. Through the fast sequence, he trusted the rear exactly as Dominik had told him to. It held. On lap 31, Théo attacked. He opened DRS along the back straight and moved outside Casimir into turn 7. Casimir defended late. Théo remained there. Their front wheels aligned. The corner tightened. Dominik watched the space disappear. Théo! Ravi's voice broke across the shared team channel. Leave margin. Théo did. He released the brake for a fraction, carried the speed around the outside, and emerged still alongside. Casimir squeezed him toward the curb. Theo's right side tires struck the painted surface. The car snapped. Dominik's pulse stopped. Théo caught it. 1 movement. No second correction. Conversation. He remained on the throttle. At turn 8, Théo completed the pass. The garage erupted over the radio before the channel cleared. Marchetti leads, Felix said. We are 9/10 behind Adeyemi. Dominik's hands tightened. Théo led. Casimir stood between Dominik and the championship. At the current positions, Casimir would still take the title by 1 point. Dominik needed the pass. He closed through turn 9. Casimir's rear tires had overheated in the fight. The silver car slid half a meter wide. Dominik cut beneath it, but Casimir recovered before the straight. Battery full, Felix said. Use everything. Dominik pressed the overtake button. The engine released every stored unit of energy. He moved left. Casimir defended. Dominik held the line until Casimir committed, then crossed back right. Turn 12 approached. Too fast. Too narrow. The kind of opening Dominik had spent a career converting into certainty. Casimir braked. Dominik waited. 10 meters. 5. He turned in. The cars entered together. Casimir's front tire touched Dominik's side pod. A dry strike. The steering wheel jerked. Dominik caught it before the car finished moving. For one instant, carbon fiber and silver bodywork filled his peripheral vision. Then he was through. P2, Felix said, voice breaking. P2. Check damage. Dominik worked the steering through the next corner. Balance acceptable. Floor pressure stable. Casimir remains behind, 1.1. Ahead, Théo led by 2 seconds. The championship belonged to Dominik if the race ended this way. Théo's voice came over the radio. Do you want me to hold position? The question was for Ravi. For Amara. For the team. It reached Dominik anyway. Silence followed. A team order would be simple. Swap the cars. Give Dominik the victory. Remove every remaining risk. Amara's voice entered the channel. You are free to race. Dominik breathed once. Théo answered first. Understood. Felix said. You heard her. Yes. His shoulder load is increasing. Dominik looked at the car ahead. Do not give me medical data. Felix went quiet. Dominik closed the gap. The final 20 laps became the race the entire season had been building toward. No sabotage. No corrections sharpened into cruelty. No closed doors. Only 2 black and scarlet cars at the front of the final Grand Prix, separated by less than a second, each taking lines the other understood before they were chosen. Théo defended turn 1. Dominik attacked at 7. Théo covered. Dominik switched beneath him. Théo used the better traction and held position. Casimir remained 2 seconds behind them, close enough to inherit everything if either made a mistake. Rear left temperature critical, Felix said with 9 laps remaining. Théo? Similar. Dominik could see it. The rookie's exits had begun to weaken. The rear stepped wider through slow corners. His injured shoulder would be absorbing every correction. Dominik reached DRS range along the main straight. He moved outside. Théo defended the middle. Dominik braked late and held the wider arc. Théo remained inside. Their wheels ran level through the apex. Théo could have forced him beyond the line. He left space. 1 car's width. Exactly 1. Dominik stayed beside him through turn 2. At 3, he had the inside. This time, Théo did not yield. He braked later than Dominik expected, rotated the car on the unstable rear, and caught the movement with a single sharp correction. Dominik laughed. The sound filled his helmet. Felix heard it. I assume the car is functioning? Yes. You appear to be losing. Temporarily. On lap 54, Théo's shoulder failed by a fraction. Not enough for anyone in the grandstands to see. Dominik saw. At turn 12, Théo opened the steering a beat too slowly. The car ran wide. His right side tires crossed the dirty edge of the circuit. Dominik took the inside. Théo fought back through the next corner, but the rear tires no longer had the grip. Dominik completed the pass. No contact. No concession. He emerged ahead because he had been faster at the moment it mattered. P1, Felix said. 6 laps remaining. Théo stayed within 7/10. Casimir remained third, 1.8 behind him. The championship was not secure. It would not be secure until the flag. Dominik drove. Turn after turn. Brake marker. Apex. Throttle. The car responded with the exactness he had spent 13 years demanding from himself. Yet nothing about the final laps felt like the old rituals. The danger remained. Théo remained. Love remained. Dominik did not need any of them to disappear in order to function. Final lap, Felix said. The grandstands rose. Casimir attacked Théo into turn 1. Dominik watched through his mirrors. Théo covered the inside. Casimir moved outside. Their cars disappeared from the narrow frame as Dominik entered turn 2. He could not protect Théo. He could not control the outcome behind him. Dominik faced forward. Turn 7. Turn 9. The wind struck from the east. He corrected. At 12, the rear tires moved beneath him. Dominik held the throttle open. Final corner. He turned in. The car balanced at the edge of grip. For one suspended second, the entire season existed inside the steering wheel, Théo's first telemetry trace, a kiss beneath simulator lights, fingers joined beneath an aircraft blanket, a barrier rushing forward, an unanswered message, one finger hooked around his at midnight. Then the car settled. Dominik opened the throttle. The checkered flag broke across the straight. Felix's voice disappeared beneath the garage. Shouting. Impact against desks. Someone crying openly over the radio. World champion. Felix managed. 4 times, Dominik. 4-time world champion. Dominik crossed the line. His hands remained fixed to the wheel. Théo? The question left before anything else. A second car crossed the line behind him. P2, Felix said. Marchetti P2. Adeyemi P3. Dominik released a breath he had held since turn 1. Understood. Dominik. Yes. You won. The grandstands became color. Fireworks climbed above the circuit. Gold sparks opened against the darkening sky. Marshals leaned over the fencing, waving flags. Dominik lifted one hand. The gesture belonged to thousands of people. The moment belonged to none of them. Théo drew alongside on the cool-down lap. Dominik turned his helmet. Théo raised 2 fingers. Dominik answered. Then Theo's hand closed into a fist and struck once against his own chest. Not above the heart. Over the scar hidden beneath his race suit. Still here. Dominik's vision blurred inside the visor. He pressed his fist against his chest in return. Still here. They entered park from one behind the other. Dominik stopped on the painted number 1. Théo stopped on number 2. When Dominik killed the engine, the quiet lasted less than a second. Mechanics breached the barriers. Cameras crowded the cars. Amara stood among the team with both hands pressed over her mouth, dignity abandoned at last. Dominik removed the steering wheel and climbed out. Felix reached him first. They embraced hard enough to bruise. Then Amara. Then mechanics, engineers, strategists, people who had built every fraction of the machine beneath him. Dominik accepted them all. Over Amara's shoulder, he saw Théo climb from the second car. Slowly. The left shoulder caught as he pulled himself above the halo. Ravi reached up, but Théo shook him off and completed the movement alone. His boots touched the ground. Casimir approached Dominik first. 5 points had become 5 points the other way. Casimir removed his helmet. Sweat flattened his hair. Defeat had stripped the polish from his smile, leaving something tired and honest beneath it. You were there, he said. Dominik understood. This time, he had raced the man in front of him. Yes. Casimir offered his hand. Dominik took it. Congratulations. Thank you. Casimir released him and turned toward the scales. Théo waited several meters away. Cameras packed the space between them. Dominik crossed it. The photographers shouted louder. Théo had removed his helmet. His curls were damp, his face pale beneath the flush of exertion. Pain tightened the skin around his eyes. He smiled anyway. Not the public version. Smaller. Real. Temporarily, Théo said. Dominik stopped in front of him. You heard that? Ravi enjoys sharing your humiliation. I won the race. Details. Dominik looked at the shoulder. Théo saw. It held. Yes. So did the rear. Yes. Theo's smile deepened. You were faster. The sentence belonged to the beginning of the season. Then it had cost Dominik something to say. Now it came without resistance. You were faster for 53 laps. They count. They do. The cameras surged. Neither man touched. Théo's gaze dropped briefly to Dominik's mouth before returning to his eyes. Go, he said. They are waiting for their champion. Dominik wanted to say something that would keep Théo inside the moment. The words did not arrive. Officials pulled them toward the scales. The podium ceremony happened beneath white light and gold fire. Dominik stood on the center step with the championship trophy beside him. Théo occupied the second step. Casimir stood third. The anthem began. Dominik looked out over the team. Hundreds of black and scarlet uniforms filled the pit lane. Felix stood near the front, eyes bright behind his glasses. Ravi had one arm raised. Amara remained between them, face restored to composure except for the tears still visible near her jaw. The trophy waited. 4 titles. 13 years of control. Every sacrifice arranged into proof that the method had worked. Dominik lifted it. The crowd roared. Metal pressed cold against his palms. He waited for the impact. The rush. The violent internal certainty that this was why he had endured everything. Nothing came. Not nothing. Satisfaction lived somewhere inside him. Relief. Pride. The knowledge that he had driven well enough when excellence was the only acceptable result. But the center of the moment remained strangely empty. Champagne struck him from the side. Théo laughed, bottle angled toward Dominik's face. Dominik turned and sprayed him back. Théo raised his injured arm too high, flinched, then hit it inside another laugh. The cameras captured the celebration. Afterward, officials rearranged them for photographs. Dominik held the trophy at the approved angle. Théo stepped away from the center, moving toward the edge of the platform so the champion stood alone beneath the sponsor arch. The frame closed around Dominik. Exactly as it had for years. Number 1. Untouchable. Théo remained visible at the edge. Close enough to see. Trained to stay out of Dominik's frame. The trophy became heavier in Dominik's hands. Below the podium, a press officer signaled toward the conference room. The next obligation. Routine questions. Focus. Discipline. Legacy. Dominik looked at Théo. Théo was already turning away. Chapter 27, live on camera. The championship trophy left a metallic smell on Dominik's hands. He noticed it in the corridor beneath the podium, where officials moved him from one obligation to the next, and people he did not recognize touched his shoulders, as though victory had made him public property. A press officer walked backward in front of him. Broadcast interview first. Then the official conference. We need you in the team suite afterward for the constructors' photographs. Dominik nodded. Your cap, she said. He was still holding it. He put it on. The brim sat crooked. His fingers rose to correct it. Stopped. Ahead, Théo walked beside Ravi toward the medical room. The champagne-soaked race suit clung darkly across his back. His left arm hung close to his body. He moved carefully enough that anyone watching would call it fatigue and anyone who knew him would see pain. Dominik changed direction. The press officer caught his sleeve. Dominik. Broadcast pen. 2 minutes. We are live in 90 seconds. Then you have 90 seconds. He continued toward Théo. Ravi saw him first. His gaze moved from Dominik to the cameras following several meters behind, then to Theo's shoulder. We are going to medical, Ravi said. I know. Théo looked over. The real smile from Parkfrom had disappeared. In its place was the softer public version, worn thin by exhaustion. Did they lose the champion? No. Shame. Very expensive search party. Dominik stopped in front of him. Up close, Theo's skin had gone pale beneath the remnants of champagne. A pulse moved rapidly at the side of his throat. Your shoulder. Still attached. That was not the question. It was the answer you were getting. Ravi glanced toward the waiting cameras. 30 seconds, the press officer called. Dominik ignored her. Theo's expression sharpened. Go. I will come after the conference. No. The refusal landed quietly. Dominik held his gaze. Théo lowered his voice. You do not leave a live broadcast because I am sore. You could have aggravated the fracture. It is healed. The surrounding tissue. Dominik. The name stopped him. Theo's right hand moved as if he might touch Dominik's arm. It remained suspended between them for half a second before dropping. You won, Théo said. Go be there. Dominik looked at the cameras. At the officials. At the black championship cap someone had already printed with the number 4 in gold. Then back at Théo. I am there. Theo's mouth parted. The press officer reached them, breathless and furious. We have to move. Ravi placed one hand against Theo's back. Medical. Théo allowed himself to be guided away. He looked over his shoulder once. Dominik watched until the door closed behind him. The broadcast interviewer congratulated him 3 times. Dominik remembered none of his answers. They stood beneath a wall of sponsor logos while footage of the final laps played on a screen beside them. His pass on Théo repeated from 4 camera angles. An extraordinary fight between teammates, the interviewer said. Did you worry for even a moment that the championship might disappear in contact between the two of you? No. The answer came automatically. The interviewer smiled. Complete confidence? In Théo. The smile changed. Not enough for viewers to notice. Enough for the press officer beside the camera to lower her tablet. Dominik looked at the screen. Théo left him 1 car's width through turn 2. Exactly 1. He is one of the most precise drivers I have raced, Dominik said. The interviewer blinked. That was not the story they had told all season. Théo was instinct. Recklessness. Recovery. A lit match in a cockpit. Dominik knew better. People talk about his corrections, he continued. They do not understand that he sees the movement before most drivers feel it. The interviewer looked delighted now. A new angle. A headline forming in real time. You began the season as fierce rivals. Would you say that changed today? Dominik heard the correct answer. We push each other. The team comes first. Mutual respect. He had delivered variations of them for 13 years. Yes, he said. The press officer shifted. The interviewer leaned closer. How? Dominik thought of Théo in the simulator room, curls wild beneath fluorescent light. You remember when we touch. He thought of the aircraft blanket hiding their joined hands. A hospital room. An empty message field. 1 finger hooked around his at midnight. Dominik looked directly into the camera. He became more important than beating him. Silence entered the broadcast pen. Not complete silence. Mechanics shouted somewhere beyond the partition. Music pounded from the pit lane. Champagne bottles opened in the team garage. But inside the small square of carpet beneath the lights, no one moved. The interviewer recovered first. That is quite a statement from a 4-time world champion. Dominik's pulse struck hard beneath his collar. Yes. The press officer stepped forward as soon as the red camera light went dark. What was that? Dominik removed the microphone from his shirt. An answer. That was not an answer we discussed. You did not discuss the question with me. That is not the point. What is? Her mouth closed. Dominik handed her the microphone. The official press conference began 6 minutes later. Théo entered through the side door as the drivers took their seats. He had changed into a dry team polo. The medical tape at his neck had been replaced, bright white against his skin. Ravi followed him to the front row, whispered something, then took a place along the wall. Théo was not scheduled for the main table. Only the race winner, championship runner-up, and third-place finishers sat beneath the lights. Dominik in the center. Casimir to his right. A third microphone waited to his left for the other podium finisher. Empty. Théo stopped when he saw it. An official approached him and pointed toward the chair. Théo looked at Dominik. Dominik had not arranged it. The uncertainty must have shown, because Casimir leaned toward his microphone. They have remembered who finished second. A few journalists laughed. Théo climbed the steps and sat beside Dominik. The space between their chairs measured less than 6 centimeters. The same careful distance they had kept after Théo returned. Everything different. Théo adjusted the microphone with his right hand. His fingers drummed twice against the table. Stopped. Dominik looked forward. The moderator began with Casimir. Questions about the lost championship. The turn 12 contact. Whether the silver team had made the wrong strategic call by allowing Casimir to fight Théo instead of protecting the points margin. Casimir answered beautifully. We raced to win. Dominik was excellent today, and over the season. There is disappointment, naturally, but not confusion. Every sentence arrived ready for print. The moderator turned to Théo. A remarkable return from injury. Did you expect to challenge for victory so soon? Théo leaned toward the microphone. I always expect to challenge for victory. Laughter moved through the room. Did the shoulder affect you in the final stint? It affected my shoulder. More laughter. Dominik saw the tightness around his mouth. The pain remained. Théo continued. The car was excellent. The team gave me what I needed. Dominik was faster at the end. He said it without performing injury. Without making the result smaller so the loss would hurt less. Dominik's 2 fingers pressed against his thigh beneath the table. The moderator smiled toward the center. Dominik, for World Championships. Only a handful of drivers in history have achieved that. You have often been praised for your extraordinary focus and discipline. Is that what made the difference this season? The room settled. This was the question. Routine. Useful. The answer had been waiting for him his entire career. Discipline is essential over a long season. The team maintained focus under pressure. We executed when it mattered. Dominik looked toward the back wall. Amara stood near the door. Her hands were folded in front of her. Her expression revealed nothing, but her gaze did not leave him. Felix stood beside her. He gave no signal. No instruction. No grip level. Dominik looked at Théo. Théo faced the journalists. A water bottle sat in front of him with the label turned slightly away. Dominik reached over and rotated it outward. Théo went still. The cameras clicked. Dominik drew his hand back. Discipline helped, he said. The moderator waited. Dominik could feel the prepared path beneath the sentence. He stepped away from it. But it was not the most important thing. Pen stopped. Théo turned toward him. Dominik looked at the journalists. Bright lights erased the edges of the room. Beyond them waited sponsors, executives, broadcasters, millions of strangers who believed they knew him because he had spent 13 years giving them nothing they could use against him. He heard his own breath enter the microphone. The most important thing I did this season had nothing to do with winning. No one moved. Dominik's pulse climbed. He let it. I spent a long time believing that control made me safe. That if I was disciplined enough, nothing could reach me and no one close to me could be hurt. Théo's face lost its practiced expression. Dominik kept his eyes forward because looking at him now might stop the words. I was wrong. The camera shutters became faster. I hurt someone because I was more concerned with controlling what I might lose than with seeing what I already had. Théo inhaled sharply. Casimir sat very still on Dominik's other side. The moderator's hand hovered near his notes. Dominik had crossed beyond every question they had intended to ask. Good. I won the championship today, he said. It matters to me. It matters to this team. I am proud of it. The trophy waited on a plinth beside the stage, polished gold beneath white light. Dominik looked at it. Then at Théo. But it is not the hardest thing I did this year. Théo's hazel eyes were bright. Dominik's throat tightened. He did not rehearse the next sentence. He could not. Théo. The first name moved through the room like impact. Théo's fingers closed around the edge of the table. Dominik stood. Chairs scraped. Cameras rose. The moderator said something, but the words disappeared beneath the blood beating in Dominik's ears. He moved from behind the table. The stage lights struck hotter without the microphone between him and the room. Théo stared up at him. Dominik had no idea what his own face showed. That was new too. "Come here," he said. The request sounded rough. Unpolished. Nothing like the champion the cameras knew. Théo did not move. For 1 second. 2. Dominik felt every possible consequence arrive at once. Théo could refuse. The team could lose sponsors. Questions could become investigations. Every private moment could be dragged into public view and reduced into content. He could not control any of it. Dominik held out his hand. Not toward the cameras. Toward Théo. "I am done asking you to stand outside the frame." The room disappeared. Théo looked at the offered hand. His mouth opened. Closed. A tremor moved through his right fingers. Dominik waited. He did not pull the hand back. Théo stood. The chair struck the table behind him. He came around the microphone stand slowly, as if approaching a place the floor plan had never allowed him to occupy. When he reached Dominik, he did not take the hand immediately. "You have terrible timing," Théo said. The microphone caught it. A ripple of startled laughter broke through the room. Dominik's hand remained between them. "Yes. Live television. Yes. Your sponsors are going to die. Probably." Theo's mouth trembled. "You hate uncertainty." "Yes." "And?" Dominik looked at him. "And I love you." The room erupted. Not one sound. Hundreds. Cameras firing. Journalists shouting. Someone at the back swearing loudly enough to reach the microphones. The moderator calling for order that no longer existed. Dominik heard none of it clearly. Théo stared at him. No joke arrived. No charm. No armor. Only the boy who had spent his life becoming undeniable and still believed he could be left the moment he stopped performing. Dominik offered his hand again. Théo took it. His grip was warm. Real. Dominik closed his fingers. The shutters accelerated. Théo stepped beside him. Not behind. Not at the edge. Beside. Dominik turned with him toward the cameras. The room had become a wall of raised phones and open mouths. Amara stood at the back, one hand pressed against her forehead. Felix's expression remained flat except for the unmistakable movement at one corner of his mouth. Ravi had closed his eyes. Casimir leaned back in his chair and murmured into the microphone. "That will improve the headlines." Laughter cut through the chaos. Théo looked toward Dominik. "You understand this is not forgiveness?" "Yes." "You are still an ass?" "Yes." "I am not letting you choose the furniture." Dominik's chest hurt. A laugh escaped him. Not controlled. Not quiet. The same kind he had believed belonged only to a dead boy in red gloves and a version of himself that no longer existed. The room heard it. Theo's face broke open. There. That smile. Entirely exposed. Dominik had spent months believing joy this visible was careless. Now he understood it as courage. Théo moved closer until their shoulders touched. The contact passed through Dominik's body more cleanly than any victory. A journalist shouted, "Théo, did you know he was going to do this?" Théo leaned toward the nearest microphone without releasing Dominik's hand. "Have you met him? He did not know he was going to do this." The room laughed again. Dominik looked at him. "That is accurate." "Painful?" "Yes." The moderator attempted to restore order. Questions came over one another. How long had they been together? Had the team known? Did the relationship compromise sporting fairness? Was this why Dominik protected Théo during the penultimate race? Were they officially confirming a relationship? Dominik felt Theo's grip tighten. Not fear exactly. Impact. The future arriving too quickly. Dominik stepped half a pace forward. The questions shifted toward him. For once, he understood what it meant to use his position as a shield without turning himself into a wall. "We will answer what is appropriate," he said. "Not tonight." The room quieted by degrees. This is not a press strategy, Dominik continued. It is not an explanation for race results. Théo earned every point he scored this season. Théo looked at him sharply. Dominik met his gaze. The sentence mattered more than declaration. It named the thing Théo had always needed without making love the proof of his talent. Dominik turned toward the cameras. He is my teammate. He is one of the best drivers I have raced. His fingers tightened around Théo's. And he is the person I love. The words were easier the second time. Not easy. Easier. The moderator called the conference. No final question. No prepared closing. Officials moved toward the stage. Poppy appeared at the side door with 2 phones in one hand and murder in her eyes. Amara reached them first. Dominik prepared for impact. She looked at their joined hands. Then at him. You could have warned me. I could not. No, she said. Apparently not. Théo's shoulders shook beside him. Amara turned toward the press officers advancing from both sides. With me. Now. Her voice ended the room. Dominik followed. Théo did not release his hand. They passed beneath the lights, through the side door, and into a narrow service corridor where the noise of the press conference became muffled by concrete. Poppy began speaking immediately. Every sponsor is calling. 3 networks want exclusive interviews. Legal needs to know exactly what was said, although the answer appears to be everything. Social media has ceased functioning as a meaningful concept. Théo looked at Dominik. You broke the internet. I doubt that. Poppy held up her phone. The screen showed a frozen image from the live broadcast. Dominik with one hand extended. Théo rising to meet it. Between them, the championship trophy blurred at the edge of the frame. The caption beneath the clip had already been shared hundreds of thousands of times. Come stand beside me. Dominik looked at the photograph. Number 1 was visible on the backdrop behind his shoulder. Number 2 behind Théo's. Separate positions. One frame. Théo's thumb moved across Dominik's knuckles. You chose me, he said. The corridor noise receded. Dominik turned toward him. Yes. No hesitation. No correction. No need to hide the answer inside a complete, careful sentence. Théo swallowed. Then he stepped in and pressed his forehead briefly against Dominik's shoulder. Not a kiss. Not for the cameras. Something smaller. More dangerous. Trust. Dominik lifted his free hand and placed it against the back of Théo's neck. Beyond the corridor door, the world continued shouting their names. Dominik held him anyway. Chapter 28, Aftermath. Poppy confiscated both their phones at 8:17. By 8:19, Dominik's watch began vibrating instead. She stared at his wrist. No. Dominik looked down at the incoming call. Team Commercial Director. Poppy held out her hand. It is a watch. It receives calls. It also measures heart rate. Currently unnecessary. Théo leaned against the conference table with an ice pack strapped beneath his left shoulder. I would argue otherwise. Dominik's watch vibrated again. Poppy took his wrist, pressed the decline button herself, and released him. The meeting room behind the team suite had been designed for sponsor negotiations. Frosted glass. Black leather chairs. A polished table large enough to place distance between people without appearing hostile. Tonight, it held 7 staff members, 3 open laptops, 26 missed calls, and 1 4-time world champion who had publicly detonated the communications plan. Amara stood at the head of the table. She had removed her team jacket. The sleeves of her white shirt were folded precisely to the elbows. One champagne stain remained near her cuff. Begin, she said. Poppy turned a laptop toward them. A paused video filled the screen. Dominik stood beneath the press conference lights with one hand extended. Théo rose from his chair. The image had been captured from a low angle, placing the championship trophy between them like a witness. Across the bottom of the screen, the caption read, Four-time world champion Dominik Reyes confirms relationship with teammate Théo Marchetti live after title win. The view count changed while they watched. 18.2 million. 18.3. Théo whistled softly. Poppy closed the window. The clip has been reposted by every major sports outlet, 6 national broadcasters, 3 former drivers, and the official championship account. Dominik looked at her. The championship account? They removed it after 11 minutes. Cowards, Théo said. They are awaiting guidance. Cowards with legal counsel. Poppy ignored him. The response is broadly positive with predictable exceptions. The primary issue is not the relationship. Theo's eyebrows lifted. Encouraging. The primary issue is that you are teammates. The room sharpened around the distinction. Poppy changed the screen. Headlines appeared in a grid. Love or favoritism? Questions after Reyes's penultimate race defense. Secret relationship inside title-winning team. Did Marchetti help Reyes to 4th crown? The last headline tightened Theo's face. Dominik saw it before the smile arrived. Well, Théo said. At least they spelled my name correctly. The second headline had not. Dominik placed both hands on the table. He earned 2nd place. Yes, Poppy said. We know. The race data proves it. Yes. Then publish it. A commercial manager glanced up. We cannot release proprietary telemetry to answer gossip. Release the stewarding data. The gap history. Tire traces without setup parameters. Poppy's expression softened by a fraction. We are preparing a technical statement. Prepare it faster. Amara spoke. No. Dominik turned toward her. She remained at the end of the table, hands resting against the chair back. We will not teach every journalist who questions Theo's ability that accusation earns access to our data. Théo looked at her. Amara continued. The official statement will confirm that both drivers raced freely, no team orders altered the result, and all sporting decisions were made through the normal chain of command. Dominik's fingers pressed into the polished surface. That may not be enough. It will be enough from the team. Her gaze held his. You chose to speak publicly. You do not now get to control every response. The sentence landed without cruelty. That made it harder to resist. Dominik leaned back. Theo's knee touched his beneath the table. Not reassurance. A reminder. Poppy moved to the sponsor list. 3 partners have issued supportive statements without consulting us. Good, Théo said. 1 has requested an urgent call regarding family market positioning. Bad. 1 wants to know whether you would consider a joint campaign. Worse. The commercial manager looked offended. It is a significant lifestyle brand. They sell watches, Théo said. Dominik looked at him. Théo smiled faintly. We have suffered enough. The pressure in the room released for half a second. Then Poppy opened the next document. The title sponsor has not threatened withdrawal. Amara's eyes narrowed. That wording is doing considerable work. They have requested assurance that the relationship did not compromise sporting integrity and will not affect next season's driver management. It did not, Dominik said. Every head turned. Theo's knee went still against his. Dominik looked directly at Amara. The relationship affected me. It affected my judgment before the crash and afterward. Silence settled. He continued. It did not cause Théo to receive favorable strategy. If anything, I used the professional hierarchy against him. Théo looked down. Amara's face remained composed, but something moved behind it. The internal review already established responsibility for the testing program, she said. The sponsor may ask directly. They will ask me? I should answer. No. Dominik's shoulders tightened. Amara came around the table. She stopped beside him. You have spent a season confusing confession with repair. The words struck deeper than accusation. You will not protect this team by publicly prosecuting yourself until everyone watching is satisfied. Dominik looked at her. Amara lowered her voice. The crash was reviewed. procedures changed. You apologize to Théo. He will decide what that apology means. Théo's fingers moved beneath the table. One tap against Dominik's knee. Amara straightened. The sporting integrity question belongs to me. The personal question belongs to both of you. Do not volunteer one as payment for the other. Dominik forced his hands open. Understood. Poppy checked the next call. Casimir's press officer is requesting permission for him to enter. Théo blinked. Enter where? A knock sounded. The door opened before anyone answered. Casimir stepped inside wearing dark trousers and a team jacket from the rival garage. His hair remained damp from the shower. A championship runner-up medal hung from one hand, ribbon looped around his fingers. His press officer hovered behind him. Amara looked at Poppy. Poppy lifted both hands. I did not approve this. Casimir closed the door. I will be brief. Théo shifted upright. Dominik watched Casimir cross the room. There was no camera behind him. No microphone. No polished smile prepared for a broadcast. Casimir stopped opposite them. My team has been asked whether I believe the championship result was manipulated. Dominik's body went still. And? I said no. Théo's gaze sharpened. Casimir set the medal on the table. I saw the final race. Unfortunately, several times. Théo's mouth moved. Casimir looked at him. You passed me. Yes. It remains irritating. I can arrange a replay. I have enough. Casimir turned toward Dominik. You passed me as well. Yes. Also irritating. Dominik waited. Casimir glanced at the paused headlines on the laptop. The relationship explains certain things. Poppy inhaled quietly. Casimir's gaze returned to Dominik. Not the result. The room stayed still. You won because you drove better when it mattered, he said. Théo finished second because he was faster than I was when it mattered. Théo's throat moved. Casimir picked up his medal. I will say the same tomorrow. Why? Dominik asked. The question seemed to surprise him. Casimir adjusted the ribbon through his fingers. Because losing a championship does not require me to become stupid. Théo laughed. Casimir's expression eased. And because this sport has enough people willing to reduce drivers to whatever story is easiest to sell. He looked at Théo. Do not let them make you defend your seat using his affection. The humor left Théo's face. Casimir had found the wound without touching it carelessly. Théo nodded once. Thank you. Casimir turned toward the door. At the threshold, he looked back at Dominik. Your timing remains appalling. So I have been told. I assume there was no media plan. No. Casimir smiled. This time, the expression held warmth. That may be the most unbelievable part. He left. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Poppy's phone rang again. She looked at the screen. Julia Marchetti. Théo reached for his confiscated phone. Poppy pulled it away. She called the team emergency number. Théo closed his eyes. Give me the phone. Poppy answered on speaker. Julia, this is Poppy. Where is my brother? Julia's voice filled the room at a volume designed to cross countries without assistance. Théo leaned toward the phone. Alive. There was a pause. Then, finally, every face in the room turned toward him. Théo rubbed one hand over his eyes. Hello to you too. I have spent months waiting for one of you to develop a functioning nervous system. Dominik looked at the speaker. Julia continued. Is he there? Théo glanced at Dominik. Yes. Put me on video. No. Théo. This is a professional meeting. Excellent. I want witnesses. Poppy, who had faced world champions, sponsors, and hostile broadcasters without visible fear, pressed the video icon. Julia appeared on screen. Her dark hair was tied high on her head. She wore an old sweatshirt and sat at a kitchen table under yellow light. Behind her, a saucepan steamed on the stove. She saw Théo first. Her face changed. The triumph softened into something more careful. You look terrible. I won a podium. You look like one attacked you. The shoulder is fine. Ravi, standing near the wall, made a quiet, disapproving sound. Julia's eyes narrowed. Ravi? It requires ice and rest. Traitor, Théo said. Competent adult, Julia corrected. Her gaze moved across the screen. Dominik. He straightened. Julia. You made him cry on international television. Théo sat upright. I did not cry. You made the face. What face? The one where you pretend your eyes are allergic to sincerity. Several staff members looked down to hide smiles. Dominik did not. I am sorry, he said. Julia studied him. The room changed around the apology. Not because it was new. Because Dominik offered it without knowing which offense she meant. Julia leaned closer to the camera. You chose him. Yes. In front of everyone. Yes. You understand that does not erase what happened. Yes. Théo looked at him. Julia's expression remained hard for another second. Then it cracked. Finally, she said again, softer this time. Theo's mouth trembled. Julia pointed toward the screen. And you? Why am I being reprimanded? Because you are already looking at him like this fixed everything. I am not. You are. Théo glanced at Dominik and immediately away. Julia saw. Disgusting, she said. Poppy coughed into her hand. Julia continued. You can be happy. You can also stay angry. Both fit. Theo's fingers closed around the edge of the ice pack. I know. No, you perform knowing. Different skill. His accent thickened. I said I know. Julia went quiet. Théo looked down. Dominik wanted to take his hand. He did not. After a moment, Théo added, I am trying. Julia's face softened fully. I know. The words traveled farther than the screen. She looked at Dominik once more. Do not make him prove he deserves what you offered today. Dominik's pulse struck once. I will not. Good. Julia picked up a wooden spoon. And visit before preseason. Mama has already watched the press conference 11 times and believes your shirt was too tight. Dominik looked down at his team polo. Théo made a strangled sound. Julia ended the call. The room remained silent for one beat. Then Amara sat. Not lowered herself with measured dignity. Saturday. Her shoulders dropped. We have 4 hours before the European markets open, she said. We need an interim statement, sponsor responses, travel security, and a policy regarding interviews. Poppy reopened her laptop. The meeting resumed. It lasted until after midnight. The title sponsor accepted Amara's assurance after a 23-minute call. The family market partner requested time for internal review. 2 sponsors offered immediate public support. One asked whether Dominik and Théo might attend a charity gala together, to which Poppy replied that they were not a promotional package. The team's statement went live at 12:41. It congratulated both drivers, affirmed sporting independence, condemned speculation that diminished either man's achievements, and requested respect for their privacy. Dominik read it twice. It is accurate, he said. Poppy looked at him over the laptop. That may be the kindest thing you have ever said to communications. At 1:06, Amara dismissed everyone except Dominik and Théo. The frosted glass had begun reflecting the room back at them. Empty coffee cups. Melted ice. Abandoned charger cables. Celebration reduced to cleanup. Amara stood at the door. Security will take you through the service exit. Théo laughed tiredly. That went well last time. The main entrance has approximately 400 people outside. His laugh stopped. Amara looked at them both. Tomorrow will be worse. Dominik nodded. Some of it will be ugly, she said. Some of it will be opportunistic. People who ignored both of you yesterday will become deeply invested in your happiness. Théo shifted the ice pack. Sounds healthy. It is not. Amara's gaze softened. You are not required to answer every question because Dominik answered one. Dominik looked at Théo. He had not considered that consequence clearly enough. His declaration had freed the truth. It had also opened Théo to demands he had not chosen. I should have asked you before. No. Théo's answer cut across him. Dominik stopped. Théo stood. Fatigue pulled at his posture, but his eyes were clear. You asked me to stand beside you. Yes. I chose to. Yes. Do not rewrite it now because consequences arrived. Dominik held his gaze. The urge to apologize remained. He recognized the shape of it. Another attempt to control pain by taking all of it into himself. He let the urge pass. All right, he said. Amara watched the exchange. Then she opened the door. Go before Poppy invents more work. In the service corridor, the noise of the paddock had finally dimmed. Security waited near the elevator. 2 team cars were being moved beneath the building. Théo walked beside Dominik. Not touching. No need to pretend the distance meant nothing. At the elevator, Theo's phone buzzed in Poppy's confiscation bag. Then again. Then continuously. She will return it eventually, Dominik said. I hope not. The elevator arrived. They stepped inside alone. The doors closed. For the first time since the press conference, no one watched them. Théo leaned back against the mirrored wall and shut his eyes. Dominik looked at the medical tape beneath his collar. Pain level? 6. You told Ravi 4. I lied. Dominik reached toward him. Stopped. Théo opened his eyes. The hesitation passed between them. Not fear of being seen. Fear of assuming. Théo lifted his right hand. Dominik took it. No cameras. No applause. No shocked room to make the gesture larger than it was. Theo's fingers threaded through his. The elevator began descending. Are you frightened? Théo asked. Yes. Good. Dominik looked at him. Theo's mouth curved. I would hate to be the only one. The elevator passed the 18th floor. Then the 17th. Dominik tightened his grip. Outside waited sponsors, strangers, headlines, and a future either of them had calculated. Inside, Theo's hand remained in his. For the moment, consequence and relief occupied the same small space. Neither cancelled the other. Chapter 29, Off-Season. The first photograph of Dominik and Théo buying groceries appeared online at 10:14 on a Tuesday morning. By 10:19, Poppy had sent it to both of them with no accompanying text. Dominik stood beside the kitchen counter of his apartment, looking at the image while the refrigerator door remained open against his hip. The photograph had been taken through the front window of a small Italian market near Théo's physiotherapy clinic. Dominik held a basket containing coffee, eggs, tomatoes, and a bottle of olive oil. Théo stood beside him with one hand extended toward a shelf of biscuits. The caption read, World Champion Reyes and teammate boyfriend Marchetti spotted on domestic errand. Dominik enlarged the picture. Théo's cap sat backward. The brim should have faced forward indoors. The basket was overloaded on one side. The olive oil had been placed horizontally despite the bottle's imperfect seal. Why are you staring at it? Théo's voice came from the living room. I am identifying errors. In the journalism? In the basket? A pause. Then bare feet crossed the wood floor. Théo appeared in the kitchen doorway wearing one of Dominik's black t-shirts and gray sweatpants. The shirt hung too loose through the shoulders. His curls were flattened on one side from the sofa cushion. The scar beneath his left collarbone showed above the stretched neckline. Dominik's gaze stopped there. Théo noticed. He always did. The shoulder remains attached. Yes. You may continue your investigation. Dominik turned the phone toward him. Théo studied the image. My hair looks excellent. Your cap is backward. Correct. You place the biscuits on top of the tomatoes. They are lighter than tomatoes. The corner of the package could puncture the skin. Théo looked at him. Dominik closed the refrigerator. What? You sound happy. Dominik glanced down at the photograph again. Nothing about it should have mattered. They were not touching. Their faces were turned away. The image contained no dramatic intimacy, no public declaration, no championship trophy arranged between them. Only groceries. 3 months earlier, a photograph of them beside a hotel car had nearly destroyed the architecture of their lives. Poppy had widened the frame, buried the implication, and taught them how to leave buildings through separate doors. Now a stranger had photographed Théo considering biscuits, while Dominik carried tomatoes. The team had not denied it. No emergency meeting followed. No message instructed them to preserve distance. Dominik placed the phone on the counter. I am not unhappy. Théo's mouth curved. Dangerous statement. It is accurate. Less dangerous. He crossed the kitchen and reached for the coffee machine. Dominik intercepted his hand. You have already had 2. I have had 1. You had 1 here and 1 after physiotherapy. The second was medicinal. It contained caramel. Medicine has advanced. Dominik moved the coffee capsules to the cabinet above the refrigerator. Théo stared. You cannot hide things by placing them 12 centimeters higher. I am not hiding them. You are discriminating by height. Dominik turned on the kettle. Théo leaned against the counter beside him. Their hips touched. The contact was casual enough that neither acknowledged it. That was new too. For the first week after the finale, every touch had carried the weight of reunion. A hand at Théo's back became proof Dominik had not left. Fingers joined inside a car became a declaration because people outside might see. Even sleeping had required decisions. How close, which shoulder, whether Dominik could wake from a nightmare without retreating to the other side of the room. Now Théo stole the kitchen towel from Dominik's shoulder and dried a clean spoon with it. Dominik took it back. That was clean. It remains clean. You touched it. With my hand? Yes. Théo's eyes narrowed. Dominik waited. Théo laughed. Not because anything was particularly funny. Because he could. The kettle clicked off. Dominik poured water over tea leaves. Théo watched him. You are coming tonight. It was not a question. Yes. You say that now. I said it yesterday. You also said the gala begins at 7 when the invitation clearly says 6:30. The reception begins at 6:30. Dinner begins at 7. So you intend to arrive at 6:59. 6:45. Reckless. Dominik handed him the tea. Théo accepted it with visible suspicion. The gala was the team's annual end-of-season event, held at a converted aircraft hangar outside London. Drivers, mechanics, executives, sponsors, and families would attend. The championship trophies would be displayed. Speeches would be made. Alcohol would undo 6 months of professional restraint in under 2 hours. It would also be their first official team event since the press conference. They had appeared together twice since then. Once in a carefully managed interview where Poppy had rejected every question containing the phrase secret affair. Once at a charity event where Dominik and Théo stood on opposite sides of a hospital bed while a 12-year-old asked which of them was the better driver. They had answered simultaneously. I am. The clip reached 7 million views. Tonight would be different. No interviewer between them. No prescribed chairs. No explanation for where Dominik's hand might rest when no one had told him where to place it. Théo took a careful sip of tea. You can leave early. Dominik looked at him. I am aware. I mean if it becomes too much. The words were light. His fingers were not. They tightened around the mug. Dominik recognized the offer. No unexpected visits. Either could end a meeting without explanation. Neither could disappear afterward. Old rules built for secrecy, reshaped now into something gentler. I will tell you if I need to leave, Dominik said. Théo looked down at the steam rising between his hands. And I will not disappear. His shoulders lowered. Only slightly. Enough. At 6:44, they entered the hangar together. Dominik had calculated the drive correctly. Théo had complained about it for 23 minutes. Outside, winter rain struck the roof in a constant metallic rush. Inside, scarlet lights washed the exposed steel beams. Championship cars stood on raised platforms beside long tables dressed in black linen. The room noticed them. Not all at once. A conversation paused near the entrance. Then another. Heads turned with the subtle coordination of a grid reacting to a yellow flag. Théo adjusted the cuff of his dark green jacket. Dominik's hand moved toward his back. Stopped before contact. Théo looked sideways. What? Dominik lowered his voice. May I? The question landed between them. Theo's expression softened, then sharpened with mischief. You may touch my back at the scandalous team gala. Dominik placed his palm between Theo's shoulder blades. Warm fabric. Solid body. A scar beneath it he could not feel and never entirely forgot. They walked forward. No one shouted. No cameras surged. A few phones appeared near the sponsor tables, but most people only smiled, nodded, or quickly pretended they had not been watching. Felix reached them first. He wore a suit with no tie, which made him look like an engineer summoned unexpectedly to court. His gaze dropped to Dominik's hand at Theo's back. Remarkable, he said. What? You have located him without telemetry. Théo laughed. Dominik removed his hand. Felix looked disappointed. Regression. You are enjoying this too much. I have had a difficult season. Ravi joined them carrying 2 champagne glasses. One of these is non-alcoholic. Théo took the closer glass. Ravi took it back and handed him the other. Your instincts remain unreliable. The season is over. Your healing is not. Théo accepted the replacement. Dominik watched his left shoulder as he lifted it. Théo caught the gaze. Before Dominik could stop himself, he looked away. The mistake was immediate. Theo's expression closed by 1 degree. Not anger. Recognition. A reminder that public courage had not erased private habit. Dominik turned back. The movement was better than yesterday, he said. Théo held the glass near his mouth. You watched yesterday? Yes. Professionally? Dominik considered the answer. No. Théo smiled into the champagne. The evening accumulated around them. Mechanics introduced spouses and children. Engineers who had spent the year speaking to Dominik in temperature windows now told stories about missed flights and stolen hotel towels. A tire technician's wife hugged Théo and cried against his jacket because she had watched the crash from home. Théo held her carefully with his right arm. When she released him, he made a joke about barriers developing grudges. His voice remained bright. His fingers found Dominik's sleeve. They stayed there until the woman walked away. Dominik did not cover Theo's hand. He did not need to hide it. At dinner, their place cards sat beside each other. Not accidentally. Poppy had arranged the seating plan. She denied responsibility with such precision that no one believed her. Théo looked at the cards. Dominik Reyes. Théo Marchetti. Same table. No empty chair between them. No subtlety, Théo said. From communications? Fair point. Dominik pulled out Theo's chair. Théo stared. What? You do know I can sit independently? Yes. You have seen me operate a Formula 1 car? Yes. Complex machinery. Sit down. Théo sat, smiling. During Amara's speech, Dominik kept one hand beneath the table. Theo's knee rested against his. This contact had once been the only one they allowed themselves in public. A concealed pressure under sponsor lights. Something cameras could not prove. Now the entire room knew. Still, neither moved. Amara stood beneath the suspended championship banner. This season tested the integrity of our engineering, our operations, and occasionally my patience. The room laughed. Her gaze touched Dominik and Théo. Frequently my patience. Louder laughter. Théo pressed his knee harder against Dominik's. Dominik answered. Amara continued. We won because this team learned the difference between managing conflict and fearing it. Fast drivers do not become less competitive because they share a uniform. People do not become less complicated because complexity is inconvenient. The room quieted. We asked machines to operate at the edge of failure. We should not ask people to do the same without support. Théo's knee went still. Dominik watched Amara. She did not look toward them again. The speech moved to constructors' points, factory staff, and next season's development targets. But the earlier sentence remained. People do not become less complicated because complexity is inconvenient. Dominik had spent years becoming less complicated for everyone around him. Less needy, less frightened, less capable of being hurt. Théo had spent years becoming more spectacular. Faster, louder, too brilliant to discard. Both strategies had nearly killed what existed between them. Applause rose. Dominik realized the speech had ended. Everyone stood. Théo's hand appeared beside his on the table. Palm up. Not hidden beneath the linen. Dominik looked at it. Then placed his hand inside. Across the room, a phone camera flashed. His body reacted before thought. Shoulders tightening. Breath shortening. The instinct to release. Théo's fingers remained loose around his, giving him every opportunity. Dominik kept holding on. The photographer lowered the phone. Nothing happened. The building did not collapse. No sponsor approached. No press officer pulled them apart. Théo's thumb moved once over Dominik's knuckles. They remained beside the table while the room applauded them for something else entirely. Later, the dancing began. Dominik objected on technical grounds. There is no discernible rhythm. There is music. That does not guarantee rhythm. Théo stood in front of him beside the bar. His jacket had been abandoned on the back of a chair. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were open. Champagne and heat had loosened his curls until they fell over his forehead. You raced wheel to wheel with me at 300 kilometers per hour. Yes. You can survive the dance floor. The skills are unrelated. Coward. The word no longer cut. Dominik studied him. Théo's smile faltered. Only for a second. Perhaps some words required more time. Dominik put down his water. Fine. Théo blinked. Fine? Yes. I expected another 4 minutes. You are becoming predictable. Take it back. Dominik followed him onto the floor. The music was too loud. Mechanics moved in a loose, graceless mass beneath scarlet lights. Someone from aerodynamics had removed his shoes. Felix stood near the edge with both hands in his pockets, refusing all participation. Théo turned to face Dominik. Place your hand here. I know how dancing works. I have seen no evidence. Dominik placed his right hand at Théo's waist. Théo's left arm rose around his shoulder, careful of the healing joint. They began moving. Not well. Théo stepped on Dominik's shoe. You did that deliberately. Unsupported conclusion. You shifted your weight first. Track evolution. Dominik's mouth moved. Théo saw. There. What? You nearly smiled. I did smile. No. That was a preliminary event. Dominik drew him closer. Théo's next joke disappeared. Their bodies aligned beneath the noise. No hotel door locked behind them. No service corridor waiting. No countdown until one of them had to leave first. Around them, the team danced, drank, argued, and failed to find the rhythm. Dominik felt Théo's breath near his jaw. This is strange, Théo said. Yes. I keep waiting for Poppy to separate us. She arranged the seating. Manipulative. Effective. Théo looked at him. The lights moved across his hazel eyes. You are still frightened. Dominik could have denied it. The answer belonged to an older version of himself. Yes. Of this? Dominik's hand tightened at his waist. Of losing it. Théo's expression softened. He did not say you won't. He did not offer a promise either of them could make. Instead, he touched his forehead briefly to Dominik's temple. So am I. They kept moving. After the gala, rain covered the parking lot in black mirrors. Security had placed their car near the service entrance, away from the crowd gathering at the front. Old instinct. Separate exit. Hidden route. Dominik stopped beneath the awning. Théo followed his gaze toward the main doors, where guests crossed beneath umbrellas and fans waited behind barriers with phones raised. We can use the front, Dominik said. Théo studied him. We do not have to prove anything. I know. The answer surprised both of them. Dominik looked toward the service car. Then back at Théo. The choice was not between courage and cowardice. Not every hidden door was shame. Not every public entrance was freedom. Sometimes a service exit was simply closer to the car, and the rain was heavy, and Theo's shoulder had begun to ache. Dominik opened the rear door. Théo smiled. Very romantic. You are cold. I am Italian. We experience weather emotionally. Get in. Théo entered the car. Dominik followed. Before the door closed, one photographer near the corner recognized them. A flash cut through the rain. Theo's hand rested on Dominik's thigh. Neither moved it. The image appeared online before they reached the motorway. Poppy sent it with a message this time. Poppy, the service entrance has betrayed us again. Théo read it aloud. Dominik looked at the photograph. Through the rain-streaked window, they sat close in the back seat. Theo's face was turned toward him. Dominik's hand covered Theo's where it rested on his leg. No sponsor wall. No championship. No explanation. He handed the phone back. Is the photograph acceptable? Théo asked. Dominik looked at him. It is poorly exposed. Théo laughed and leaned into his side. Dominik felt the weight settle against him. Imperfect. Public. Real. He rested his cheek against Theo's curls and watched the wet lights pass beyond the glass. Chapter 30, Redline. The smoke alarm began at 7:16. Dominik looked up from the cutting board. A sharp electronic shriek filled the rented kitchen, ricocheting from white plaster walls and exposed ceiling beams. On the stove, a cast iron pan released a dark ribbon of smoke toward the detector. Théo stood in front of it holding a wooden spoon. Neither moved. The alarm screamed again. Dominik set down the knife. You said you knew how to cook. I do. The house disagrees. The house is English. They were in southern France. Dominik looked at him. Théo lifted the spoon. Culturally English. Smoke thickened above the pan. Dominik crossed the kitchen, turned off the burner, and opened the nearest window. Cold evening air pushed inside, carrying the smell of wet soil and wood smoke from somewhere beyond the stone wall. The alarm continued. Théo waved a tea towel beneath it. That will not help. It is helping emotionally. It is moving the smoke toward the sensor, so it can understand the threat has passed. Dominik took the towel from him. Théo surrendered it without resistance, which meant he knew he was wrong. Dominik opened the back door. The detector gave two final shrieks and fell silent. Quiet returned unevenly. The old refrigerator hummed near the pantry. Rain tapped against the window above the sink. Somewhere upstairs, a pipe knocked inside the wall with the irregular persistence of someone trying to be admitted. Théo looked into the pan. The sauce had reduced beyond recovery. Blackened tomato clung to the iron in a rough circle. It has character, he said. It has carbon. That is where character comes from. Dominik turned toward the table. A championship trophy stood on the far end beside a ceramic bowl of lemons. It had arrived from the team 2 days earlier after engraving. The delivery driver had asked whether it was real. Théo had said no and signed the form with Dominik's name. Now the gold surface reflected the kitchen in warped pieces, hanging copper pans, the rain-dark window, Théo leaning over ruined sauce. Number 4. Dominik looked away. The rented house belonged to a retired architect who lived in Marseille and distrusted central heating. It sat outside a village too small to attract photographers and too far from any circuit to interest racing fans. Pale stone walls. Blue shutters. A long kitchen table scarred by years of knives, hot pans, and people who had not considered furniture sacred. They had arrived 11 days earlier. No team cars. No security detail after the first night. No separate bookings. The woman at the bakery had recognized Dominik on the third morning and asked him whether Théo was always that loud. Dominik had answered honestly. Yes. Nothing catastrophic followed. Théo carried the ruined pan toward the sink. Dominik intercepted him. Leave it! You hate leaving dishes. I will soak it. That sounds like leaving it with paperwork. Dominik filled the pan with hot water. Steam rose. Théo rested one hip against the counter and watched him. His shoulder had improved enough that he no longer protected it unconsciously. The scar remained pale beneath the collar of his sweater. Physiotherapy continued 3 times a week. Pre-season testing began in 26 days. Dominik knew the number. He did not say it aloud. On the table, 2 laptops sat open beside a half-completed puzzle Théo had purchased from a charity shop. 1,000 pieces. A nighttime photograph of Monaco Harbor. Théo had declared the puzzle easy. 3 days later, the sky remained a field of unattached blue fragments. Dominik had sorted the pieces by edge, shade, and shape. Théo had objected to the system, then used it. What are we eating? Théo asked. The pasta is still usable. With what? Olive oil. Garlic. Parmesan. That is not sauce. It is food. Technically. Dominik drained the pan and placed it beside the sink. Théo opened the refrigerator. Cold light fell across his face. We have pesto. It expired yesterday. That is an administrative date. It contains dairy. It contains hope. Dominik removed the jar from his hand and checked the lid. No swelling. Seal intact. He opened it and smelled. Théo watched with intense satisfaction. You are considering it. I am evaluating it. That is how consideration looks on you. It is acceptable. Théo took the jar back. Victory. Dominik returned to the cutting board. He sliced garlic into even pieces. Not perfectly even. Close enough. Behind him, Théo stirred pesto into warm pasta and hummed without melody. The sound should have been irritating. Sometimes it was. Tonight it filled the house. They had spent the first 4 days of the trip learning how to occupy the same rooms without treating proximity as an event. Dominik woke earlier. Théo left cups wherever he stopped drinking. Dominik folded the blankets on the sofa. Théo unfolded them while watching films and left them in shapes that suggested violence. They argued over windows, coffee, and whether towels required designated hooks. They did not argue about leaving. The distinction remained extraordinary. Théo carried the pasta to the table and set it down beside the trophy. Move that. Dominik looked at him. It is taking up space. The table is 2 meters long. It is judging dinner. Dominik picked up the trophy. It was heavier than it looked. The base bore his name, the season, and the number of titles. 4 small lines engraved into polished metal. He carried it to the windowsill. Théo examined the new position. Still judgmental. It cannot see the food. It has reflective surfaces. Dominik sat. Théo took the chair across from him instead of the one beside him. The distance placed the whole table between them. Months earlier, that would have registered as withdrawal. Now it allowed Théo to stretch one bare foot forward until it rested against Dominik's ankle. The contact remained there. Dominik served the pasta. Théo tasted it. His eyebrows rose. The expired pesto has depth. It expired yesterday. Age creates wisdom. You are 23. And already exceptional. Dominik began eating. The pasta was too soft. The pesto was fine. Rain strengthened against the windows, turning the dark garden into layers of reflected kitchen light. The village church bell rang 8 times, each note reaching the house a fraction after it was struck. Théo looked toward the trophy. Where will you put it? I have not decided. You have a shelf. The shelf is full. You have 3 older trophies on it. Yes. One could move. No. Théo smiled. The first title stood at the center of Dominik's London apartment. The second beside it. The third slightly lower because its base had been designed differently and Dominik refused to alter the shelving. The fourth had no assigned place. Not because it mattered less. Because the apartment itself no longer felt like the only place his life belonged. Théo twirled pasta around his fork. We could leave it here. This is a rental. So? It is not our house. The words entered the kitchen and changed shape. Théo's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Dominik looked down at his plate. Our house. Not this one. A different possibility inside the phrase. He had not intended it. That no longer made the truth less real. Théo lowered the fork. You said our? Yes. You heard it? Yes. Just checking. Sometimes language escapes you. Dominik met his eyes. Théo's smile softened. Outside, wind pushed rain against the glass in a hard rush. Would you want one? Théo asked. A trophy? A house. Dominik's fingers tightened around his fork. The old instinct arrived immediately. Location. Tax residence. Training access. Security. Travel schedules. Separate contracts. Every variable presenting itself for management. Théo waited. He did not fill the silence. That was new too. Months ago, he would have joked until the question disappeared beneath charm. Or made the idea sound temporary enough that rejection could not reach it. Now he sat across the table and allowed himself to want an answer. Dominik set down the fork. Yes. Théo's foot moved against his ankle. A house, he said. Yes. With me. Dominik looked at him. The question should not have frightened him. It did. Not like a barrier. Like an open road with no racing line painted across it. Yes. Théo breathed out. He looked toward the window, but not before Dominik saw what the answer did to his face. Nothing dramatic. His mouth pressed briefly together. His eyes brightened. The boy who had spent his life being allowed into rooms on the condition that he remained spectacular had asked for somewhere ordinary to belong. Dominik had answered before proof was required. Théo picked up his fork again. Good. That is all? I am maintaining dignity. You have very little. Then I must protect it. They ate. The house settled around them. No music. No television. No crowd waiting for an explanation. The silence did not require repair. After dinner, Théo took the plates despite Dominik's objection and carried them to the sink. He turned on the water too hard. It struck a spoon and sprayed across the front of his sweater. Théo looked down. Dominik waited. This kitchen is hostile. You opened the tap. It was provoked. Dominik took a towel from the hook. The correct hook. He crossed the room and pressed it against Theo's chest. Théo caught his wrist. Not tightly. His thumb rested over Dominik's pulse. What? Dominik asked. Théo studied him. You are different here. Dominik's shoulders went still. The sentence had once meant danger. A version of himself revealed in the wrong room. He looked around the kitchen. The burn pan soaking beside the sink. The unfinished puzzle. His championship trophy exiled to the windowsill. What do you mean? You leave doors open. Dominik glanced toward the back door. It stood ajar by several centimeters, letting cold air into the room. He had forgotten to close it after the smoke alarm. I should close that. Theo's grip tightened. Not that one. Dominik looked at him. Théo lifted Dominik's hand and pressed his knuckles once against his mouth. The kiss was brief. Almost absent. You still correct everything, Théo said. Not everything. You reorganized the spice rack. It was alphabetical except for cumin. Tragedy. You left it beside Paprika. They are friends. Dominik ignored that. Théo lowered their joined hands. But you stay, he said. There was no accusation in it. That made the words heavier. Dominik looked at their hands. I said I would. Yes. You thought I would not. Théo's gaze moved toward the sink. Sometimes. The answer did not become a wound because Dominik did not defend himself against it. Trust had returned unevenly. In ordinary places. A night when Dominik woke from the old crash dream and did not leave the bed. A sponsor event where he told Théo he needed 10 minutes alone, then came back in 9. A disagreement at the factory that ended with separate cars and a message before either reached home. Still angry. Not gone. Théo had answered with a photograph of a badly parked rental car. Dominik had understood. I am here, he said. Théo nodded. Not absolution. Recognition. They finished the dishes together. Dominik washed. Théo dried, badly. He placed one plate in the wrong cabinet. Dominik moved it. Théo placed the next in the same wrong cabinet, while looking directly at him. Dominik moved that one too. By the 4th plate, Théo was laughing. You are insufferable, Dominik said. You love me. Yes. The answer stopped the game. Not because it was unusual now. Dominik had said it in hotel rooms, cars, airports, and once in the factory lift while Felix stood facing the doors in pretended deafness. Still, each time, some part of Théo listened as though checking whether the word remained. Tonight it did. Théo put the final plate in the correct cabinet. Good, he said. They returned to the table. The puzzle waited beneath the hanging lamp. Théo sat across from Dominik again and picked up a dark blue piece. He attempted to force it into a section of harbor. It does not fit. You have not seen me try. The tabs are wrong. Negative thinking. The piece is physically incompatible. Théo pressed harder. Dominik reached across and removed it from his hand before the cardboard bent. You repeat the same entry because it worked once. The old sentence settled between them. From the testing room. From the beginning. A blade then. Théo looked at him. Dominik turned the piece in his fingers. I was wrong. About the puzzle? About the entry. Théo's expression became careful. Dominik found the correct location near the top edge and placed the piece. It worked more than once. For a moment, Théo said nothing. Then he picked up another piece. Growth, he said. Disturbing. Dominik's mouth moved. Théo watched him instead of the puzzle. What? Nothing. That is not true. No. Dominik looked down at the scattered blue pieces. He could still feel the shape of the season inside him. The first win. 1800s. A photograph at dawn. Théo's car disappearing into dust. A hospital monitor. A press room turning toward them when Dominik held out his hand. 4 championships sat behind him. Preseason waited ahead. There would be more races. More risk. More mornings when Théo climbed into a car and Dominik could not follow him inside it. No truth had erased that. The fear remained. It had changed only in what Dominik allowed it to decide. Théo found an edge piece and placed it correctly. He did not celebrate. Progress. Dominik watched him across the scarred kitchen table. Dark curls falling into his eyes. Bare foot still hooked around Dominik's ankle beneath the wood. One hand resting near a puzzle piece he would almost certainly place incorrectly in the next 30 seconds. Alive. Chosen. Choosing. The trophy on the windowsill caught the kitchen light. Dominik had believed winning required everything difficult in him: discipline, sacrifice, precision, the willingness to choose one line and abandon all others before the breaking point arrived. He had been wrong. Winning had always given him a finish line. Choosing Théo did not. It had to be done again in every room. After every argument. Each time fear opened an exit and called it safety. That was harder. Dominik reached across the table. Théo looked at the offered hand. A smile began slowly. He placed his fingers in Dominik's. Outside, rain moved over the dark fields. Inside, the ruined sauce cooled on the stove, the puzzle remained unfinished, and the fourth championship gathered dust beside a bowl of lemons. For the first time in his career, Dominik understood that winning was not the hardest thing he had learned to do that year. Choosing was. He tightened his hand around Théo's. Then chose him again.